this is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we have pleasure in presenting You're Not the Woman I Married by Malcolm Hulk. The prison alarm bell rings. 2 convicts have escaped. So starts this tensely dramatic play. Listen in a few moments to how this getaway is linked to the emotional difficulties of middle-aged George Ramage and his recently acquired young wife in You're Not the Woman I Married. Produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver. You're Not the Woman I Married.
They're up. Now jump. I'll catch you. Snap. Right. I got you. You all right?
Yeah. What are we going to do about the rope?
Leave it. Come through here behind these bushes.
What for?
I've got me reasons. Come on. That's what I wanted to hear. The prison alarm bell. Sweet music. Killing them all with its tape.
Evening, George.
Oh, hello, Jerry. It's Jerry Sharp, eh?
I'm sorry to intrude on your domestic bliss, George, but there's 2 birds just run their cage.
What? 2 men broken out of the prison?
That's right. Do your garage doors lock?
Well, no. I was going to get a padlock.
Then you better take out the distributor arm of that car of yours.
Oh, yes, sure.
And tip us the wink if you see anything suspicious like.
Yeah. Oh, I don't suppose you got time for a cup of tea, eh?
No, sorry. I've got 5 more streets to cover. I can see we're going to be all night on this lot.
Night, Jerry. Oh, did you hear that, then?
I could hear Jerry Sharp 2 streets away.
Oh, he's not that bad.
He is. If he wasn't a policeman, he'd be a car park attendant or something. Anything in uniform, ordering people about.
Anyway, we better bolt this back door.
But they're probably miles away by now.
Well, you don't know. Last time someone got out a couple of years ago, he was found not more than half a mile from the prison gates. Could go and fix the car, too.
What have you got to do to it?
Take out the distributor arm.
You don't seriously think they'd bother with an old car like ours, do you?
I don't know. They'd probably prefer it to some flashy new one. Less noticeable. Anyway, it won't take it, you see.
George?
Yes? Oh, look, I won't be a moment. Oh, now then, breaking our best china, that's not like you.
I don't know why I dropped it.
Oh, all right, it's only a mixing bowl. I'll clear up the mess.
It just suddenly fell out of my hand.
You've been working too hard, getting ready for the night.
I'm terribly sorry.
Oh, it's all right, love. Accidents will happen.
I haven't got another mixing bowl.
Well, your brother isn't going to miss a few buns that he never knew he was going to have. Anyway, you brought enough food to last us through a siege.
Do you think I've brought in too much?
No, of course not. I expect them to eat us out of house and home. That's a sailor's prerogative, isn't it?
It's awfully good of you saying they could come and stay here.
What sort of a Victorian husband do you think I am, then? This is your home, love, as much as it's mine. Any member of your family is welcome here for as long as they want to stay. You know that, don't you?
You're a very nice Victorian husband.
Yes, well, let's not harp on my advancing years.
Oh, listen who's talking. Who had to be convinced they weren't too old at 43 to get married?
I'm a year younger since then. Now, how about getting the cooking and housework and go and get yourself ready?
Give me a kiss first.
I'll stop work any time to do that. Now, you go make yourself look beautiful, though you don't already. Otherwise, I'll never finish painting that window tonight.
All right. I'll be as quick as I can.
Oh, it's all right. I'll go. Oh, well, I'm from the ocean waves, where the lyric roots
Hello, George.
Oh, hello, Roddy. What can I do for you?
Oh, I'm sorry to be a nuisance, but your mother's run out of bread.
There's a small white in the bin.
Oh, looks like you're in luck. Oh, let's see what we can find here. Come on.
Have you heard about the escape?
Oh, yes, the police have been round here.
They say they'll be after civilian clothes and money, if they can lay their hands on him.
Oh, then you'd better keep your fancy suits locked up. Now, this one, do you? Small white?
Oh, I should think so. Well, actually, I think your mother only sent me around here to see what's going on.
I don't suppose she wants to know what you're doing and what you're thinking all the time, eh?
Well, if I had a mother, I wouldn't talk about her like that.
Oh, I'm not talking about her like anything.
Do you and Mary get on?
Hey, you're a funny bloke, aren't you? That's the sort of thing you never ask people.
Oh, I didn't mean no offence. I mean, she's so different from people around here. Like the smart clothes she wears and
Of
that.
course she's different. She's from London.
Well, what did she want to come up here for?
Roddy, are you going down the street borrowing bread and running some sort of survey into the habits of married couples?
Well, you're the only people I know this side of the town.
Well, you try finding things out about people by asking other people, like everybody else does.
Well, it seems funny, that's all. Coming to a place like this from London. Oh, I'd give anything to get to London. Well, if I could get a job down there.
I wish you luck, mate. Now, do you think you've inquired enough into our business to satisfy my mother for the evening?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get the bread to her.
I'll see you out. Hey, you better mind how you go past the Nick. You're one of those blokes looks the spitting image of you.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, go on. Get on with you.
Good night.
Night, Roddy. Well, it hasn't taken you long to get ready.
Did you find the bread all right?
Yes, I thought you were getting a new dress for tonight.
Changed my mind. Don't I look all right?
Oh, you know, you always look wonderful, but... Well, I thought you said you'd put some money by for new clothes for your brother's visit.
Money comes in useful for other things as well.
So no, love. Oh, as soon as we got this house paid off, we'll be able to get all sorts of things. You certainly do look wonderful.
Right, you're crushing my dress. I've just pressed it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Now then, don't sulk.
No, I'm not sulking.
I've got something for you. Do you want to see it?
What is it?
I've got it on top of this wardrobe.
Oh.
There you are. You'll probably be ever so annoyed with me for spending the money.
An electric razor.
It's the type you said you wanted.
Oh, you haven't got anything else hidden away in this house, have you?
Why'd you ask that?
Well, nothing, only... Well, it's lovely, Mary, but we can't afford that sort of thing, not yet.
But I bought it for you. I didn't steal the money. I saved it.
But I mean, why buy it for me? So many other things that you need, that we need for the house.
I wanted to show how much I appreciate you having my brother and his friend here.
Oh, that's costing money, too. And I don't think I begrudge a penny of it, but this is only an extra.
You just can't live, can you?
What do you mean?
It's no good trying to explain.
No, Mary, just a minute. Look, love, I didn't want to hurt your feelings.
Well, you have done.
Yeah, but we've got to plan for things like that.
You're frightened of that razor, aren't you?
How do you mean, frightened?
It's something you want, but you won't take it. It was the same about going away on holiday last summer, wasn't it?
We went on holiday.
Because I talked you into it. Do you remember which of us proposed marriage?
Yeah, well, I know, but... Well, I thought it was such a cheek. A man of my age...
George, you're still scared of me because I try to live a bit. You're worried about what I might do next, aren't you?
Sometimes I think, I don't really know you.
How can you live with me a year and not know me?
Well, some of the things you say sometimes and do.
Like wearing a bikini in the back garden last summer?
Oh, I mean more important things.
What do you want to know about me that you don't know already?
Nothing. I don't want to know anything that you don't want to tell me.
If you want to know about me, before we got married, I'll tell you. But I didn't want to hurt you.
No, I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about now. That's what we agreed, isn't it? Now, look. Can't we see if they take that razor back until we can afford it?
But I wanted you to have it.
You know I'd love to have it.
Then keep it.
But... Well, how much did it cost?
£6.
All right.
Can we kiss and make up now?
Of course we can. Proper baby sometimes. Did you tell your brother how much older I am than you?
I said you got white hair and no teeth, and I'd take you out in a wheelchair.
There's not much in Southampton to entertain him. I hope he won't get fed up here.
Well, he'll probably want to go to London after a few days to meet his old friends.
Well, it'll be a change at any rate after being cooped up in a ship for 18 months.
Oh, did you remember the beer?
Oh, but I thought you'd got it.
No, I asked you yesterday to go to the off-license.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, you've forgotten. Just a minute, I'll get my purse.
Well, I really thought you said you'd get it.
Well, it doesn't matter. Here's £1, housekeeping. You can get something out of that. They should be here any minute now. You better hurry.
All right, well, I won't be long.
Oh, and you need the shopping bag.
Oh, thanks. I'd better get my coat. It'll be freezing outside.
You won't need that. You'll only be out a few minutes.
Yeah, well, I don't want to get pneumonia. Here, let me get at the wardrobe.
But I thought you didn't like being mollycoddled.
I don't mind mollycoddling myself.
Do you want to be an old man and wear your overcoat just for 3 minutes in the open?
I'd rather be a middle-aged man and wear my overcoat for 3 minutes. But aren't you going to let me get at it?
Don't need it. You only think you do.
Yeah, what have you got in there? A body or something?
I'll give you your muffler.
Oh.
There you are. That'll keep your neck warm.
Yeah, but what about the rest of me?
That's for the rest of you. Now hurry or they'll be here.
Yeah, all right.
This is a police announcement. This is a police announcement.
What's that?
Well, sounds like a loudspeaker.
Well, open the door.
Okay.
Please pay attention. This is an important police announcement. 2 men have escaped from the prison. Please lock all doors and windows. Please report immediately to the police if you see any persons acting suspiciously. The 2 escaped men may still be in this neighborhood. These men may be dangerous. Please report to the police immediately if you see any persons behaving suspiciously. This is a police announcement. Please pay attention.
I don't envy those 2 blokes on the run. Probably be glad when they're back inside.
They may not think so.
Did you tell your brother you'd chosen the house next door to the local Nick?
He knows all about it.
You sure you'll be all right on your own? Wouldn't it be better if I wait till Mitch and his friend have turned up?
I'll be perfectly all right.
Well, if anyone rings the doorbell or anything, you take a good look at them through the front window before answering.
Yes, I'll do that. Don't worry.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Oh, evening, George. Well, we were talking about the escaped convicts.
And a right lot these convicts are, too. You ever see anything of them?
Oh, me?
You live next door to them?
There's a 20-foot wall between my house and that place. They might be on another planet for all I know about them.
Well, this fella, the knifer, we never knew his real name. He broke out. Must be over 40 years ago now. He vanished. Just went out of sight. Well, they hadn't got those fast cars in those days, and he certainly didn't get a lift on a horse and cart, because they had the whole place surrounded for miles in all directions. Roadblocks, everything you could think of. But there he was, gone.
Didn't they catch him?
I was coming to that. You see, he had a brother that the police didn't know anything about. And this brother, he had got himself a job as a gardener to Lord Wyburn that used to own this big estate where all those houses are now.
Oh, yes. The Wyburn estate.
That's right, that's it. So there was a little cottage thrown in with this job of being a gardener. Of course, all them cottages are gone now. They were where the school is now. And this bloke, the knifer, he holds up with his brother, see? He stayed there in a back room, hiding under the bed whenever the head gardener called round on any business like. And then he moves off free as a lord when the time suits him. Of course, by then, no one's looking for him around here.
That's the way to do it. Now then, George, what can I get you?
Well, I wanted
Yes, that's what it did, you see. Nobody thought of looking right here next to the prison. They thought he must have got away in the first few hours.
He knew what he was doing. You were saying, George?
Yeah, well, a quart of light and brown, 2 bottles of stout, and a couple of tins of lager. Oh, and half a bottle of whiskey.
Right, coming on.
Of course, they got him in the end, because, you see, he did in his own brother with a knife before he went on his way.
Oh, I never heard that.
Anyway, the knifer fell out with his brother over something and used his knife on him. He was a real bad lot, he was. But he got away all right before anyone found his brother's body. And he managed to join the army. No one spotted him. He just volunteered like everyone else.
Very nice. Got any more stories like that?
I thought you might be interested.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Well, I'm interested. Yeah.
Well, that's your order all set up, George. Shall I put it in your bag for you?
Oh, yes, thanks. How much is that, lot?
That'll be £3, 2 and 6, please.
Thanks. There we are then. £3, 2 and 6. Just right.
Thanks. Very much.
Well, that's what I'd do if I was escaping from that place. Now, there was a bloke stayed actually inside the prison for a week without being spotted. By the time he finally broke out, all the hue and cry had died down, and he was able to walk out dressed as a warder, free as the Lord. And then he still needed money for a train fare to get away, and the first house he tried to rob was the home of a policeman.
Oh, that was rotten luck for him.
Oh, you need a lot of luck trying to get away from a place like that. Or a lot of planning.
Seems to me you need a lot of both.
Yes, I should think you would. You're doing all right then, George.
I'm fine.
The wife all right?
She gets away. Yes.
As I was saying, this bloke actually stayed inside the prison in a workshop, it was, for a whole week without being spotted.
I'd like to hear about it sometime, but I'll be going now. Good night.
Yeah, no night, George.
Good night, George.
Mary? Oh, there you are. Any sign of them yet?
Yes, they've arrived.
Oh, jolly good.
But they've gone straight up to their room.
Oh, they want to change and that,
They're both terribly tired, George. They've had no sleep for 2 days. There's been some trouble with the boilers on their ship. They're both dead tired.
Oh, well, we'll take the beer up to them. Look, I've gone and splashed out a bit of butter.
I really think we ought to let them sleep. They both looked awful when they arrived.
You mean they're staying up there till the morning?
I don't know yet. I'm sorry if it's a disappointment to you.
No, it's all right. This is Liberty.
But they were tired.
Well, that didn't mean anything.
You are disappointed, aren't you?
No. There'll be plenty of time to get to know each other next week. Hey, what's got into you, anyway?
Nothing.
You seem so nervous since I came back.
It's nothing. It's just that I haven't seen Mitch for a long time. It seems strange in being here, that's all.
Look, they can't both be asleep yet. Yeah, why don't we go up and have a drink with them and then let them
No,
go to bed?
we really ought to let them sleep it out.
Oh, all right. Where's their bags and all that?
They've taken everything upstairs with them.
Well, we'd better get the beer sorted out. I'll take it through to the kitchen. There's a couple of tins of lager for you. Yeah. What's Mitch's friend like? Had you met him before?
No, he's just a chap Mitch met on the ship. They share the same cabin together. His people live in London.
Well, why didn't he go down there then?
Mitch wanted him to meet me. I think he wanted to show off.
What sort of fellow is he then?
Well, he's all right. He bought a whole bag full of toys for his kid brother.
How do you know? You open it up?
What are you asking me this question for?
Oh, nothing. Well, I just wondered what sort of fellow he was. You are an estater.
No, I'm perfectly all right.
Okay. Here, how about having one of your tins of lager? Here, I'll get a glass for you.
It's just that we never seem to get on so well when there are other people around. I hope it won't be like that on account of Mitch.
Oh, why should it?
Because you never really trust me. You think I may say the wrong thing and shock people?
Oh, it'd take a lot to shock a couple of merchant seamen, wouldn't it, huh? Here you are now. Drink this. See if it doesn't put a different complexion on things, huh?
Thank you. What if, when you get talking with Mitch about the places he's been, you start wishing you hadn't got married and settled down?
Oh, is that what's on your mind?
You've always wanted to go abroad, haven't you?
Oh, well, everyone wants to travel.
George, what if we both went away together?
Where to?
Oh, it doesn't matter. Somewhere where no one speaks English, so there'd only be the two of us.
Is that what Mitch's coming here has done to you?
It's only made me think that we're best when we're on our own.
Look, if he's upset you in some way, have a good man to go upstairs and ask him to go.
No, he hasn't said anything. It's just because we've got something, you and me. I don't want us to ever lose it. I don't want us to slip back to whatever we were before.
Has my mother been saying things?
No, it's got nothing to do with her, not this time.
Oh.
Well, in a way it is, because Mitch being up here, it makes me remember what I used to be like. George, will you promise me that whatever happens, we won't forget what we've built up together?
Well, what could happen? We're married, aren't we? I don't know what you're worried about.
I'm just being silly, I suppose. Maybe I just wanted to tell you how much I love you.
Well, love you. You go a very complicated way about it. I only wish I knew what was really going on in your mind.
If you could see into it right now, all you'd see would be one big muddle.
Oh, well, you drink up while I go and fix the car. Oh, I'd almost forgotten it.
What are you going to do with this arm?
Oh, distribute your arm. I'll take it out, put it on the shelf in here somewhere. It's only a little thing. I'll show you in the morning how it works, if you like.
All right.
Now, you sit tight there. I won't be a jiffy. And stop worrying.
All right, I'll try. You'll need the torch, won't you?
Oh, yes, thanks. What a night. Roll on summer. Oh. Push. Where are you? Oh, now then, Push, you freeze to death out here. Come on. Hello, what have we got here? Hey. Mary.
What is it?
There's two sets of prison convict uniforms in our dustbin.
Uniforms in our dustbin.
Men who escaped. They must have got hold of civilian clothes somehow, and they had to dump their prison gear somewhere, and they've used our dustbin.
But there's been no one round here.
Well, they wouldn't ring the front doorbell and ask permission, would they? Anyway, it means that they can't have got very far. They must be hiding just around this street somewhere.
Why around here?
Because their uniforms are here.
But they may have been there for almost an hour and a half. I mean, they could have got a long way from here in that time.
Those uniforms weren't there when I went to get the beer.
How do you know?
Well, when I was leaving here, after you closed the front door, I found a banana skin someone had thrown in our garden path. I put it in the dustbin.
But it was dark. How could you see what was in there?
Well, it doesn't matter, does it? I'd have sensed if those clothes had been in there. Well, take up half the dustbin. Anyway, look, you go upstairs and tell Mitch what it's all about. You'll have to wake him up if he's asleep, and stay up there till I get back. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Where are you going?
Well, I have to tell the police, of course. Or it might be quickest if I went straight to the prison itself.
But, George, it's not our business.
What do you mean, not our business?
I just don't want you to go to the police, that's all.
Well, why not?
I don't want us to get involved.
But there's two criminals escaped from prison.
You've lived next to that place all your life, but you don't know what it's like to be inside there. Locked up, treated like an animal.
And do you?
Why do you ask that?
Well, I didn't mean do you really know what it's like to be in prison. I meant that... But I don't understand you. Of course we've got to go to the police.
George, if you feel you must go, then that's all there is to it.
But why don't you want me to?
Because you're a frightened little man.
Huh?
You always wanted to run to someone or something bigger than yourself. If your father lived, you might have got it all out of your system, but he didn't. So you're always looking for something big and powerful to lean on and make decisions for you and to run to.
You never talked like this before.
I didn't have to. You seem to be getting more used to being a married man and not being frightened anymore.
Mary, you've been married before, haven't you?
What's that got to do with it? Up to 2 minutes ago, we were happy, weren't we? But as soon as anything comes in from the outside, we start to break up.
Like 2 prison uniforms in our front garden, for instance?
Like anything. We just don't remain a single unit anymore because you don't trust me.
Oh, but I just don't know what to make of you, Mary.
All right, then I'll tell you. I was married when I was 18, and he was very young and foolish. Now, do you want to know any more?
Only what you want to tell me.
I didn't want to tell you things that might hurt you.
You mean you loved him more than you loved me?
Young love's different, George. It's wild and crazy. It goes deep inside you.
I know. I was in love with a girl when I was 20. Only I had my mother to think about.
Well, I didn't bother to think about anyone but me.
And did he leave you?
What happened was as much my fault as it was his. I was full of big ideas, wanting expensive things and a gay time.
Yeah, I see. So you'd rather I didn't tell the police about those prison uniforms?
I thought we'd got off that.
I know you did.
What's that supposed to hint at?
Mary, that telegram you had from your brother, where is it?
Well, what do you want it
The
for?
telegram he sent you from Liverpool. He never showed it to me. It should have Liverpool written across it somewhere.
Well, I suppose it did, but what are you talking about? It was 2 days ago. I must have thrown it
The
away.
12 months we've been together, I've never seen a letter from him.
He never writes letters. Don't you think he exists or something? He's upstairs asleep.
Oh, that'll be Jerry Sharp, likely. I invited him back for a cup of tea.
Oh, send him away. I want to talk to you.
Don't worry. Just because you're not the woman I married, I'm not going to be the laughing stock in the neighborhood. You'll be all right.
George!
Oh, hello, Jerry. Thought it'd be you.
Well, I've got time for that cup of tea if the offer's still good.
There, it's coming.
Oh, what's the matter with you then? Camel got the hump?
No, I'm all right. Let's get this door closed. It's freezing.
Well, aren't you going to put the chain on it?
Well, hardly any dates with you in the house, is there?
I see what you mean. Well, I'd certainly teach them a lesson. I've got my hands on them, keeping us all out on a night like this.
Yeah, well, come on down to the kitchen, get warm, huh? Oh, as a matter of fact, we were just putting the kettle on, weren't we, Mary?
Yes.
Oh, it's a rotten shame, really. All you chaps being kept out on a night like this, when for all we know, those 2 men may be snug as anything somewhere in the warm.
Oh, I don't know about that. They're more likely perishing of cold in someone's coal shed. Anyway, how's Mary getting on?
I'm all right, thank you.
Well, I've got to be back in an hour. There's a whole van load of extra dogs being brought in from Nottingham.
Are they supposed to know where the men are?
They're given something to smell that the prisoners have been wearing. Then we go on the leash with them. Mind you, if I get the dog that picks up the scent, he'll be off his leash the moment he starts tugging.
You really hate anyone who's on the wrong side of the law, don't you, Jerry? I mean, you wouldn't want to deprive the dogs of their bit of fun, would you?
Oh, I don't think Jerry meant anything like that, did you, Jerry?
Well, the dogs are trained not to attack a person, provided they don't offer any resistance.
I see. And the dogs decide whether the person is offering resistance or not.
The dogs are very well trained, if you're interested to know.
If you've got nothing to let the dogs smell, no clothes, like...
Bedding. Use their bedding. As a matter of fact, their clothes haven't been found yet. They must have dumped them somewhere. They can't still be walking around in their prison togs.
Do you know anything about these men yet?
Oh, they're a couple of bad boys, all right. Donnelly and Wilson. You remember they did a bank job down in London a couple of years ago?
I don't remember it, no.
Oh, their names were all in the papers. They were both armed at the time. They beat up a night watchman, used the butts of their guns.
They drew 10 years each on account of that.
So I suppose I'll be watching for them down in London tomorrow.
If we don't catch them tonight, they will. You know, that's a funny thing. Most blokes, as soon as they break out of prison, doesn't matter where they are, they head for home like a lot of flipping homing pigeons. Just shows what a balmy lot some of them are inside. They all know that as soon as a man breaks out, we're watching their relatives, no matter where they live.
What if they don't have any relatives?
Then they've got nowhere to run to, have they? I mean, no one's going to harbour an escaped convict unless there's something in it for them, or because he's a member of the family. Now, you take this Donnelly, for instance. According to the screws of the Nick, no one's ever visited him since he started serving his time there. He was supposed to have had a pretty young wife when he was carrying a gun around, but the moment he got sent to prison, she just faded out.
Here's your tea.
Oh, thanks, Mary.
Yours, George.
Thanks.
If you don't mind, I've got a few things to do upstairs.
Oh, you're leaving us?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Oh, something the matter with her?
No, there's just got a few things on her mind, I imagine.
Women, you've got to have them, but you can never understand them. Got any fags on you?
Oh, yes, sure. Got some up here. That's funny. No, I know I did have them on this shelf.
That doesn't matter. I just run out.
Yes, but I had some up here. Oh, Mary must have taken them.
I thought she'd stopped smoking.
Yes, well, she must have put them somewhere.
Or maybe there's been someone else round who'd run out.
Yeah, I suppose that could have happened, yes.
Anyway, you'll have plenty of duty-frees when your brother-in-law arrives. No sign of them yet, I suppose?
No.
Oh, they'll have stacks. I wouldn't mind a couple of packets if there's any going.
Oh, sure, I'll ask them.
You know what time they're arriving yet?
Well, Mary said something about trouble with the ship. Boilers or something. They were a bit uncertain about when they'd be free.
Oh, they'll be running out of trains as they're not here pretty soon. I hear you're getting all spruced up for them.
Oh, you mean the paintwork on the window? Well, I really ought to be getting on with that.
No, I mean, aren't you getting a couple of new suits?
Oh, well, I've been thinking about it.
Well, your missus has been thinking, if what I hear's right. The wife saw her buying them.
What? Your Jessie saw Mary buying suits for me?
Yes. Now, don't tell me you didn't know anything about it.
Oh, well, I guess she was up to something.
Well, you can't fool me, George. You didn't know anything about it, did you?
Oh, it's our first anniversary coming up next week. Well, I knew she'd been saving up for something.
Now I've gone and let the cat out of the bag. Anyway, when she shows them to you, you look surprised. That's the way to treat a woman, same as you would a child.
Yes, I know. Mary's full of surprises.
Well, I'm off. Now, don't forget about those fags when your brother-in-law turns up.
No, come with you to the front door.
Thanks for the warm-up. You see, it's going to freeze solid tonight.
Oh, yes, I expect you're right.
Good night, then, George.
Good night, Jerry. Now, remember about the cigarettes for you.
Shall I put the kettle on?
All right, Roddy. Did George say they're
Two men broke out of Chesterton prison late this afternoon. They are Michael John Donnelly, aged 28, and Brian Wilson, aged 25. Both men are serving 10-year prison sentences for an armed raid on a London bank 2 years ago. Police have set up roadblocks on the roads leading to Nottingham and Leicester, and drivers are being questioned. It is believed that the two men who escaped...
Oh, evening, Roddy.
I thought you were busy tonight.
Well, I sort of
scaled the outer wall.
What about these two men? What?
This afternoon, police headquarters issued a warning that these two men may be dangerous.
Well,
road depth
you can switch that off now, Roddy.
A minute.
Well, that's the second time tonight they've been on about those fellas. They put on pictures of them before.
Oh, what did they look like?
Well, you could see what type of men they were, all right.
Oh, those photographs the police take, they always make people look like that.
Oh, it doesn't matter who takes the photograph. You could see what type of men they were. You're just in time for a cup of tea, George.
I'll just have one, Mother.
Yeah, I suppose you have.
Well, we'll have one, thanks.
Well, I'll go make it then. I shan't be long.
Mother, you've got a lot of old newspapers somewhere, haven't you?
They're in the bottom cupboard there.
Oh.
That's that Maggie Fairkettle for you. Asked me to put by your morning newspapers from when you were living here, so she could put them under her new carpet. Then she never collected them. Oh. You could throw that lot out now. She'll never want them now.
Yes, I will.
What are you looking for in there, then?
These were about the same time as those two men were caught.
Well, that's nothing to do with us. I know what I'd like to do with them men.
What would you do with them?
Oh, they're not fit to live, not that sort.
Well, it didn't kill anybody.
I don't know what's got into you with all your new ideas on things. Or maybe I do.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I suppose you've got a right to your own ideas.
Meaning I haven't, I suppose.
I never said that.
We got the teapot in here.
It's over there, Roddy.
Oh, thanks. What have you got all these newspapers out for? Somebody doing their crosswords?
George is looking up about them men what escaped. He feels sorry for them.
I never said that, Mother.
Well, look at what it says in this one. Shorter jackets for men. Oh, that's going a bit back, isn't it?
Well, they're all 2 years old, these papers.
I can't think how you've got time reading through all them now. I thought you'd be up to your eyes with your new relatives by now. I suppose they've all arrived to make themselves at home by now, haven't they?
Oh, yes. Mary's looking after them.
Yeah, I suppose she is. Blood's thicker than water.
What do you think of this, then? Miss Lola DuPont, honeymooning on the Italian Riviera with film director husband Amo Kazana or something, told reporters, "I shall love this man till the day I die." She divorced him last month, didn't she?
I thought you was making the tea, Roddy.
Oh, only trying to be helpful. This isn't what you're after, isn't it? Bank raiders sentence. Hey, look, they're photographs of them. They're the same as they put on the telly earlier on tonight.
Here, let me see.
Hold on a minute. Donnelly's wife leaves court in tears. See picture on page 5.
Here, let me have the paper.
All right. Look for yourself if you want.
I can't think why you're so interested.
Just a minute, Mother.
Do you mind if I look too?
If you want to.
Oh, she looks a slip of a thing, doesn't she? Oh, very dramatic the way she's holding that handbag up to her face, isn't it?
Yeah, she wouldn't want anyone to recognize her coming out of a place like that, I wouldn't wonder.
Myra Donnelly. Oh, that's a nice name for a girl. I always think.
Sounds soft to me. It isn't English.
Well, is that what you were looking for then, George?
But also curious, that's all. Weren't you making some tea or something?
I thought you didn't want any.
He changed his mind.
All right, then, tea for 3 coming up. Now then, where's that teapot?
It's over there.
All right, yeah. Oh, well, off we go. Shan't be long.
Well, have you finished with them newspapers?
Yes, so I'll throw them out for you.
Oh, leave them there. Roddy will do it.
Mother, I may be going away for a bit.
I've been expecting that.
What makes you say that?
Well, I know you two wouldn't want to be stuck in a place like Thrapton forever. Not now you've got each other. I mean to say, Mary's only young, and young people want some fun. There's not for a year.
Oh, no, I meant I might be going away on my own for a bit.
Who'd look after you?
I can look after myself.
Oh. Well, I suppose it's none of my business.
Now, you see, Mary may have to go with her brother back to London for a while. Well, there may be some business they've got to clear up down there.
I see.
What do you see?
Well, naturally, that comes first with her, doesn't it? What would happen to your job while you're gone away?
I'd have to get another when I get back, wouldn't I? No, I just thought I'd warn you that I might be going. You'll be all right with Roddy here.
Where were you thinking of going, then?
Abroad, somewhere.
Well, there must be some reason why you're planning to fly off in different directions. Not that it's any of my business, of course.
Well, Mother, I wanted to talk to you about it.
Well, I'm here.
Hey, open up. I've got my hands
Oh,
full.
all right.
Yes. Did you hear those bloodhounds howling just then? You can hear them from the back clear as anything. Oh, it's enough to give you the creeps. Where shall I put the tray? Next to you, Mrs. Maid.
Put it down here, Roddy.
Ah, there you are. Yeah, was I interrupting you?
No, it's all right. As I was saying, Mother, I wondered if you could help me, that's all.
You should know that's my only thought, George. I've always done everything I could to help you. That's one advantage of being an only child.
Yes, I know. This person, they might not have to go away to clear up this business if things were made more worthwhile for them round here.
Who do you mean by this person? You or somebody else?
Are you sure I'm not interrupting? Well, I could take my tea up to my own room.
There's no need for you to do that, Roddy. If what's going to happen happens, everybody's going to know about it any road. Now then, George, who were you talking about?
I was referring to Mary.
And who's done anything to cross her, I'd like to know. Isn't she grateful for what you've done for her? Now, let me tell you something, George, that your father used to say, what is to be will be.
Oh. So that's how you're ready to help me, is it?
There's no one can help you if she's made up her mind to go.
I know it's none of my business, George, but are you saying that Mary's going away?
It's like as you will. And me, too.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Well, she's such a bright person around these
Mother,
parts.
here's the front door key to this house. I'll ring the bell in future.
Now, what's the meaning of that? That's your key and this is your home.
My home's where my wife is, if she'll have me.
If she'll have you, I should think the boot's on the other foot.
Well, that's your way of looking at it, Mother. I'll be off now.
But if that woman's leaving you, you'll come back here, won't you?
Good night, Mother.
George!
Good night.
Well, shall I go after him?
No, he'll come back. He's got a comfortable home here. It's just a lot of funny ideas other people have put into his head. If she'll have him, I never heard such nonsense.
But, isn't it serious if they're both talking about going away?
I expected it of her. She's got far too highfalutin ideas for people like us. Don't worry about George. He's far too steady to fly off anywhere. He'll be perfectly all right once he's got shot of her.
But what if he loved her? Maybe she still loves him.
Oh, you can't tell me a young chit of a thing like that knows anything about love. Love is something you learn about through suffering.
I really think we ought to go after him, Mrs. O'Nage. Maybe you want somebody to talk to.
If he wants to talk to anybody, he's always got me. And why don't you call me Auntie like I told you?
Auntie, then.
Now, settle down and drink your tea. There's no rhyme or reason why either of you two boys should get upset by whatever that young woman is up to. Go on, sit yourself down.
All right.
And in future, you can call me Mother, if you like.
Evening, George.
Hello.
What are you looking for in your dustbin this time of night?
Oh, there were some things in there.
That's what dustbins are for, isn't it?
Well, they're gone now.
Maybe the dustbin's been working overtime, eh?
Yeah. Well, maybe he has.
I saw some fellas go off in your car.
Yeah, I suppose you did. Mary and her mother had to go somewhere.
Oh. She locked you out then?
No, I'm just going in. Good night.
Good night. You see, she has locked you out. She put the chain on the door. That's what my old woman used to do.
Well, there's a window open round the back. I'll get in there.
Shall I wait to see if you're all right?
No, don't bother. Good night.
Good night.
Where aren't you going, then?
I wanted to see how you get in.
I'm going round the back. There's a window open there.
Oh, all right, then. Good night.
Good night. Poor old devil. Oh, let's see about getting in. Oh, how did milk bottles get round here? Fine cut bird the ride make. Now the light. Nope.
Oh, it's you.
What are you doing with that gun?
I might ask you what you're doing climbing through the window. Look at your trousers. They're covered in paint.
You had the chain on the front door.
Well, the way you went off, I didn't know whether you were coming back or not. Let me do something about that.
No, leave me alone.
All right.
I see the car's gone.
If you'd been here, I could have asked you about it.
You would have asked me.
It was their only way of getting away.
And why didn't you go with them?
Would you have liked me to have done that?
Oh, see. You mean this way people aren't going to talk? I suppose they left that gun behind, did they? Or have you had it hidden away all the time?
I don't don't know what you're on about.
You don't? I suppose some little bird came and took away those uniforms out of the dustbin.
They were their uniforms. They'd taken them with them.
Oh, isn't that rather dangerous? What if they're stopped and the wrong person sees those uniforms in the boot of the car?
But who's going to stop them?
Oh, I see. Of course, some time has gone by now. The roadblocks will probably already be down.
George, I don't know what you're talking about. Those were the uniforms they wear on the ship. They were going to buy new ones tomorrow in town, but now they've got to use the ones they had. You made a mistake.
Oh, that's really clever, that is.
George, you're talking like a stranger. Can I tell you what happened?
Go on.
Oh, you know, that's just what your mother says. Go on when she means she doesn't want to listen. And I see when she means she doesn't see a damn thing of what you're saying.
Leave my mother out of it.
Mitch and his friend have been called back.
Oh, is that what you call it? You mean back inside the ship? So they'll need their uniforms, won't they?
Just after you walked out of here the way you did, there was a message telling them to go back to Liverpool straight away. There's something still wrong with the boilers. They'll both be back here by tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah, isn't that pushing the luck just a bit too far, coming back here?
Well, if you're going to carry on like this, I suppose it is. I better tell them to stay away.
And I suppose all that's part of the plan, too. People know about those 2 suits you bought.
That's what comes of living in a town like this. They're upstairs if you want to see them. I had them in the wardrobe in the hall before you went out.
How did you have the money to buy them?
We don't. Not both of them. They're on approval to see if they fit you. And I've got enough money put by for you to have one of them.
You got it all worked out, haven't
Yes,
you?
because I'm a better manager than you or anyone else around here likes to imagine. Now, will you excuse me, please?
What do you want now?
I simply want to get to the tap to fill this hot water bottle. It's freezing in bed alone.
Oh. Yeah, but you had to live in this town, didn't you? That was vital, wasn't it?
I picked it out with a pin. It looked as good as anywhere else. I just wanted to get away from London. I've told you all this before.
Well, I'll give you one thing. You've been faithful. You've worked and planned and plotted. You've done more than most women would do to help their man.
George, have you been drinking? You know you can't take it.
I have not been drinking.
Then is there something you want to tell me that I ought to know about?
Only that you've done your job very well. And there's one other thing.
Yes?
None of it would really matter if I didn't love you.
George, you're very sweet sometimes. Sometimes in the strangest ways. Would you mind telling me exactly what it is that does matter?
What matters? You know, you're so cool, it's a wonder that hot water bottle on your arm doesn't turn into a block of ice.
Well, it hasn't done up to now. Are you coming to bed now?
I don't know how you can ask that. After a whole year of pretense.
Then are you going to spend the night down here?
No, just leave me alone.
All right. Good night.
Mary.
Yes, George.
No, there's nothing. Leave me alone.
All right. Good night.
Mary, the gun. Oh, no, I see I'm left with the gun. Well, let it be on her conscience. Young love's wild and crazy. So they'll do anything to help each other, even if it means breaking my heart. Now, all I have to do is pull this trigger. It's all over. Oh, heavens, Mary. I wish it hadn't had to end like this.
Louis, no.
This gun. Where'd you get it from? It's a water pistol.
I know. You got water all over your face. Oh, let me get a towel to you. You do the oddest things sometimes.
Where'd it come from?
One of the presents Mitch's friend bought for his little brother. When I heard someone breaking into the kitchen, I brought it downstairs just to scare them. Now then, hold still while I mop you up.
You know what I thought?
Don't tell me you thought it was a real one, or I'll be quite sure you've gone off your head. Fancy pointing it at yourself and squeezing the trigger.
Oh, no. You see, what I thought was...
Well, I'm listening.
It doesn't matter now. What did you come back for?
Oh, to give you back your cigarettes.
Oh, Tar.
I was going to have one, and I took them off the shelf. You'll probably need them if you're going to spend the night down here.
Yes, thanks. I thought you'd taken them for Mitch.
No, he had plenty. He's left a carton for you. The ones they get cheap on the ship. They're upstairs.
Oh, that was thoughtful of him.
You know, George, you're still acting like you thought the world was coming to an end.
I really thought it was. Can I kiss you?
It could be arranged. I am the woman you married, you know.
Oh, Mary, love. I think things will be different now. I sort of straightened things out with my mother tonight. I'll still go on visiting her, of course, but things will be different. And thank you for the electric razor.
Oh, you nice, funny man. Now come to bed. There's only one flight of stairs back where we started.
Yes, all right. I better bolt up this window, though. Paint's ruined anyway. Climbing in. Don't want those men breaking in here. Not tonight.
Oh, they've been caught. I just thought you'd have known.
When were they caught?
Sometime this evening. They were on their way back to Leicester. What's the matter now? You look like you've seen a ghost.
If anyone had planned to help them after they'd broken out of prison, those plans would have to wait now. Until they broke out again. Wouldn't they?
I suppose so.
When did you know about this?
Well, the police told me when they came round here.
Police were here?
Well, you know, telegrams aren't delivered this time of night, so Mitch's chief engineer telephoned from Liverpool to the local police station. They sent someone round here with a message.
And the policeman saw Mitch?
It was that young P.C. Robinson. You know what he's like, bossy like all the others. He insisted on delivering the message personally, so I had to wake up Mitch and bring him down. Now, can you tell me what's worrying you this time?
Oh, no, nothing. I just thought... It's nothing. Nothing now.
Are you quite sure?
Yes, I'm quite sure. Are you going to show me those 2 new suits tonight?
Is that the most interesting thing I can do for you right now?
No. Come here, love. I reckon they can wait.
Tonight's presentation of You're Not the Woman I Married, you heard Hugh Russ as George, Diane Wilson as Mary, John Hayter as Sharp, and James White as Roddy. Others in the cast were Kenneth Baker, Michael Drin, and Marjorie Gordon. You're Not the Woman I Married was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Hollywood, California, Monday, June 7th. The Lux Radio Theatre presents Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer in British Agent. Lux presents Hollywood. We want to thank all of you for your regular purchases of Lux Flakes. It is this loyalty that makes possible the Lux Radio Theater. Tonight, our stars are Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer. Our guests, Dolly Tree, noted costume designer of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, and Natalie Bucknell, head of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's research department and former secret agent. This program was produced each week by Hollywood's distinguished director, Cecil B. DeMille, with Louis Silvers conducting, direct from our theater on Hollywood Boulevard. May we take this opportunity to say once again, welcome, everyone, to the Lux Radio Theater. Before starting our play, I have a letter here that is typical of the mail that comes to us here in Hollywood or is forwarded to us from our different stations. Miss Harriet Rumsey of Alton, Illinois, in her enthusiasm for our product and our show, writes as follows.
Most women realize that they owe a debt of gratitude to Lux Flakes. They know that their stockings, their silk things, their woolens are preserved by Lux Care. Now the American public has another cause to be grateful to Lux. Your radio hour is a great contribution. Monday is a red-letter day in our family because of the Lux Radio Theater.
Lux appreciates your kind words very much, Miss Rumsey. It's the loyalty of our big Lux family that makes it possible for us to give you the kind of show we want you to have. So every time you order Lux, and by the way, the big box is most convenient, just remember you are contributing to the success of the Lux Radio Theater and such plays as we give you tonight under the direction of Cecil B. DeMille. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Errol Flynn's early career was charted with a compass. He came to Hollywood through the tropic tempests of the South Seas, where he was captain of a trading schooner, while Francis Farmer, who hails from Seattle, arrived here by way of Russia. A descendant of Fletcher Christian, who led the mutiny on the Bounty, Errol has been an officer in charge of native constabulary, a pearl and coral fisher, a beachcomber, and a member of England's boxing team in the 1928 Olympics. For a time in Australia, he was also a bottle smeller. This odd pursuit consisted of whiffing bottles to see if any odors remained after washing. Once he led a film expedition to the land of New Guinea. The natives were headhunters, but they shot Errol in the ankle. Returning to New Guinea to dig for gold, he made a small fortune, quickly spent it, bought a boat, and with 3 friends duplicated the voyage made by Captain Bligh of the Bounty up the inner passage of the Great Barrier Reef from Sydney to the South Seas. Back in Australia, Errol had his first taste of picture acting, made a second film in England, and was soon on Warner Brothers' payroll. He has written 1 book and many short stories. He's here tonight in the part of Stephen Locke. Frances Farmer developed her talent for acting while a student at the University of Washington, where she helped pay her way by ushering in a theater, tutoring, waiting on table, and working in a department store. To her great surprise, she won a contest sponsored by a Seattle newspaper, the prize being a trip to Russia. On the way back, she met a theatrical producer who introduced her to a film executive in New York. Frances made her screen test, won a contract, and returned home a Paramount player. Her next picture is exclusive, and we hear her tonight as Elenia. Our play is based on the Warner Brothers film suggested by Bruce Lockhart's best-selling autobiography of the same title. So up goes our coast-to-coast curtain, and the Lux Radio Theater presents British Agent, starring Errol Flynn and Frances Farmer. The city of Petrograd. The dawn of the Russian Revolution, October 1917. Steps of the British Embassy in Petrograd, a young man watches the mounting fury of the Russian Civil War. A screaming, hysterical mob sweeps through the streets, driven on by the lashing whips of the mounted police. Suddenly, a girl breaks from the crowd and comes stumbling through the shrubbery. She falls to her knees. The young man darts from the steps and catches her in his arms. Steady there.
Let me go. Please.
It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you. Where are you running to?
The police. They are chasing me. Let me go.
Well, you're safe here. Look. Get behind that hedge.
Chesterton! Chesterton!
Don't move. What are you doing in here?
I am of the police. That woman. She shoot at me. My arm.
Well, you've no right in these grounds. This is the British Embassy. British territory, do you understand? Now get out.
I take her. She shoot me.
Did you hear me? This is British territory. Get out, I said.
Ja pedo studia. Ja yo bude pomia.
Well, it's all right now. He's gone.
Thank you. I am quite sure you saved my life.
Tough customer, wasn't he? Still, you can't blame him for being a bit annoyed, you know. After all, you did take a shot at him.
He deserved it.
Well, he got it.
Well, I had better go. After all, I am trespassing on British territory, too.
Well, you can't go out there until this row blows over.
Blows over? This is not just a street riot. It is the revolution. Tomorrow, the red government will be in power.
Oh. And the day after that, the white, eh? Then the green, and so on.
Perhaps you do not know a great deal about it, eh?
Well, perhaps not, but I'm trying to. Oh, perhaps we should introduce ourselves. My name's Locke, Stephen Locke, British Embassy.
How do you do?
Fine, thank you. And you?
Forgive me, but I am keeping you out here in the cold. Had not you better go in before you get pneumonia?
Oh, I risk the cold. But, well, I suppose I better go in and let them know I'm still alive. Look, you can slip out the side gate there. It's clear now.
Thank you. Good night.
Good luck.
Mr. Locke, I'm glad you've come in, sir. I was beginning to worry about you.
Oh, were you? Thanks, Evans.
Sir Walter has been asking for you. He wants to see you at once, sir.
Oh, right. In the library?
Yes, sir.
Evening, Sir Walter.
Locke. Yes. Come in.
Evans said you wanted to see me, sir.
Yes, sit down, Locke. Nasty business, this.
The revolution? Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. From all indications, the Russian government will fall before the week is out. It places us in a rather uncomfortable position, Locke. I might even say a precarious position.
Yes, quite, sir.
If and when the government falls, we have orders from London to close the embassy.
Close the embassy?
Yes, move out. Bag and baggage back to England.
I see.
However, we plan to leave someone behind. Someone who understands the situation here and who will act as a sort of unofficial observer.
Well, sir?
I have recommended you.
Oh. Well, thank you, sir.
I thought I'd let you know a little beforehand. That'll give you plenty of time to make plans.
Yes, just what will my duties be, sir?
Well, frankly, I'm not quite sure. But you'll be informed in time, though. But whatever they are, my boy, you'll need your wits about you every minute of the day and night. Now, you'll be alone here, entirely on your own. It won't be an easy job. It may be a dangerous one. Do you still want it?
Well, never, sir.
Good boy. We'll have a long talk before I leave.
Russian government crumbles. Lenin heads new Russian state.
Cavalry flees new Russian state. Bolsheviks in power. Paper.
Lenin seeks separate peace with Germany. French, Italian, British embassies closed.
British embassy closed. Lord, and don't I know it. Evans, this place is like a tomb. Can't we get some heat in here?
Yes, sir. I'll see to it, sir.
No message from England yet?
Not a word, sir. Will you have your tea now, sir?
Well, yes, thanks. I may as well have something to do, I suppose.
Oh, Mr. Tito Del Valle of the Italian legation called, sir. He wanted to know if you dined this evening with Monsieur Lafarge and Mr. Medill of the American Red Cross.
Del Valle, Lafarge, Medill, and Locke. The four lost souls of Russia. The only one who knows why he's here is Medill, and he's not sure.
Oh, I said you go with them, sir. The Gypsy Cafe. It will rest your nerve. You have been a bit jumpy, sir, the last few weeks.
Well, why wouldn't I be jumpy? It's enough to give a man the jitters, sitting here day after day doing nothing when everybody else in the world is either fighting or working for his country. God, they even let old ladies knit socks. Listen to that. For days they've been going by, Russian soldiers back from the front. Every one of them that leaves makes England's position that much weaker. All I can do is stand in a window and watch them go by.
They also serve who stand and wait.
Wait? Wait for what?
Your tea, sir.
Oh, yes. Thanks, Evans.
Come on, cheer up, Locke. You've got a face a yard long. It can't be as bad as that.
Sorry, Medill.
Look at me, in the same barge as you, Stefan.
Boat, Tito, boat.
Oh, in the same boat, yes. Waiting for word from my home office. And Lafarge here, too.
On me? I only wait for a visa on my passport.
Well, I'd like to know who's going to do it for you. There's no one left here.
Oh, looking for someone, Locke?
No, I was looking at someone. I say, wait a bit, will you, fellas? Back in a few minutes.
Uh-huh. You see? That girl who just came in. He is going to speak to her. He knows her, maybe, eh? I wonder if he knows the man who came in with her.
Why? Who is the man?
Pavlov, head of the Cheka, the Russian secret police. I have heard of that. Who hasn't?
Well, how do you do?
Oh, the Englishman.
Yes, the lady of the garden. Eh?
Oh, you remember me. Oh, this is Mr. Pavlov. Pavlov, Mr.
Mr. Stephen Locke, is it not?
Yes, how do you do, sir? I don't seem to recall where we met.
No, we've never met. You will excuse me a moment, please. There's someone over there I must speak with.
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Sit down, Mr. Locke. Tell me, did you catch cold that night?
Well, I sneezed once and then decided against it. You see, with your revolution going on, I didn't know if I'd ever get my handkerchiefs back from the laundry.
And I thought you had gone back to England with the others.
Oh, no. The embassy left in such a hurry they forgot me and one old umbrella.
Do you come here often?
Every night. I sit in the embassy all day and here every night.
But haven't you anything to do?
Not a blessed thing. My orders were to consider myself embalmed. You know, I've been sitting for the last month, watching you Russians negotiating for a separate peace. Not making a move, not even presenting an argument against it.
And why should you? Suppose England were in a war where she had more men mobilized than any other nation on either side, as Russia has. More than the United States and England put together. And suppose Englishmen were fighting with shells filled with sawdust. And suppose England's mortality rate was higher than any of the other nations, as Russia's is. You put England in Russia's place. What would you want England to do?
Just exactly what England would do. Keep right on fighting.
Exactly. Committing stupid murder and calling it English idealism.
We have ideals in England, you know.
And so have we. But at least I am fighting for ours.
I see. And I sit safely in the embassy, letting others fight for me, eh?
Oh, I did not mean it that way.
Oh, I know. You know, I'm getting as touchy on this subject as an old maiden lady about her pies. Forgive me, will you? I've been sitting down and vigorously doing nothing for so long, it's getting on my nerves. Look, let's get out of here and get some air, can we? I'm even sick of the smell of this place.
Oh, I would like to, but Pavlo.
Oh, yes, that's right.
We will go anyway. Come on, we will have to hurry. I do not want to explain. Are we going someplace in particular?
No, just driving.
Where?
Well, what's the difference? We can't go far enough to get out of Russia.
If I had a job in a country I did not like, do you know what I would do?
Go home?
Yes.
So would I. But suppose you had a job in a country you did like, and you were anxious to keep it from making a mistake, but your hands were tied. Then what would you do?
I would be very grateful they were tied so that they could not meddle in other people's business. And I would try to forget it by talking of something else.
Oh, well, what, for instance? The moon up there?
I think not.
Stars?
No.
Music?
No.
Us?
No.
Yes.
Why are you stopping?
Well, I can't drive and kiss you at the same time.
You should not have done that.
I suppose you think me a little presumptuous, eh?
A little. But at least it served to change the subject.
Oh, so you're bored,
No, but I am cold. Take me home, please.
But I'll see you again. May I?
You want to?
Yes, tomorrow?
So soon.
Wish we could make it sooner. Tomorrow's a long time. More coffee, Elaine?
Thank you. Oh, I really should be going. It is very late.
Oh, no, not yet. Stay and cheer me up.
Oh, you're not very flattering. I have been here all evening, and now you want cheering up.
Oh, that's just an excuse. I don't know what I'd have done without you these last few days.
Thank you. Why do you look at me like that?
You know, Elena, if I were a sculptor, I'd model a head of you and call it Joan of Arc. You have that kind of beauty. I think I'd model you standing... Oh, no, I wouldn't. Why, to think of you as Joan of Arc would be to think of losing you as a martyr and not keeping you as a woman.
I think you're a little mad, Stefan.
Think so?
I do not understand you.
Well, for the first time in my life, I don't understand myself. I think I'm in love with you, Elena.
Oh, that is impossible.
Is it?
Oh, please do not let me go, Stefan.
Afraid?
Yes.
With me?
No, for us. That kiss would be the beginning of something that we would both regret.
Would you regret loving people?
Yes. When you know you have to part.
But must we part?
Oh, you know we must. Our lives are devoted to following two ideals, Stefan, leading us in opposite directions. That means that sooner or later we must say goodbye.
Elena, if I weren't English and you weren't Russian, that'd make a difference, wouldn't it?
Yes.
I can't Can't we pretend, then?
Pretend?
Yes, that there's no war, no revolution. That we're just two people, unattached and free. Free to love each other, if we wanted to.
Oh, Stefan.
You do want to. You do, don't you, Elena?
So much.
Darling. Who's it?
I beg pardon, sir. May I see you a moment, please?
Right.
It's important.
Excuse me, Elena.
Of course.
Well, Evans?
Dispatch from London, sir.
From London? Get my decoding book.
Have it, sir. Right here, sir.
Well, let's see now. His Majesty's government has appointed you unofficial representative. Unofficial representative in Russia. Unofficial. Now, what the blazes does that mean?
Anyway, you've been appointed, sir.
We look to you to do all in your power to prevent signing of a separate peace with Germany. This does not convey recognition of Russia, but commissions you to act only as an individual. We cannot be responsible for your safety or your decision, but await your recommendations. At last, Evans.
It's wonderful, sir.
It's the greatest diplomatic mission of the whole war. We've got to keep the Russians fighting on the Eastern Front. How do you think I'll find the ambassadorial bed, Evans?
It's a roomy thing, sir. A bit large, but comfortable.
Evans, I appoint you Lord High Chancellor of the Bedchamber, Lord High Keeper of the Keys, Lord High, Lord High anything you like. In short, you're Pooh-Bah, Evans.
Thank you, sir.
I'll see the War Commission tomorrow. Talk them out of signing that peace treaty. This is the chance of a lifetime. But there's one thing. They mustn't know I'm unofficial.
Oh, no, sir.
Now, let's see. Oh, Lenya, I'm sorry.
It is all right. I was just going.
Well, I'll see you home.
Oh, please do not bother. You must be busy.
Well, I am rather, darling. You understand.
Of course. Good night.
Good night. I'll call you tomorrow.
Yes, please do, Stefan.
Mr. Locke?
Yes?
You have just promised this commission England's trade and recognition, in return for which Russia is to continue supporting the Allied armies at the front.
Exactly.
Tell us, Mr. Locke, on whose authority do you do this?
Why, I represent England.
You lie, Mr. Locke. You represent England only unofficially. Your purpose in coming here was to delay the making of a separate peace. You spoke well, but only expressed the opinion of one of England's many private citizens.
Seems that you know something of my affairs, gentlemen. May I ask how you know?
It is our business to know many things. You are excused, Mr. Locke. We advise you to leave Russia as soon as possible.
One moment, please. Gentlemen, it's quite true I am here only in an unofficial capacity. But allow me some time to communicate with London.
What for?
I'll tell my government that in return for your not opening peace negotiations, I've promised you immediate help. Money, ammunition, troops. My government will back me up, I know it. Well, gentlemen?
We will allow you 3 weeks, Mr. Locke. We must be assured, however, that during that time, England will do nothing to hinder our government.
I pledge England to that, sir.
Send your communication.
Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen.
We shall keep our promise, Mr. Locke. Let us hope that you keep yours and those you have made for England.
I think England's integrity is well known, sir. Good day, gentlemen.
Remember, Mr. Locke, 3 weeks.
Well, sir, how did it come out?
Oh, badly, Evans. They knew I was acting unofficially.
They knew it? But how,
Yes.
Oh.
That's how they knew it. She told them. Who's there?
Stefan,
Oh, it's you.
you said you would call. I had to come to see you.
What for? Come to ingratiate yourself again so that you can betray another confidence?
Oh, no, no.
Don't deny it. You were here when that dispatch came. You overheard what I said. You told them. How else could they know?
I had no intention of denying it, Stefan. It was my duty.
Really? And I suppose last night when you said you loved me, that was all in the line of duty, too, was it?
Last night was beautiful. So beautiful that what you said just now will not even spoil the memory of it. Goodbye, Stefan.
Oh, no, wait, Elena. I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said. Come here, darling.
Dearest.
Poor, foolish Elena. You believe so strongly in your ideals, don't you? Don't you see how wrong they are?
But my ideal is peace. Peace and the happiness for Russia. You call that wrong?
It must be wrong to let down one's friends. There must be loyalty between nations. This separate peace, it's a rank betrayal.
You mean that England will be inconvenienced because Russia refuses to share the burden of England's war?
No, we're fighting for the world.
Oh, you think your country is the world?
Well, at any rate, we kept on fighting when the Russians threw down their guns and ran away like a lot of frightened dogs.
Be quiet.
Lenya.
Oh, Stefan. Why did I do that when I love you so?
Darling, I suppose because we just aren't big enough to see over our ideals. Lenya.
Let's listen in for a moment now on a little girl and her mother. Patricia is 7, and she's been playing with her dolls while her mother is dressing for the afternoon.
Mommy, what are you going to do?
I was going to lux the things I was wearing this morning.
Can I come with you?
Well, of course, honey.
That slip looks clean as clean. Why do you wash it?
Well, I found it pays to lux things after every wearing. They stay pretty and new much longer that way. You see, dear, if I put them into the hamper, the perspiration dries in and it's apt to rot the threads. That's true of stockings, too. That's why Mother likes to lux things right after she takes them off.
Oh, Mommy, I want to lux Dolly's things after you're through. It looks like such fun.
Grown-ups, too, think it fun to lux things. It takes less than a minute to whisk up a nice froth of suds, swish things around a few times, and toss them into clear water. Less than a minute, mind you, and yet it keeps silks like new actually months longer. If you haven't a box of Lux handy to the bathroom wash bowl, make a note to get some tomorrow. And here again is Mr. DeMille.
British Agent continues, starring Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer. After promising help to the Russian government, Stephen waits to hear from his home office in London. Waits with growing anxiety for the official confirmation of his promises. It's late evening, near the end of his 3 weeks of grace. Alone in his study, Stephen paces the floor nervously. The door's flung open, and Elena stands on the threshold.
Elena, you shouldn't have come here. With your cars watching me, they may suspect you.
Something has happened, Stefan. I wanted to tell you, rather than have you humiliated by learning it from them.
What are you talking about?
British troops under General Poole landed on Russian soil this afternoon.
Why, then, that's the answer to my telegram. I've won.
No, Stefan. You have lost.
What do you mean?
They have come to fight against the revolution.
But they couldn't do that. I promised it.
It is true. I saw the official telegram.
Why, then England...
England betrayed you. This perfect country of yours, in spite of all its high ideals, ruined your career, humiliated you before the world. You see, it was you who were a little foolish, Stefan.
Not a bit of it. One's either useful or one isn't. My career. What's that when men are dying by hundreds in the trenches every day? England hasn't let me down. I let her down. I knew the promises I made were lies. I just wanted to delay that separate peace, that's all. I never sent that telegram.
Oh.
You better go now. You'll only get in trouble being here.
You will not see me again, Stefan.
Not see you?
The government is moving to Moscow. Naturally, I go with it. We shall not see one another, Stefan, even in Moscow.
You think more of your duty than you do of me, eh?
Yes. And I worship you. That is why we must not go on together. It would kill the most beautiful thing I'll never know, our love. And I wanted to live. Oh, do not see me again, please. Goodbye, Stefan.
Goodbye, Lane. Drop that grip right here, Evans.
Yes, Mr. Locke.
Open the windows, will you? It's stuffy.
Yes, sir.
Well, Pooh-Bah, make yourself at home, because this is it. That is, and until the checker asks me what the blazes I'm doing in Moscow.
I might ask, sir, what are you doing here?
I'm not exactly certain. All I know is that the government's here. I've a hunch that if I can establish some sort of a contact with them, they might be coerced, wheedled, or tempted back into the war somehow.
That was the doorbell, sir.
Was it? That rather tinkling noise, do you mean?
What do you suppose it means, sir?
Well, probably someone wants to be let in.
That must be it, sir.
Welcome to Moscow, Evan.
Mr. Medill and Monsieur Lafarge.
Hello, mon ami. See you.
Hello, Medill. Lafarge, Tito. How'd you know I was here?
Oh, we have spies, eh? Sure. We've been here a week already.
Oh, sit down. Look, I'll dig up a drink for you.
No time, Locke.
What? No time for a drink?
We are in a hurry.
What's the matter?
Perhaps you had better close the door.
Yes, Evans.
Yes.
Well?
I suppose you know the Tsar has been assassinated?
Yes, it's hardly news right now.
Well, an attempt is being made to reorganize the White Army.
What? By whom?
There are 2 Lettish officers here, Svobodu and an Irishman, Callahan, from the south.
Their chance?
They need money, as usual.
A White Army? To fight the revolution?
If they win, they'll put Russia back into the war. You'd like that, Locke?
Like it.
I could ask my government for 5 million francs. We thought perhaps you...
No, I have no government funds at my command.
You could give Callahan a draft on London.
Yes, I could. It's a long chance, of course, but...
And very unhealthy if we're caught. Well?
Where are these men now, Zabordo and Callahan?
They've got a hideout in a garret. We've been using it as headquarters. It's the only place in Moscow that has a keyhole without a spy Zia nestled in it.
All right. Take me there. It's the only thing left to do. Fight.
Okay.
Counter-revolution starts in Russia. White Army reorganized.
Mutiny breaks out in Russian ranks. Mutiny in Russia. Car seeks to suppress new mutiny. Russian secret police hot leaders.
You sent for me, Pavlov?
Yes, Elena. Sit down here. You're tired?
A little.
We cannot stop now, you know that.
Why did you want to see me?
It's about your friend, the Englishman.
Oh.
You have seen him since he came to Moscow?
No. Why, Pavlov?
We have reason to believe that he's supporting Svobodu and Callahan.
And why are you so sure of that?
At any rate, he's being credited with it.
And you want a scapegoat?
We must have sufficient evidence to arrest him.
What do you want me to do?
Obtain that evidence. If he's arrested now, he will only be deported. Later, he will be shot. You see, you'll be saving his life.
Is that an order?
It is.
I have no choice, then.
You're familiar enough with his habits to present yourself to a certain Lettish officer named Callahan. Give him this check. Tell him it's from Locke. Demand a receipt in full for all monies paid to Callahan by Locke so far. If the receipt is over the amount of the check, it will prove that Locke has contributed other money. Your knowledge of Locke and the gift of the check should be sufficient to convince Callahan that you're an accomplice of Locke's, and you will have the evidence.
I hope you're wrong, Pavlov. But if you are not, you will have it.
Tonight?
No. Tomorrow morning.
Well, Medill, have you got it? Who's it from, man?
Message from Kromolov. You better decode it, Locke.
Let me see it.
What does it say? Quick.
Wait a minute.
Well?
Kromolov's failed. The mutiny's been suppressed in Kiev.
That's nice. That makes everything just fine, doesn't it?
Our last hope is that Tito Del Val has been able to find Zabordo. He's holding the cadets in line.
Now, if he doesn't, there's only one place we'll find this little rebellion, and that's up the flue.
That's Lenin. He's the brains of the government. If he'd only make one mistake, relax his grip for 24 hours, the whole government would go to pieces.
Yeah, and a nice earthquake with a tidal wave would help, too, if you want to talk in terms of long shots.
Tito. Open the door.
Come in. I ran all the way from the station.
Well, did you find Zabodu?
Yes. Dead.
What?
Dead. Our last chance. Now what do we do?
I don't know.
You'd better get some sleep, Locke. You're on the verge of talking to yourself.
Yes, I'll get along. Back to my rooms.
Sure. You know, there's an old American proverb. When you're behind the 8 ball, there's nothing to do but sit there and wait for the break. Go ahead, Locke.
Who's that? Elaine. It's Joe?
I have been waiting for you.
Elaine, I wanted you to be here, too. I need you.
Oh, do not say that. Don't.
It's true. Everything else has gone to pieces. You're the only thing that's left of me.
Oh, no, stop, Stefan. You don't know what you're saying.
Oh, yes, I do. I've made a mess of everything, Elena. England backed the wrong horse, all right, when she gave me this job. I need a lot of cheering up this time.
I have not come to cheer you, Stefan. I cannot do that, ever.
You're here, darling. That's all I ask.
Oh, Stefan. If only you could understand that a woman can love a man, yet fight against him.
What?
You have always put your country before everything, have you not? Well, so have I.
Go on.
This morning I pretended to be your agent.
Go on.
The Chickaw wanted evidence on which to arrest you.
And you volunteered to get it?
And they told me if you were arrested now that you'd only be deported, but that later you would be shot.
I see. Well?
There is a man named Callahan to whom you gave a promissory note on London. I persuaded him to let me have it.
Oh. Yes?
But don't you see, it was to save your life.
Did you give him this evidence of the Chickaw?
No, not yet.
Really? Well, that's a pity. Because now you've lost the chance. You've been pretty clever, Elena. But you're going to be cheated of the praise that was coming to you. You wanted it both ways, didn't you? Gratitude to the state and my admiration for patriotism that made you able to betray someone you pretended to love. Well, it's not going to work out like that.
What are you going to do?
I'm locking the door. The country may have no further use for me, but I'm not cashing in without a struggle. I'm sorry to upset your plans with the Chickaw, but the inside of a prison doesn't appeal to me. So you're staying here for as long as it suits me to keep you.
And if I said that I wanted to stay?
What do you mean?
If I wanted to stay here with you?
How long?
As long as it suits you to keep me. For life.
Give up everything?
If you would.
I'm out of the game. That's easy. But with you, it's different. Elena, we could leave Russia together.
Together? I would not have believed that together was the loveliest word in the world.
Elena. I love you, darling.
I love you, Stefan.
I thought everything in my life was over and done with. Now I find that it's only just beginning. Have you ever been in England, Elena?
I spent a summer in Sussex.
Well, one day we'll have a house in Sussex. And in the morning, when the world's waking up, we'll go out through the wet grass and see the motherly old downs heaving themselves out of the mist. There'll be no more rumble of those guns from the Western Front, just the sound of a morning breeze stirring in the pines. I'll hold your hand then and say, forever, Elena.
Stefan, what is that noise?
Sounds like a crowd.
Open the window.
Why, it is a crowd. Look at them. They're filling the whole square.
Something has happened. Stefan, the door.
Stay where you are. I'll answer. Who is it?
Uncle Knock, it's Tito and Medill.
Tito, Medill, what's the matter?
Close that door.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Plenty. Lenin's just been shot.
He is dying.
Lenin shot? When did this happen?
Half an hour ago.
You see what it means? With Lenin out of it, we still have a chance.
A chance? Where's Lafarge? Quick.
Gone to find Callahan.
If we can rally the outlying districts, we might pull through. It's worth a try anyway.
What are you going to do?
Oh, it's all right, Elena.
You're going to fight. You're going to start all over again.
It's my duty.
But what of us? Our life together. We were going to England.
But I can't go now, darling. Not right away.
I see. Then it meant nothing to you. I mean nothing to you.
Please, Elena, I can't expect you to understand this, but It's a chance again. It's a chance to help England.
A chance for more murder and bloodshed. That is what you mean. That's what you want. Oh, haven't there been enough of that already? Haven't enough men died because of you?
Darling, Elaine.
You're to blame for all this. You with your petty plans and your filthy little schemes. Well, go on. Pass out your guns. You haven't murdered enough men yet. Shoot them down. Shoot them all down. But do not expect me to stand by watching.
Elaine, come back here. Come back.
We pause for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Before Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer continue our play, we hear from a woman who served for several years as a British agent at the very scene of tonight's story. She is Natalie Bucknall, head of the research department of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. Last year, Mrs. Bucknall spoke to us on film research. Tonight, it's about her thrilling war experiences. Decorated by the Tsar for heroism as a nurse, she later joined the famous 2nd Women's Battalion of Death. Marrying Lieutenant Commander George Bucknall, an English naval officer stationed in St. Petersburg, she became a British subject. But like the hero of our play, Mrs. Bucknall was not officially connected with the British government. Ladies and gentlemen, Natalie Bucknall.
What I'd like to say, first of all, Mr. DeMille, concerns neither spying nor research. Merely as one of the countless women who must feel the same as I do, I want to thank the sponsors of this program for a product which saves us women so much time and money, Lux Flakes. Now for undercover experiences. They took place nearly 20 years ago, at a time of war, and I sincerely trust no one will interpret my remarks as a reflection against the nation for which I have every respect.
Tell us, Mrs. Bucknall, how did you become a secret agent?
It was at the time the Bolsheviks raided the British embassy in St. Petersburg, August 1918. A few months after they had made their separate peace with Germany. I was alone in a room when Captain Cromie, a British intelligence officer, dashed in, followed by the raider. He was shot before my eyes and died in my arms. Then the rest of us, about 10 Englishmen and 5 Americans and Frenchmen, were seized by the Cheka and imprisoned in Peter and Paul Fortress.
Did you escape or obtain your release?
I didn't escape, Mr. DeMille. I was released after 2 days. They thought that by letting me go, they could follow me, find out where we kept our funds, and intercept any communications that might come from England.
Rather an uncomfortable position. What did you do?
It may surprise you to learn that I went at once to the German chargé d'affaires. He may have been an enemy, but he also was a gentleman. Through him, I was able to get word back to England.
But what about your companions imprisoned in the fortress of Peter and Paul?
I managed to establish contact with them by eluding my pursuers and disguising myself sometimes as a peasant, sometimes as a servant girl or a nurse. By bribing first the guards and then a woman cook, I was able to get inside the prison several times. The cook admitted me in exchange for a pair of fashionable high-leather boots. Through her, the messages reached the prisoners. I knew that the more ingenious methods of concealment were the ones most likely to be found out. So I used the simplest, and my most successful ruse was to hide messages in cans of French sardines. After 6 weeks, the Bolsheviks decided to release our men if England would also release a group of Russian officials imprisoned in London. This was arranged, and the exchange negotiated in Sweden. But it wasn't until more than 2 years after the killing of Captain Cromie that England sent an official representative again to Russia.
I presume it was for this work, Mrs. Bucknall, that you were awarded the Order of the British Empire.
Partly for that, perhaps, and partly for what I was able to do when my husband and I returned a few months later to the south of Russia. He was then the British naval liaison officer attached to General Denikin's staff. It was my job, again unofficial, to remain at headquarters and convey the news to him at the front. I also was in charge of a military hospital. Looking back at these experiences, Mr. DeMille, they seem like a nightmare. Yet many of the things I learned during the war are very helpful to me in dealing with the problems of research that arise in our pictures at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer. And now, let's listen again to the play.
Very thrilling, Mrs. Bucknell. Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer resume the story of British Agent. With Lennon between life and death, mob hysteria rises to fever heat. Blame for the shooting has been laid to Stephen Locke and his friends, and the net of the Chakar tightens slowly about them. In the Garrett hideaway, their storehouse for guns and ammunition, Stephen and Medill work doggedly far into the night. In the flickering light of a candle, they check a list of their forces.
Lundrovich, 20 men.
Send him 10 more rifles, 200 rounds of ammunition.
Right.
Next customer?
Petrovich, 40 men.
It's Lafarge. Come in, Lafarge. Any news?
Yes. I have news.
What's the matter?
Delval is dead.
What?
Dead. They shot him an hour ago.
God, why did it have to be him?
Well, I'm going to try to get through to General Stefanovich. He has the strongest counter-revolutionary forces in action. I need 500 rubles, Stephen.
Right. Here you are.
Oh, by the way, you fellows, I hear the Cheka has a list of all counter-revolutionaries. We are featured. Alors, au revoir. For a while.
Chiro.
So long, Lafarge.
All right, let's get on, Mino. Who's the last one?
Petrovich, 40 men.
30 rifles, 400 rounds.
Androvich, 10 men.
10 rifles, 100 rounds.
Koskov, 15 men.
10 rifles.
What's that?
Machine gun.
Get away from that window. They got Lafarge. He's down there. He's lying in the street. He's dead.
Tell Val. Now Lafarge. God.
They got him. Killed him. The dirty rat.
Easy, man.
They killed him.
Put down that gun.
I'll show them.
Put it down. Can't shoot, you fool. They'll locate the rifles, ammunition, everything.
Sorry, Locke. Lost my head. Hand me my coat, will you?
Where are you going?
Look up a friend of mine.
Who?
General Stefanovich.
Don't be a fool. You'll never get through.
Don't worry. I'll get through.
How?
I've got to think that up on the way.
Lavrov speaking. What? Where'd you pick him up? Hold him, of course. He won't, eh? We'll see. Well, they've just arrested Medill.
Oh, Medill.
On his way to meet Stefanovich. You know him, Elena?
Yes, I know him.
Oh. He refuses to talk as yet. We shall have to make him talk.
What can he tell you?
He's the only one left who knows where Stephen Locke is hiding. That's why I gave orders not to shoot him. We must find Stephen Locke.
But why, Pavlov? Why is it necessary to hunt down one lone man when there are so many?
Because our government is teetering. If Lenin dies and if these riots continue, it will fall. These riots must be stopped. Locke is one of the sources. He must be found. We can no longer think in terms of the present or of ourselves, Elena. Love is of small concern now. I want you to go and see Medill in his cell. He knows you love Locke. Gain his confidence. Find out where Locke is hiding.
No.
You refuse?
Oh, haven't I done enough?
None of us have done enough.
But I love him. I love him.
You will go, do you hear?
No, please.
You will go.
On, Tom.
Oh. Hello, Elena.
I am sorry you're here, Medill.
Merely a stopover. I'm leaving tomorrow.
You are to be shot in the morning?
It was mentioned in my conversation with the Chakar.
Locke, where is he?
I'll tell you tomorrow at noon.
Oh, if only I could reach him.
You were rather fond of him, weren't you?
I love him.
You know, there used to be 4 of us. It wasn't bad then. We could play poker. But now with the rest of us almost gone, there's nothing for Locke to do but play solitaire. He's playing a lone hand now. He can't win. If he could only get out of the country. But how could he?
I might.
You might? What?
I could get him out.
You didn't come here as a spy, did you? No woman could be that rotten, could she?
No.
All right, then. I'll tell you where he is. Go to number 11, Lubyanka. It's a garret over 2 vacant stores. You knock 3 and 2. The door at your left.
Number 11, Lubyanka.
Go on. He told you more than that.
It is a garret over 2 vacant stores. Knock 3 and 2 on the door to the left.
Good work, Elena. I'll send a squad.
Oh, he isn't there now. He will not be until 9 o'clock.
Okay, it's 8 now.
Oh, but the place is filled with ammunition. He could kill 20 men before they reach the stairs.
Then the only way is to blow it up.
Blow it up?
A time bomb should do the trick. We'll plant it early, give everyone a chance to stand clear.
What? At what time?
We'll play safe. We'll set a bomb for 10 o'clock tonight. He's sure to be there.
Oh, he will be there.
At least, he'll never know.
No. He will never know.
Who's out there? Who's at that door? Answer or I'll shoot. Who is it? Lane.
Stefan,
Why are you here?
I wanted to be with you.
I see. Did you come in the line of duty?
No, Stefan. I have done my duty. It is finished. It is just you and I now.
Lane.
Listen, dear. Listen to me. It is 9 o'clock. In an hour, you and I, we are going away together.
What?
It is all arranged. Your work is done. So is mine.
How? I'll never get past that door, darling. They shoot me on sight. You know that?
Do not worry, darling. We have an hour to tell each other how happy we are going to be. A whole hour to love each other. Stefan, what time is it?
3 minutes of 10, darling. Why?
Oh, it seems to have gone so quickly.
Darling, is there anything wrong? Something you haven't told me?
Oh, no, darling. Stefan, kiss me. Hold me tight. Tell me you love me. Oh, tell me. Tell me, Stefan.
Oh, darling, I love you. I love you, Elaine. Listen. It's bells. Why, I wonder?
I do not know.
The crowd, they're yelling something. Did you hear? It's something about... It's about Lenin. Lenin lives. He's going to recover.
Then it is peace. The terror is over, oh, Stefan.
What's it mean?
Oh, it means we are free. They will empty the prison.
Then Madil's safe.
And we are, darling. We can go to England. Oh, God.
What?
Now, get out of here, Stefan. We have got to get out of here. Unlock the door.
But why?
Don't stop now, please. Please, Stefan. Open the door. Oh, quickly.
Lenny, are you mad?
Get down the stairs, out in the street. Hurry, Stefan.
What's all this about?
We have got to get away from here out into the street.
Give me a hand. Here we are. Look, out that way.
Oh, stay near me, Stefan. Stay near me. Do not leave me.
It's all right, darling. We're out now. Elena, will you please tell me what you're... Elena.
Are you all right, Stefan?
Yes, darling. You knew what was going to happen.
Yes, but that is over now, Stefan. We are free to go. Our life is beginning again.
You knew what was going to happen, and you stayed with me.
That was my duty, too.
Errol Flynn and Francis Farmer rejoin us later. If you saw such hit pictures as David Copperfield's Libel's Lady, The Thin Man, A Tale of Two Cities, and The Good Earth, you've seen on the screen the name of tonight's guest, one of the world's most famous exceptions to the rule that it takes a man to make clothes for women. She's a native of England and established her reputation in the stage and productions throughout Europe, then in New York, and finally in Hollywood. Now at Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios, she creates styles for stars like Myrna Loy, Virginia Bruce, Louise Reiner, Maureen O'Sullivan. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Dolly Tree.
Thanks, Mr. DeMille. I could begin to talk now about nothing but Lux Flakes and still not have time enough to say half what I'd like to about your wonderful product.
That's very nice. But we want to hear something about clothes, too. But you go ahead, and I'll interrupt you when I think it's time to change the subject.
Fine. The outstanding quality I found in Lux is the feeling of utter cleanliness that it gives to clothes. It leaves them with a freshness no other soap seems to impart. Our wardrobe department at MGM uses Lux Flakes constantly, just as they do at every other major studio. What I've discovered personally is how good they are for silk stockings and woolens. It keeps a woolen sweater, for instance, just as soft, fleecy, and elastic as when it was brand new. I've also found out that women have such faith in Lux that they don't work so hard when laundering a garment. And because of this fact, that you don't have to use so much effort with Lux, your clothes don't lose their shape. Lux means less work and a better job.
Thank you, Miss Tree. But what about the clothes themselves? What makes a woman well-dressed?
An ability to select simple clothes of good quality, with the thought that the most important thing is not her wardrobe, but herself. What I mean is that clothes should emphasize the woman first and then the style.
Now, do clothes make the woman, or does the woman make the clothes?
Well, everybody has some one good point to emphasize. If a girl has lovely feet and legs, she should spend most of her money on shoes and stockings. If her hands are particularly nice, it's smart to attract attention to them by wearing conservative jewelry and keeping her fingers well groomed. If she has lovely teeth, let her wear a collar or a necklace that will direct the eye to her smile. Don't pay any attention to styles unless you're comfortable in them. Wear the kind of clothes in which you'll feel the best. Then you'll look your best.
Has the coronation been as important an event in the realm of clothes as it has been to history?
The coronation hasn't affected clothes a great deal, Mr. DeMille, though the Duke of Windsor and the former Mrs. Simpson have created some style trends. The Duke's stay in Austria has started a vogue for short Tyrolean sweaters made of thick, heavy wool, while one of the popular new colors, a sort of hyacinth shade, is known as Wallace Blue.
Well, apart from colors and styles, Miss Tree, have there been any really new ideas in clothes recently?
Well, we're popularizing a new type of fabric, Mr. DeMille, called hand-painted mousseline. This material is like a stiff chiffon with the design painted on by hand. For those who can afford it, hand-painted mousseline assures absolute individuality in gowns without a chance of them being copied.
But what about those who can't afford to gild the lily in that fashion?
Well, if your income is limited, don't buy many clothes, but get good ones. If you want an example of what the right clothes can do, pay attention to Una Merkel in Saratoga. For the first time, Una has the opportunity of playing a glamorous role. Working with such a lovely girl as Una, my job was really easy. But it proves what clothes can do in creating a new personality.
On behalf of the ladies, thank you, Miss Tree. A checkup of our stars since their last appearance in the Lux Radio Theater shows that Errol Flynn, after spending several weeks at the battlefronts of Spain, has returned to the comparative calm of Warner Brothers Studio, where he's just completed a new film with Kay Francis called Libeled Lady, called Another Dawn. But while Frances Palmer has made the toast of New York for RKO and has just begun to get her feet wet in Ebb Tide, another Paramount picture. Are my facts straight, Francis?
Yes,
Straighter than my tongue, I hope.
But they're not detailed enough. What about that trip you took to Spain, Mr. Flynn?
Well, I don't think I quite realized what it was going to be like. Anyway, I know now what it is to hear shells exploding over your head and machine gun bullets whining past. Believe me, it's pretty frightening. But of all the horrible things I saw down there, I was convinced of one thing, and that is that the only cause in the world today worth fighting for, that every man and woman should fight for, is the cause of peace.
Don't I recall reading in the newspapers that you were wounded over there?
Well, I wasn't actually wounded, and it's a thing I haven't liked to talk about much. I tried to laugh it off by calling it a bump on the head, but it was a bit more serious than that. What happened was that a large caliber shell burst about 50 yards away from me on the Madrid front. I was hit on the head by some falling debris and suffered concussion for several days. But suppose I do a little cross-examining. What's this I hear, Francis, about your going east this summer to do a play?
Oh, yes. Well, it's just that I want to work in summer stock. I feel I need as much stage work as I can get. And incidentally, I think that one reason why picture people like being on this program so much, Mr. DeMille, is because it's the next best thing to being on the legitimate stage again. To all of you, my sincere thanks.
Goodbye, Mr. DeMille.
Goodbye, Earl. Goodbye, Francis.
Thank you, Miss Farmer and Mr. Flynn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your announcer, Melville Ruig. A brilliant production has been arranged for your entertainment next Monday night and will be told in a moment by Mr. DeMille. Our stars this evening were assisted by Colin Campbell as Evans, C. Montague Shaw as Sir Walter Carrister, Don Terry as Medill, Joseph Kearns as Lafarge, Cy Kendall as Pavlov, Frank Nelson as Tito Del Val, Lee Millar as Commissioner, Lou Merrill as Mr. X, John Lake as Dimitri, James Eagles as Peter, and Ross Forrester as the newsboy. Mr. DeMille and Miss Farmer appeared through courtesy of Paramount Studios, Mr. Flynn, Warner Brothers, and Louis Silvers, 20th Century Fox, where he was in charge of music for the new film, This Is My Affair. If you haven't yet put your blankets away, plan to Lux them the first bright day that is also fresh and windy. Lux won't shrink woolens. Blankets stay warmer, cared for the Lux way. You see, the warmth of a blanket depends very largely upon the amount of nap. When a blanket shrinks and mats in washing, it loses its fluffy nap. Then it won't keep you warm. In Farmer's Bulletin number 1497, the government warns against rubbing, heat, and harmful alkali. You avoid all these washing blankets the Lux way. It keeps them soft and fluffy. It's so thrifty, too. News now from our producer.
Twice produced on the Broadway stage, twice in motion pictures, our play for next Monday night is destined, I think, to rank as one of the most dramatic stories ever presented in the Lux Radio Theater, Madam X. Hollywood has few more convincing emotional actresses than the one who comes to our stage in the title role, Anne Harding. And starring with Miss Harding, James Stewart. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Anne Harding in Madam X with James Stewart. A few hours ago, Miss Jean Harlow was graduated by death to whatever the next stage may be. The screen has lost one of its most brilliant personalities, and we who knew her, a kind and gentle friend. Hollywood tonight holds many heavy hearts.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of a newspaper. It's the story of what happens to any newspaper under a communist regime. Starring Jeff Chandler as Arnold Wilson, the story is entitled Circulation.
Wonderful plant, Mr. Wilson. Wonderful plant.
The most modern in the country, Mr. Gordon. We turn out over 100,000 newspapers daily. Twice that on Sunday, in color.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Springfield's only a medium-sized town, but we cover the entire Midwest Farm Belt. Would you like to visit the composing room?
Thank you, no. I don't have too much time. You were going to let me meet the heads of the department.
Oh, yes, they're waiting in the conference room. This door. It's one flight up. The elevator's right up.
Let's walk, Mr. Wilson. I see the stairway right here. I enjoy walking.
Good. Climbing steps is about the only exercise I get these days.
Oh? I was under the impression you went around digging with a shovel or a trowel or something of the sort. Someone told me you were quite the archaeologist.
I'm just a summer archaeologist of very amateur dimensions. Publisher doesn't have too much time for his hobbies. His ambitions get in his way, I suppose.
Oh? What are your ambitions, Mr. Wilson?
To have the biggest newspaper circulation in the world? Not too profound an ambition, is it?
Oh, I don't know. A plant like this deserves it. If we of the Press Directions Bureau can help you, feel free to call on us. Please, feel free to call on us.
Thank you, I will. Here we are. Gentlemen and Miss Hunter, this is Mr. Edward Gordon of the Press Directions Bureau.
How do you do? I regret that only now have I found time to visit your fine newspaper. As I was telling Mr. Wilson, I have just completed a tour of the press of the country, and nowhere have I found an establishment that surpasses yours. Well, that's about all. I just wanted to say that the Press Directions Bureau is at your service at all times, day or night. At all times. Good day, gentlemen. Goodbye, Mr. Wilson.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Gordon. All right, everybody just relax.
Are you referring to our minds or our bodies, Mr. Wilson?
Desmond, don't you think it's about time you put aside the vitriolic exterior?
If I don't, I suppose it'll be put aside for me.
Mr. Wilson, what was the purpose of his visit? Is it the beginning of censorship? We've been handed any directives? Do we have...
Well, no, I think we're anticipating a volcano that isn't even thinking of erupting.
Oh, you think so, do you, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, Desmond, I think so. After all, they've allowed me to keep my newspaper. It's as they said. American communism is following the dictates and needs of American people and its culture. They're not trying to Russianize us.
Oh, you mean they're content with renaming a few of our streets and parks after members of the Politburo?
6 months have passed, and that's as far as they've gone. Now, stick to your drama pages, Desmond. Leave the political aspects of life to the editorial department. As a matter of fact, I want all departments sharpened. I want our circulation increased. We've gone past the Chicago Telegram and the Detroit Sun. Now I want to catch the Herald.
Wait a minute, Mr. Wilson. We're at the limit of our circulation. We're using our full quota of newsprint right now.
Correction, Mr. Thomas. The Press Directions Bureau has just doubled our quota.
And what do we have to do for that?
Just put out a good newspaper.
Copy, boy. Take this, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Desmond. The boss wants to see you.
Right.
He wants you to bring a copy of your latest review.
Right. On the carpet again, Desmond? Why break precedent?
Whatever it is, deny it, Desmond.
I always do.
Ah, Desmond. Come in, sit down. You know Mr. Gordon of Press Directions?
Yes.
Oh, yes, we have met. I know and admire Mr. Desmond's work in the theater. I think your reviews, Mr. Desmond, are truly literary gems.
Thank you. I think so, too.
With the exception of the one which appeared last night, the review on The Last Holdout.
Really? I thought that was one of my best critiques.
Well, Mr. Gordon has taken exception to some things you said.
It seems, Mr. Desmond, that you lambasted every character who reflected some aspect of the new America and praised those who were counter-revolutionary and strove to restore the old decadent order.
My yardstick, Mr. Gordon, is not the political orientation of the characters, but the dramatic believability of them. The play was bad. After all, the essence of drama is conflict, and the purpose of drama is truth. I found this play completely lacking in both.
The purpose of all literature, whatever its form, Mr. Desmond, is to advance the cause of communism. The supreme judge as to whether a given effort serves this aim is whether it jibes with communist realism.
And how do you define communist realism?
Realism may be summarized as a negative attitude towards everything and everyone not pro-Soviet, and a positive attitude toward everything Soviet.
I see. Excuse me, gentlemen.
Yes.
Hello? Yes, Thomas. Oh, fine. Fine. Our circulation has jumped 4,000 in only 3 days.
Congratulations, Mr. Wilson. That's a total of 12,000 in the last month, isn't it?
Yes. No newspapers even equal that record. It's due to an on-the-toe staff.
And to the fact the Telegram went out of business last month.
Mr. Desmond is a bundle of cynicism, isn't he? Just a bundle of cynicism. Well, I must be going. I do hope that in the future, Mr. Desmond, your reviews will be more judicious.
By the way, Mr. Gordon, did you see the play?
No. Goodbye, gentlemen.
Well, they started on us.
They started nothing.
My tradition, Mr. Wilson, is against censorship.
He censored nothing. He made a suggestion, that's all. Your trouble, Desmond, is that you see a commissar behind every typewriter. Well, just go back to your desk and write the reviews as you see them.
I'll write them as Gordon sees them. I can't support my wife and child from behind barbed wire.
Look, Mr. Wilson, I've been advertising manager of this sheet for 25 years. What am I supposed to do? And what are the other people in my department supposed to do?
Well, they still have jobs with this paper, Jameson.
But not in advertising.
Well, now, get it through your head. The state has decreed no more advertising. Might be a good thing, too. Too often the advertisers have tried to interfere with our policy. Now, look, Jameson, your people can be absorbed into one of the other departments. The paper's still growing. We can be the biggest in the world.
Mr. Wilson, how are we going to keep the interest of the woman subscriber?
Frankly, I don't know, Miss Hunter. That's your department, your problem.
But no rotogravure section. What kind of an excuse is that? Rotogravure is a bourgeoisie hangover, a decadent reminder of a dead age.
Well, I don't like the way they phrase it.
And the directive about eliminating fashion reports. Beauty aid society doing.
After all, Miss Hunter, is that so important?
Well, to a woman it is. A woman's life is drudgery enough, taking care of a home, a husband, a family. One of the ways she used to get out of it, for a short time at least, was through the pages of this newspaper. She doesn't want to constantly read about the hard lot of the female in Azerbaijan, the collective life of the collective woman in Bulgaria, or the number of acres tilled by the woman of Tibet.
One of the functions of a newspaper is to educate the people, to keep them informed.
Right. But do we have to keep them informed about only one aspect of life? Can't they be educated and have enjoyment at the same time? I thought the idea was to bring everybody up to our standards, not to bring us down to the lowest common denominator of women.
You've got a point. I'll check with press directions and see what can be done about that directive. But the rotogravure is definitely out. It's a question of circulation. We can't spare the newsprint.
Why not?
Because our new quota carries the stipulation that the newsprint is to be used to report only upon those things connected with communist realism.
Well, he's the best sports reporter in the world.
I beg your pardon?
Okay, Mr. Gordon, he's the best sports reporter in America.
Now, Jones, there's no reason to get angry at Mr. Gordon. He just wants to clarify a few things.
Okay, clarify things, but don't ask me to fire Emery.
He wrote an extremely unfair column. Extremely.
He wrote that the Illinois basketball team was far superior to the Soviet Union champs. He wrote that the game was a farce. He wrote that we had to use their rules, their referee, their different type ball. He wrote that Illinois so outclassed the Soviet Union that it was ridiculous. He wrote that the final score was Soviet Union 102, Illinois 44. He wrote that this state of affairs prevails in every sport in this country when a Soviet Union team visits the United States. He wrote that it's a must that American teams lose to Soviet teams.
An extremely derogatory and a discourteous way to write about a brother country. That's why he's to stop writing. That's why he's to be discharged. Or at least that's my suggestion, Mr. Wilson. Emery should be discharged.
Best sports reporter in the world.
In
America.
I hope my suggestion meets with your approval, Mr. Wilson. It would please my office considerably if you discharged Mr. Emery. Considerably.
Well, I'll tell him.
Oh, wait a minute, Jones. Have Emery report to Desmond in drama. Let him work there for a while.
Morning Globe. Just a moment. I'll connect you with classified. Morning Globe. Yes, Mr. Wilson got back today. Appointments must be made through his secretary. I'll connect you. Morning Globe. Drama? One moment, please. Morning Globe. Yes, he's back. Yes, Mr. Gordon. He's in a meeting now. Well, I'm sure he'll speak to you. One moment, please. I'll ring him for you.
Hello?
Hello, Wilson.
Yes.
Gordon, how are you? Enjoy your vacation?
Oh, I had a wonderful time, Mr. Gordon.
Swinging a pick in some old ruins in Yucatan isn't my idea of fun, but I suppose that's what makes horse races.
It's like yogurt. One has to cultivate a taste for it.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you're back anyway, Wilson. Just wanted to tell you how happy I am with the progress your paper's made.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gordon.
If you need anything, just call on me.
I will.
I'll drop in to see you one of these days.
Fine.
Goodbye.
Sorry for the interruption, folks. Well, now, I wanted you all here to tell you how much I appreciate what you've done while I was away. Our circulation figures have passed the heralds. We now have the largest circulation in America. I want to congratulate you.
Why?
Well, just what does that mean, Mr. Desmond?
We had nothing to do with it. The Sun was put out of business in June. Seems that every other day another paper goes out and our circulation goes up. Everything we touch turns to circulation, like King Midas of old. The establishment smells of circulation.
Well, it's not our fault that the Sun went out.
Admirably phrased. The Sun went out.
Desmond, I think it advisable that you not start drinking so early in the day.
I drink all day long, Mr. Wilson. You would, too, if your typewriter vomited all over you every time you wrote something.
Yeah, a lot of us have started drinking. Sports department's become a saloon.
You may as well face it, Mr. Wilson. The Globe's like a morgue. We all feel like obituary writers.
Well, I thought this was an occasion for festivities. Instead,
we're having a delightful wake.
It's no wake. We've attained our goal, the largest circulation in the world.
Yes, the largest circulation of unread newspapers in the world.
Well, you should be in crossword puzzles, Desmond. You're talking enigmas.
It's no enigma, Mr. Wilson. I'm circulation manager, and it's too blasted plain to me.
I admire the fight you're putting up against realism, Mr. Wilson. Not communist realism, good old American realism. You remember red, white, and blue realism. The realism that says 2 + 2 = 4. The realism that says if nobody is reading your newspaper, there's a reason.
What's he talking about, Thomas?
Our newspapers stay unopened on doorsteps. They go into garbage cans without being read. They're used for insulation, for drawer linings, for shelving. But nobody reads them.
Why not?
Because we're just a blown-up daily worker.
Don't pretend you didn't know what was happening, Mr. Wilson. Most of us can't run away on expeditions to Yucatan to escape growing realization.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why do people buy our paper if they don't read it?
They all have to take out subscriptions through their workers and cultural organizations. If they don't, they're in trouble.
Why us? Why not the Daily Worker?
Because the Daily Worker had a lousy reputation. The Press Directions Bureau wanted our prestige. People used to read us, you know.
You see, Mr. Wilson, the Sun and the Telegram refused to print the nonsense we do, so they were killed. And we inherited their circulation.
Oh, you've constantly referred to those papers as having been killed, Desmond. Just how...
Simple. They were refused newsprint. They were plagued by a constant series of strikes that weren't strikes in the true sense. News dealers who handled them were beaten up. Their delivery trucks were sabotaged. Shall I continue?
Is it true, Thomas?
Yes.
Anybody who doesn't print their handouts ends up the same way.
We can only print what they want us to. We don't have an opinion left in any department.
Morton, you haven't said anything.
It's the same thing in editorial, Mr. Wilson. We get directives on the subjects that are safe.
Where have I been while all this was going on?
In Yucatan, digging...
If you want to keep your job, Desmond, shut up. Where is this list, Morton? I've never seen it.
I'll get you a copy.
Well, what's been in our columns, in our editorials, in our news pages?
Oh, I've been writing a rapturous story about the scenic beauty of the Volga.
I've been writing glowing reviews of all the hack plays by hack writers who are making a fortune following the dictates of the Cultural Committee.
Me? I've been writing about sports in the animal world.
It's the same all over the country.
I don't believe nobody's reading our paper.
I wouldn't read it.
Nor I.
Me neither.
All right, that's enough.
You mean we have permission to return to our desk?
No, it's our fault if we're not read.
I'd be happy if we got one, just one insulting letter about anything in the sheet. But nobody even bothers.
All right, from now on there'll be a different emphasis. The Globe is printing what the Globe wants to print.
You mean that, boss?
Yes, I mean it.
Let's start with that story of Jefferson and Jackson.
Hey, yeah!
Wait a while.
Perfect beginning.
What story?
Supposedly, there's been some discovery of unknown papers of Jefferson and Jackson's.
In an Indian pueblo in New Mexico, of all places. Slipped into a wire service report, but there was no follow-up on it.
Well, get a reporter out there.
It won't do any good. We have a special directive on early Americans, especially on Jefferson, Jackson, Madison, Payne, dozens of others. We can't print anything on them.
Why not?
They said too many things about democracy. They said too many things about the right of the people to revolt. You see, Mr. Wilson, in these times, Jefferson, Jackson, and Payne are considered counter-revolutionary.
Just a minute.
Yes, sir.
Get me Gordon of Press Directions. I refuse to believe I've been that poor a judge of men. Somehow there must be a mistake.
Mr. Gordon, sir.
Thank you. Hello, Gordon.
Speaking, Wilson. Something wrong?
I don't know. You've mentioned quite often that were I in need of anything, I simply had to call upon you.
Absolutely.
All right, I'm calling on you.
Name it, Wilson.
My staff tells me that they have orders from Press Directions to write only upon certain subjects. They tell me that there are subjects that are forbidden. They tell me
I've
also...
been telling you bundles of misinformation. Bundles of it.
You deny, then, that you ever sent any directives ordering...
Of course I deny that we sent any directives ordering anybody to do things. The directives we send are merely suggestive. Suggestive, that is all. Suggestive.
And what happens if these suggestions aren't carried out?
I don't understand.
If your suggestions aren't carried out, are newsprint quotas cut? Are news dealers attacked? Are trucks sabotaged?
Mr. Wilson, you must have been reading some peculiar brand of science fiction. Naturally, we hope that any suggestions we offer are accepted. If they are not, we try to make other suggestions that will be accepted. Newsprint, news dealers, and trucks. Please, Mr. Wilson, remember, this is Soviet America.
Then I can print anything I want.
Why, of course, as long as it isn't libelous. As long as it isn't libelous.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Well, to coin an old expression, the proof will be in the pudding. Morton.
Yes, sir?
There'll be no editorial tomorrow.
No editorial? I thought we were going to town.
We are. On the editorial page, I want printed the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution of the United States.
How will I lead into
Since when do those documents need a lead-in? Just print them without comment from us. Let's see if it'll elicit comment from them.
You are listening to Circulation, starring Jeff Chandler. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
You asked me to hurry right over, Mr. Wilson.
Yes, I did. Will you come down to the composing room with me, Mr. Gordon?
Of course, of course.
This way, please.
What seems to be the trouble?
The composing room is on strike.
Oh? Well, what's
a queer state of affairs where the compositors are forced on strike because someone doesn't like what appears on our editorial pages. Through here, please.
Well, I don't understand.
It's very simple. I ordered something printed on the editorial page. The compositors started setting it up gladly. Then somehow word got out of what we were doing. Word got out to the wrong people.
Evidently you have a spy in your establishment, Mr. Wilson. Yes, you must have a spy.
Exactly. And from out of nowhere, the composing room was on strike.
If the workers want to strike...
They have a perfect right to, yes. If they have grievances, if they're unhappy with their working conditions. But where does right end and coercion begin? This way, please.
Coercion? There is no coercion of workers in this Soviet.
May I have your attention, gentlemen? Please. Have you decided to go back to work?
Have you decided to revive the editorial page?
Ah, Mr. Austin. The man standing next to me is Mr. Gordon of the Press Directions Bureau. Mr. Gordon claims that a newspaper can print anything it wants.
I don't care what Mr. Gordon says. We compositors refuse to print anything reminiscent of the decadent past.
Mr. Gordon, the man who just spoke to me is named Austin. He isn't a compositor. He doesn't work in this plant. As a matter of fact, I've discovered he's never worked on a newspaper or even in a printing shop.
Besides being a lousy newspaper man, you're a liar.
There was no trouble here, no conflict about the editorial page until Mr. Austin arrived quite suddenly this morning.
But I do not understand why the men are on strike if Mr. Austin is not one of them.
I'm a member of the union.
By special dispensation of the state. You've never set a line of type in your life. Before the present government came in, you never were a compositor. You never belonged to any local or national union. You weren't an organizer. You were nothing.
You're a liar on every count.
No, there must be some mistake, Mr. Wilson. If Austin is what you say, and the men don't feel the way he does, then why? Why are they on strike?
Because Austin is from the Labor Bureau.
Well?
I'll be graphic about it, Mr. Gordon. Wolf.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to go on strike?
Yes.
If you don't go on strike, do you lose your labor card? Answer me. Mr. Gordon's here. He'll protect you, I'm sure. If you don't strike at Mr. Austin's insistence, do you lose your labor card?
Answer him, Wolf. We have to answer nothing he asks.
Morehouse.
Yes?
Do you want to strike?
Yes.
If you don't, will you lose your labor card?
Answer anything he asks.
Will you lose your labor card? Will you lose your right to make a living if you don't follow Austin's orders? Austin of the Labor Bureau. Austin, the representative of this government.
Now, just a moment, Mr. Wilson. I've heard you ask the men if they wanted to strike, and I've heard them say yes. I see no evidence of coercion here. After all, they can strike if they want to. It's a free country.
A free country? Where a man will lose his right to make a living if he doesn't follow orders?
Months ago, you told me your ambition was to have the biggest circulation in the world. You have it. Why create problems?
Yes, I have it. The biggest circulation of unread newspapers in the world. If that's what I wanted, Mr. Gordon, I could give out circulars or throwaways. I want my paper to be read. I want my paper to be a public service. I want my paper to be good. I've read the back issues of the Globe. No wonder people are sick of it. All it consists of are reports of historic Soviet events, every day a new event, and planted letters promising the government a greater output of steel, a greater output of coal, a greater yield of wheat per acre, a greater, larger number of liters of milk per cow. No longer quarts. Liters, mind you. My paper's lousy with statistics that nobody gives a darn about. It's as interesting to read as a telephone book. It stinks. Greatest circulation in the world. I'd rather give my paper away free and have it read by only 5 people than have the largest page circulation of a paper that's read by nobody.
Well, as long as you persist in that attitude, I don't see how this strike can be settled. How this newspaper can continue.
Maybe not this strike. Maybe not the Globe. And I'm going to have a paper that's read. Well, this new place isn't much of a plant, but we're printing.
Let's see one of them.
It doesn't look nearly as good as the Globe.
And it's not as big.
But it smells a lot better.
Oh, you're right there.
All we have to do now is distribute it.
Our newspaper circulation will be practically nil at the beginning.
But think what it'll do for our blood circulation.
Yeah, I feel like I'm alive again. We'll write what we think.
I really don't know whether my typewriter will be able to stand the shock.
Well, I suppose we all know what we're doing, the chances we're taking.
Yeah, sure.
Well, let's get on with it, huh?
Who is it?
Open up.
Who is it?
Open up or we'll break it in.
Get the papers out the back door. Right. Just a moment.
Okay, break it in.
There's more coming in the back.
Come on, get him. Hey, over there. Break it, break it, break it in.
Smashing the press to stop them.
Put a match to it. Come on, burn it, burn it. Snap it up. Come on, snap. Let's get out of here.
You all right, Mr. Wilson? Yeah, I guess so. Your eye, Desmond. Yeah, my eye. Jones's nose. An arm here and a leg there. Nature will repair those little details. Our press.
Wilson, what's going on here?
You arrived too late, Mr. Gordon. As you see, our plant's been destroyed.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Why don't you give up this wild idea, Wilson?
I'm not giving up. They're not going to stop me.
Well, it looks like they have. Do you want to make a complaint?
I have a strange suspicion that a complaint would do no good.
And I have a strange suspicion that every time you start again, this is going to happen again.
By whose orders?
Orders?
The Press Directions Bureau doesn't want to see an honest newspaper printed.
The Press Directions Bureau is glad to see unrealistic newspapers unable to go to press.
Oh, press directions or not, I'm going to put out a newspaper.
Jim, come on, break everything. Get those presses. Burn them up. Get Joe. Get in there.
You're not going to stop me.
You still didn't learn, eh, Wilson?
You're not going to stop me. You're not going to stop me.
Well, Austin, has he been stopped?
He's been stopped, Mr. Gordon.
You have just heard a story of what happens to newspapers under a communist regime. You think this could not happen? It did happen to newspapers in Romania. It did happen to the Viitorul and the Voptatia, two Bucharest newspapers. A third newspaper, the Universul, is now completely dominated by the communist. In any country where communism takes over, freedom of the press is one of the first rights to be abolished. Listening to If Freedom Failed, starring Jeff Chandler as Arnold Wilson in Circulation. Griff Barnett was Gordon, Carlton Young was Desmond. Others in the cast included Betty Lou Gerson, Crane Whitley, Joel Nestler, Earl McDaniel, Sanford Wolfe, Peter Leeds, Jack Crucian, Lee Arnold, Stan Waxman, Paul Richards, and Lamont Johnson. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Circulation was written for If Freedom Failed by Fred Freiberger. Produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Eyre speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
System presents The Free Company.
For what avail the plow or sail, or land or life, if freedom fail? Burgess Meredith speaking from Hollywood for the Free Company. Today, Melvin Douglas, Claire Trevor, Edward Ellis, Margaret Hamilton, and Charles Bickford appear in a new original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek, by Mark Connolly, author of the Pulitzer Prize play Green Pasture. The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek is the second in a series produced by the Free Company, a group of prominent writers, actors, and radio workers who have organized to give expression to their faith in American democracy. Some of these plays will deal with one or more of the 8 basic freedoms assured to all citizens in the Bill of Rights. Today's drama, for example, concerns freedom of speech as applied to teaching. Other plays will cover more general ground. All of them are intended to explain and to illustrate the meaning of our freedom. All of them will be written by America's most distinguished dramatists, including Maxwell Anderson, Sherwood Anderson, Stephen Vincent Benet, James Boyd, George M. Cohan, Norman Corwin, Paul Green, Ernest Hemingway, Archibald MacLeish, Orson Welles, Elmer Rice, Robert E. Sherwood, and John Steinbeck, 9 of them Pulitzer Prize winners. And now, Mark Connolly's original radio play, The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek.
Children, stay in your seats. The bell hasn't rung yet. Oh, I know it isn't easy to get used to school again and a new teacher, but I think tomorrow we'll all feel more at home together. I know I'm going to like being here, and I know I'm going to like you. And you can make it easy for me to like you by being good pupils. Now, that's not what I call being a good pupil. Do you think your seat is about to collapse?
No, ma'am.
Well, then sit back in it. Will you tell me your name again?
Eddie Etheridge.
Oh, yes. Have I been boring you, Eddie?
You what?
Have you heard one word of what I've been saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, then sit properly, please. You're not going to exit under your desk, you know. Remember, march out in order. Class dismissed.
Oh,
more pie, Mrs. Roberts?
No, thanks, Clara. Miss Thatcher might.
Oh, no more, thank you. It was delicious, though. You want some, Mr. Roberts?
Mr. Roberts don't want any more. I'm glad you like lemon pie, Miss Thatcher. If you're going to board with us, you'll enjoy it every Tuesday. I don't think we missed a Tuesday in 18 years, have we, Clem?
No.
Well, how'd you like your Millersville class, Miss Thatcher?
Oh, very much. They're unusually bright children.
I guess they have to be with all the things they teach them these days.
They're teaching them too much.
Mr. Roberts, don't you agree there are many things children must know today they didn't need to 30 years ago?
What?
Well, nowadays, if they don't know more about Europe, for instance, they're not going to be able to understand and appreciate their own country as they should.
They don't need to have politics thrown at them.
Oh, but we've been teaching civics since they've been public schools, and, well, civics embrace political history.
Are you teaching them politics in your class?
No, I'm afraid the 5th grade is a little young for civics.
That ain't the way the communists feel. They like to get at them young.
There isn't any communism in your schools, is there?
We've seen signs of it, but it ain't going to get very far.
Now, Mr. Roberts and I usually go to the movies on Tuesday night, and if you'd like to come along...
Oh, that's very kind of you, but as a matter of fact, I've already made an engagement to go.
Oh, that's nice. You going with one of the other teachers?
No, Mr. Hunter's going to call for me about 8.
Oh, that's nice, too. You must have made quite an impression on the principal. Last year, he never took any of the teachers to the movies.
Well, I've known Mr. Hunter for some time.
That's so. Where did you meet him?
The summer before the war started. We were both in a teachers' group that was touring Europe.
And you met him on the tour.
Mm-hmm.
Were you there when the war began?
Yes. We managed to get out of Germany just in time.
On that trip you made, did you go to Russia, too?
Yes. Russia, France, Germany, and England.
Yeah, I thought so.
What do you mean, Mr. Roberts?
I was just wondering where Mr. Hunter got some of those radical ideas of his.
What radical ideas, Mr. Roberts?
Now, Clem, Miss Thatcher's a friend of Mr. Hunter's.
Okay. Better get our hats if we're going to go to the movies.
Good evening, Miss Thatcher.
Good evening, Mr. Hunter. Were your ears burning a little while ago?
Oh, why?
Well, I don't think Mr. Roberts approves of you completely.
No, I'm afraid he doesn't. If he ever learns you came here on my recommendation, I don't think your fine record in Bridgeton is going to help you.
Well, he isn't very cordial now.
You know, you don't have to live here, even if he is a member of the school board.
Oh, no, sir. I intend to do a little work on him. You know, I'd really like to find out what's behind those fixed ideas of his.
I'm afraid you won't get very far. You ought to see him at a school board meeting.
Has he made trouble for you?
When I became principal last year, Roberts almost stopped me from using the Clavering textbooks.
But didn't you tell him that they were required reading in half a dozen states?
Yes, but Roberts acted as though I'd brought the Clavering series personally from Moscow.
Oh, goodness.
I pointed out that Dr. Clavering was one of the most honored educators in America. I couldn't convince Roberts that he wasn't dedicated to poisoning the minds of school children.
Oh, but you got the books approved, all right.
Yes. I hope I won't have him against me on anything this year. The 3 new board members are all friends of his. Well, you ready?
Yes.
You want to know what subversive activity I've planned?
What?
I intend to hold your hand at the movies, even if they ride me out of town on a rail.
Albert, 3 times 12. 36. Eleanor, 4 times 7. 28.
wrote on the blackboard. Eddie Etheridge, monitor of erasers.
Uh-huh. That's fine.
Why don't you sign the report card now, Pop? Then it'll be ready.
Because I want to go over it. We've got all day tomorrow and Sunday.
Is there a league meeting tonight?
Why do you think I'm putting on this uniform?
Well, there could be a parade.
You never saw me parade at night.
What are they going to meet about tonight?
Oh, we're going to talk about new officers for next year. If you don't ask too many questions, they may make me commander.
Isn't being vice commander just as good?
No, that's just being second in command. Darn collar's getting awful tight.
Pop, did you know in the Revolutionary War, a lot of the soldiers didn't have any uniforms at all?
That's right. They were very poor.
Some of them were rich, though.
Not many.
I bet the smugglers were.
Who?
The smugglers, like John Hancock.
What John Hancock?
Huh? The John Hancock that signed the Declaration of Independence. He was a smuggler.
Who said so?
It's true. It's in the book.
What book?
The history book at school.
John Hancock was one of the founders of our country. You remember what happens to you when you tell dream lies.
But this isn't a dream lie. It's in the book. And Miss Thatcher had me read it to the class today. I've got it downstairs. I'll show it to you.
You bet you will. Wait a minute. I'm going down with you. Get my cap out of the box. What does that book say about George Washington?
I forget all. But he had false teeth.
Mm-hmm.
I suppose he was a crook, too.
Oh, no, sir. He was all right.
How would you know? I like 'em feeding you kids that stuff.
But it's true, isn't it, Pop?
Listen, son, they're giving you a lot of anti-Americanism. Now let's get down and look at that book. What's the name of that teacher of yours? I'm here to tell you that you fellas don't know what's going on at that school. When my kid got through talking, I thought he might be just making things up the way kids do. But I saw the things he was talking about printed in the book the kids are learning from. Printed right there in that book.
Something ought to be done about that quick.
What do you think we ought to do, Harry?
I'll tell you what we ought to do. I want the American Veterans League to make a protest and send it to me as a member of the school board. I'll turn it over to the superintendent of schools Monday morning. Then we'll get action.
Will somebody put that as a motion? I move that the Veterans League Millersville unit demand that the school board investigate un-American activity.
I'm afraid I can't have dinner with you tonight.
Oh, why?
I've got to go to a school board meeting. The witch hunters are riding again.
In what direction?
Toward a bonfire of the Clavering textbooks.
But I thought you convinced them last year that...
Now we've got 3 new members on the board. Each as reactionary as Mrs. O'Leary's cow. Put an unexpected truth in front of them, and they'll always kick over the lamp. Tonight, Mr. Etheridge promises to introduce some surprises.
I want to go to that meeting.
I don't think that would be wise.
I'm going just the same. I've got a feeling I'm one of the surprises.
Last year, the fact that some other school boards had approved the Clavering books persuaded the Millersville board to adopt them. Gentlemen, I maintain this board has had something put over on it, and that we can't repair the damage a minute too soon. Before I'm through, I think you'll decide to get rid of these books and the people who are using them for anti-American purposes.
Mr. Chairman.
Dr. Taylor.
As superintendent of schools, I'm included in Mr. Etheridge's generalities, and I believe...
I'm not including you, Dr. Taylor. I know you 100% American. Mr. Hunter here is the man I'm concerned about. Now, I don't know whether the whole board has ever read these Clavering books. I doubt the new members have.
I read them.
I know you did, Mr. Roberts. And I wish I'd been on the board when you tried to stop them last year. But for the benefit of those that haven't read these books, I have a few quotations I want them to listen to. And I think they'll be just as appalled as I was by the dirty, disgusting, un-American statements this man Clavering makes. Listen to this one on page 22, book 4. In many instances, the devotion of the leaders in the fight for independence in 1776 was caused less by patriotism than by the opportunity for what today we would call graft. That's a fine way to help children take pride in their forefathers, isn't it? And look what he has to say about the Boston Massacre, one of the outrages that brought on the Revolution. I quote, "The mob was at least as much to blame for the Boston Massacre as the troops."
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Hunter.
I'm afraid Mr. Etheridge will find that the book is quite correct on that point.
You mean calling American patriots a mob?
On that occasion, they really were a mob.
That isn't the main point. It's the whole general attitude the books take I object to. It's the undermining of our children's confidence in the men who help make America what it is. What good is there in saying John Hancock was a smuggler? All these dirty personal insults to great men's memories. Saying John Adams was a political boss. Andrew Jackson was rough and uncultured. Couldn't even spell correctly. He says that about another American president. Dirty personal insults to our American heroes. Now that's swell stuff to feed the mind of kids, isn't it? Gentlemen, if what I read to you isn't enough to justify throwing out these books and the man who brought them to Millersville, I'm going to show you the damage that's been done already. What happens when Mr. Hunter brings his own picked teachers into our schools and turns them loose on our boys and girls? Ask Mrs. Dayton and her son to come in. Come right in, Wilbur. You come in too, Mrs. Dayton. This is Wilbur Dayton. Sit down, Wilbur. How old are you, son?
10.
Now, I want you to tell these gentlemen just what you told me this afternoon.
Well, we were all sitting there, and Miss Thatcher said, "Do you know who this is?"
Wait a minute, Wilbur. Are you talking about the geography class on Thursday?
Yes, sir.
What made it different from any other geography class?
Well, because Miss Thatcher opened her desk and took out the statue.
What kind of a statue?
Hitler's statue.
You mean Adolf Hitler of Germany?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what it was?
Yes, sir.
Did she tell you what the school children in Germany did when they saw the statue of Hitler?
Yes, sir.
What did they do?
They saluted it.
And what did you do?
Well, she told us what a great man he was, and then we said, "Heil Hitler."
All right. You can go now, Wilbur.
No, he mustn't go. This isn't a fair hearing at all. I should like to question Wilbur.
Mr. Chairman, this young woman has no official standing at this hearing, and I don't want this child intimidated.
Mr. Chairman, I'm this child's teacher, and if I'm being included in these charges, I have a right to defend myself, too.
That's substantially true, Miss Etheridge. I think Miss Thatcher has the right to question Wilbur. Go ahead, Miss Thatcher.
Thank you. I was told this might happen, and I brought something along with me to show you. It's right here in my purse. Now, I want you gentlemen to look at that statue you heard so much about. I think you'll admit that statue isn't a very accurate description of it. Wilbur, is this what I showed you and the other children in class Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you call it a statue?
Well, it's Hitler.
Yes, of course it is. Do you remember what I said it was?
Oh, you said it was a toy you got in Germany.
Didn't I say I saw children buying them from a man on the street?
Yes, ma'am. They cost 10 pfennigs.
Didn't I say I wanted to show you the difference between the toys children play with here and the ones they have in Germany?
Yes, ma'am.
But she made you salute it, too, didn't she?
Wilbur, did I tell you to salute it?
Some of us did.
Yes. And I'd like to show you, gentlemen, why they did. When you pull this string, you see the little arm goes up in the air in a kind of salute. Now, completely for their information, I told them that German children were led to believe Hitler was much more than just a human being. He was perfect and above all criticism. That they had to salute even this little figure of him. I know, because I saw it done. Before I said any more, half a dozen of them were raising their arms and saluting it, too. Isn't that exactly what happened, Wilbur?
I guess so.
You mustn't guess, Wilbur. Is that what happened?
Yes, ma'am.
And didn't we all laugh when you imitated the little figure and raised your arms?
Yes, ma'am.
When you and Eddie Etheridge said, "Heil Hitler," what did I do?
Well, you laughed.
And what else?
You told us to stop.
Well, just one more thing, Wilbur. Have you ever heard me at any time say that Germany was better than America? Or that anybody in Germany was better than anybody in America?
No, ma'am.
Do you remember what I said Hitler was doing to the children in Germany?
That they had to obey him like mules.
Did I say mules?
Like donkeys.
All right. Thank you, Wilbur. That's all I want to ask you.
All right, you can go home now, Wilbur. Unless Mr. Etheridge wants to ask you some more questions.
This still doesn't change the fact that the Clavering series is a menace to this town. And I move that we vote on the question of removing them.
Very well, Mr. Etheridge. Is there any more discussion? Mr. Hunter, is there anything you'd like to say?
There isn't very much he can say. It's black and white.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I think I would like to say a few words. The Clavering books were bought by this board on my recommendation. And I must go on record as saying that I've just as high an opinion of them today as I had when I urged you to purchase them last year. They deal honestly with historical truth.
That's not the point. There's a lot of things that are true that you don't have to tell children.
Mr. Etheridge, what do you believe is the purpose of teaching American history?
Why, to instill patriotism.
Well, believe it or not, Mr. Etheridge, the great army of decent school teachers in America want our children to be patriotic, too. But I think we have different definitions of a patriot. We teachers believe that a patriot is someone who exerts himself to promote the well-being of his country. That's Dr. Clavering's definition. And it's in the dictionary, too. You say Dr. Clavering's a muckraker. I say he's an American patriot who has written in his books not only the great achievements of our country and the men who made it what it is, but the human aspects of our history that let us see and understand as clearly as possible the living world in which the contributors to our greatness existed. They didn't live on monuments. They were human beings, some weak, some strong, some facing crises with level heads, some merely passionate, some scrupulously honest, some not. George Santayana, one of the greatest teachers America ever had, said those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. Now, no one can deny that we're living in a changing world. Its social and economic orders are vanishing in front of our eyes. The chief purpose of teaching history is not to glorify the past, but to ensure the future. And our children have the right to be given history truthfully, so that they can use its lessons to solve the problems every human being faces today. The only way to make a child a real patriot is to give him history, not an arrangement of eulogies and flowery obituaries under the guise of history.
I'd like to have the floor.
Go ahead, Mr. Roberts.
Last year, I said the board ought not to buy the Clavering books because I'd been told how radical they were. Well, this year we've got a very bright boarder at our house, that Miss Thatcher you just had up. And I'm here to say that in the last couple of months she's opened my eyes, and so has Mr. Hunter. And I ain't ashamed to say that when I said we oughtn't to buy the books because they were communistic, I made a darn fool of myself, and I ain't going to do it again. I'm behind Mr. Hunter 100%.
What you told me this afternoon, you'd back me up.
No, I didn't. I just said I'd be here and I'd have my eyes open. Harry, I don't want to get into a fight with you. I just want to ask you this. Has Mr. Hunter convinced you you're wrong?
He hasn't convinced me this Clavering isn't a muckraker.
Then you're even dumber than I was. Can't you see that you're the muckraker?
What are you talking about? Just because I'm American enough?
Now, wait a minute. You'll have a chance to answer me when I get through. These Clavering books don't insult and cheapen our great men. You're doing that by implying that they weren't big enough to survive a comparison of their faults and virtues. Now, let me show you what I mean. All our lives, we've been used to seeing pictures and photographs and statues of Lincoln with a mole on his cheek. Right here. And if any painter or sculptor dared to show us Lincoln without that mole, there ain't nobody over 8 years old in America wouldn't say, put that mole back. We know it don't make him look like a movie hero, but he didn't happen to be a movie hero. So you put that mole back. Because that's the way he was. It makes him realer to us. We want him tall and lanky, with big knuckles, and forgetting sometimes to have his pants pressed. We know Lincoln pretty well. We ought to know America just as well as we know Lincoln. And if it's parts of this history that ain't pretty to look at, let's face the facts, then make improvements as we get a chance to. If you want to see what happens to a country that has nothing but little tin gods in it, look at Germany. School children there are being taught on your system. All their leaders are perfect, and all their histories are being rewritten to prove it. Well, you want our kids to be told about America that way? We know that everything considered, it's one of the best countries ever organized. We want to keep it that way. And that means not being afraid to learn what made it tick in the beginning and what keeps it going today. Now, it's getting late and there's a question before the board. But if you ain't convinced yet, I'm prepared to sit here all night to get it through that thick skull of yours.
It is moved and seconded
of Education.
Sorry to take you away from your class.
Oh, that's all right.
Did you see Mr. Roberts last night?
No, but I talked with him this morning. He told me how they voted.
Well, we're safe for another year.
Yes, darling. We'll always be safe. As long as there are Americans like Mr. Roberts to keep his eyes open.
Our freedom, then, has this meaning, that here in our land, the truth may be taught always. Academic freedom is the first liberty to die when dictators rule, for dictators know the power of education. Let us, like Mr. Roberts in the play, keep our eyes open for truth. Let us resist any attempt to suppress truth or to distort it. Let us consider again the most powerful words ever spoken against the enemies of man, the lightning-charged words of Lincoln at Gettysburg, and let us renew in this threatening hour his high resolve that the government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. In this, the second of our series of broadcasts, the stars and the author of today's drama joined the Free Company under chairmanship of James Boyd, contributing their services without payment. Lee Stevens composed and conducted an original musical score. The Free Company producer is Charles Vanda. To the Screen Actors Guild and to the American Federation of Radio Artists and to the Columbia Network, all who have combined to make this series possible, to all these people, with a word of a special thanks to Irving Reese, who directed, this is Burgess Meredith offering the sincere thanks of the Free Company.
All those who enjoyed Mark Connolly's play today will be glad to know that a complete copy of the broadcast has been printed for distribution to listeners. For 10 cents, the cost of printing and mailing, you may receive your copy. Write to the Free Company in care of the Columbia Broadcasting System, New York City. Copies of subsequent Free Company plays will be made available each week as the series goes on. All criticisms of historical facts contained in The Mole on Lincoln's Cheek are based on authentic conditions. There is no flavoring series, but you will find the names of the actual textbooks containing the controversial facts used in the play in Howard K. Beale's Survey of Teaching, which he prepared for the Commission on Social Studies of the American Historical Association. Next week at this time, the Free Company presents An American Crusader by Robert E. Sherwood, author of Abe Lincoln in Illinois and There Shall Be No Night, starring Francho Tone and a distinguished company. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at ChestertonRadio.com.
Chapter 4 of Orthodoxy by Gilbert K. Chesterton. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Phil Chenevert. The Ethics of Elfland. When the business man rebukes the idealism of his office boy, it is commonly in some such speech as this: "Ah, yes, when one is young, one has these ideals in the abstract, and these castles in the air, but in middle age they all break up like clouds, and one comes down to a belief in practical politics, to using the machinery one has and getting on with the world as it is." Thus, at least, venerable and philanthropic old men now in their honored graves used to talk to me when I was a boy. But since then I have grown up, and have discovered that these philanthropic old men were telling lies. What has really happened is exactly the opposite of what they said would happen. They said that I should lose my ideals and begin to believe in the methods of practical politicians. Now, I have not lost my ideals in the least. My faith in fundamentals is exactly what it always was. What I have lost is my old childlike faith in practical politics. I am still as much concerned as ever about the Battle of Armageddon, but I am not so much concerned about the general election. As a babe I leapt up on my mother's knee at the mere mention of it. No, the vision is always solid and reliable. The vision is always a fact. It is the reality that is often a fraud. As much as I ever did, more than I ever did, I believe in liberalism. But there was a rosy time of innocence when I believed in liberals. I take this instance of one of the enduring faiths because, having now to trace the roots of my personal speculation, this may be counted, I think, as the only positive bias. I was brought up a liberal, and have always believed in democracy, in the elementary liberal doctrine of self-governing humanity. If anyone finds the phrase vague or threadbare, I can only pause for a moment to explain that the principle of democracy, as I mean it, can be stated in two propositions. The first is this: that the things common to all men are more important than the things peculiar to any men. Ordinary things are more valuable than extraordinary things, nay, they are more extraordinary. Man is something more awful than men, something more strange. The sense of the miracle of humanity itself should be always more vivid to us than any marvels of power, intellect, art, or civilization. The mere man on two legs, as such, should be felt as something more heartbreaking than any music, and more startling than any caricature. Death is more tragic even than death by starvation. Having a nose is more comic even than having a Norman nose. This is the first principle of democracy, that the essential things in men are the things they hold in common, not the things they hold separately. And the second principle is merely this, that the political instinct or desire is one of these things which they hold in common. Falling in love is more poetical than dropping into poetry. The democratic contention is that government, helping to rule the tribe, is a thing like falling in love, not a thing like dropping into poetry. It is not something analogous to playing the church organ, painting on vellum, discovering the North Pole, that insidious habit, looping the loop, being astronomer royal, and so on. For these things we do not wish a man to do at all unless he does them well. It is, on the contrary, a thing analogous to writing one's own love letters, or blowing one's own nose. These things we want a man to do for himself, even if he does them badly. I am not here arguing the truth of any of these conceptions. I know that some moderns are asking to have their wives chosen by scientists, and they may soon be asking, for all I know, to have their noses blown by nurses. I merely say that mankind does recognize these universal human functions, and that democracy classes government among them. In short, the democratic faith is this: that the most terribly important things must be left to ordinary men themselves: the mating of the sexes, the rearing of the young, the laws of the state. This is democracy, and in this I have always believed. But there is one thing that I have never, from my youth up, been able to understand. I have never been able to understand where people got the idea that democracy was in some way opposed to tradition. It is obvious that tradition is only democracy extended through time. It is trusting to a consensus of common human voices rather than to some isolated or arbitrary record. The man who quotes some German historian against the tradition of the Catholic Church, for instance, is strictly appealing to aristocracy. He is appealing to the superiority of one expert against the awful authority of a mob. It is quite easy to see why a legend is treated, and ought to be treated, more respectfully than a book of history. The legend is generally made by the majority of people in the village who are sane. The book is generally written by the one man in the village who is mad. Those who urge against tradition, that men in the past were ignorant, may go and urge it at the Carlton Club, along with a statement that voters in the slums are ignorant. It will not do for us. If we attach great importance to the opinion of ordinary men in great unanimity when we are dealing with daily matters, there is no reason why we should disregard it when we are dealing with history or fable. Tradition may be defined as an extension of the franchise. Tradition means giving votes to the most obscure of all classes, our ancestors. It is the democracy of the dead. Tradition refuses to submit to the small and arrogant oligarchy of those who merely happen to be walking about. All Democrats object to men being disqualified by accident of birth. Tradition objects to their being disqualified by accident of death. Democracy tells us not to neglect a good man's opinion, even if he is our groom. Tradition tells us not to neglect a good man's opinion, even if he is our father. I, at any rate, cannot separate the two ideas of democracy and tradition. It seems evident to me that they are the same idea. We will have the dead at our councils. The ancient Greeks voted by stones. These shall vote by tombstones. It is all quite regular and official, for most tombstones, like most ballot papers, are marked with a cross. I have first to say, therefore, that if I had a bias, it was always a bias in favor of democracy, and therefore of tradition. Before we come to any theoretic or logical beginnings, I am content to allow for that personal equation. I have always been more inclined to believe the ruck of hard-working people than to believe that special and troublesome literary class to which I belong. I prefer even the fancies and prejudices of people who see life from the inside to the clearest demonstrations of the people who see life from the outside. I would always trust the old wives' fables against the old maids' facts. As long as wit is mother-wit, it can be as wild as it pleases. Now, I have to put together a general position, and I pretend to no training in such things. I propose to do it, therefore, by writing down one after another the 3 or 4 fundamental ideas which I have found for myself pretty much in the way that I found them. Then I shall roughly synthesize them, summing up my personal philosophy or natural religion. Then I shall describe my startling discovery that the whole thing had been discovered before. It had been discovered by Christianity. But of these profound persuasions which I have to recount in order, the earliest was concerned with this element of popular tradition, and without the foregoing explanation touching tradition and democracy, I could hardly make my mental experience clear. As it is, I do not know whether I can make it clear, but I propose to try. My first and last philosophy, that which I believe in with unbroken certainty, I learnt in the nursery. I generally learnt it from a nurse, that is, from the solemn and star-appointed priestess at once of democracy and tradition. The things I believed most then, the things I believe most now, are the things called fairy tales. They seem to me to be the entirely reasonable things. They are not fantasies. Compared with them, other things are fantastic. Compared with them, religion and rationalism are both abnormal, though religion is abnormally right and rationalism abnormally wrong. Fairyland is nothing but the sunny country of common sense. It is not earth that judges heaven, but heaven that judges earth. So for me, at least, it was not earth that criticized Elfland, but Elfland that criticized the earth. I knew the magic beanstalk before I had tasted beans. I was sure of the man in the moon before I was certain of the moon. This was at one with all popular tradition. Modern minor poets are naturalists and talk about the bush or the brook, but the singers of the old epics and fables were supernaturalists. They talked about the gods of brook and bush. That is what the moderns mean when they say that the ancients did not appreciate nature, because they said that nature was divine. Old nurses do not tell children about the grass, but about the fairies that dance on the grass, and the old Greeks could not see the trees for the Dryads. But I deal here with what ethic and philosophy come from being fed on fairy tales. If I were describing them in detail, I could note many noble and healthy principles that arise from them. There is the chivalrous lesson of Jack the Giant Killer, that giants should be killed because they are gigantic. It is a manly mutiny against pride as such, for the rebel is older than all the kingdoms, and the Jacobin has more tradition than the Jacobite. There is the lesson of Cinderella, which is the same as that of the Magnificat, exuls habit humiles. There is the great lesson of Beauty and the Beast, that a thing must be loved before it is lovable. There is the terrible allegory of the Sleeping Beauty, which tells how the human creature was blessed with all birthday gifts, yet cursed with death, and how death also may perhaps be softened to a sleep. But I am not concerned with any of the separate statutes of Elfland, but with the whole spirit of its law, which I learnt before I could speak, and shall retain when I cannot write. I am concerned with a certain way of looking at life, which was created in me by the fairy tales, but has since been meekly ratified by the mere facts. It might be stated this way. There are certain sequences or developments, cases of one thing following another, which are, in the true sense of the word, reasonable. They are, in the true sense of the word, necessary. Such are mathematical and merely logical sequences. We in Fairyland, who are the most reasonable of all creatures, admit that reason and that necessity. For instance, if the ugly sisters are older than Cinderella, it is, in an iron and awful sense, necessary that Cinderella is younger than the ugly sisters. There is no getting out of it. Haeckel may talk as much fatalism about that fact as he pleases. It really must be. If Jack is the son of a miller is the father of Jack. Cold reason decrees it from her awful throne, and we in Fairyland submit. If the three brothers all ride horses, there are 6 animals and 18 legs involved. That is true rationalism, and Fairyland is full of it. But as I put my head over the hedge of the elves, and began to take notice of the natural world, I observed an extraordinary thing. I observed that learned men in spectacles were talking of the actual things that happened, dawn and death and so on, as if they were rational and inevitable. They talked as if the fact that trees bear fruit were just as necessary as the fact that 2 and 1 trees make 3. But it is not. There is an enormous difference by the test of Fairyland, which is the test of the imagination. You cannot imagine 2 and 1 not making 3, but you can easily imagine trees not growing fruit. You can imagine them growing golden candlesticks or tigers hanging on by the tail. These men in spectacles spoke much of a man named Newton, who was hit by an apple and who discovered a law. But they cannot be got to see the distinction between a true law, a law of reason, and the mere fact of apples falling. If the apple hit Newton's nose hit the apple. That is a true necessity, because we cannot conceive the one occurring without the other. But we can quite well conceive the apple not falling on his nose. We can fancy it flying ardently through the air to hit some other nose of which it had a more definite dislike. We have always in our fairy tales kept this sharp distinction between the science of mental relations, in which there really are laws, and the science of physical facts, in which there are no laws but only weird repetitions. We believe in bodily miracles, but not in mental impossibilities. We believe that a beanstalk climbed up to heaven, but that does not at all confuse our convictions on the philosophical question of how many beans make 5. Here is the peculiar perfection of tone and truth in the nursery tales. The man of science says, "Cut the stalk and the apple will fall," but he says it calmly, as if the one idea really led up to the other. The witch in the fairy tale says, "Blow the horn and the ogre's castle will fall," but she does not say it as if it were something in which the effect obviously arose out of the cause. Doubtless she has given the advice to many champions and has seen many castles fall, but she does not lose either her wonder or her reason. She does not muddle her head until it imagines a necessary mental connection between a horn and a falling tower. But the scientific men do muddle their heads until they imagine a necessary mental connection between an apple leaving the tree and an apple reaching the ground. They really do talk as if they had found not only a set of marvelous facts, but a truth connecting those facts. They do talk as if the connection of two strange things physically connected them philosophically. They feel that because one incomprehensible thing constantly follows another incomprehensible thing, the two together somehow make up a comprehensible thing. Two black riddles make a white answer. In fairyland we avoid the word law, but in the land of science they are singularly fond of it. Thus they will call some interesting conjecture about how forgotten folks pronounce the alphabet Grimm's Law. But Grimm's Law is far less intellectual than Grimm's fairy tales. The tales are at any rate certainly tales, while the law is not a law. A law implies that we know the nature of the generalization and enactment, not merely that we have noticed some of the effects. If there is a law that pickpockets shall go to prison, it implies that there is an imaginable mental connection between the idea of prison and the idea of picking pockets. And we know what the idea is. We can say why we take liberty from a man who takes liberties. But we cannot say why an egg can turn into a chicken, any more than we can say why a bear should turn into a fairy prince. As ideas, the egg and the chicken are further off from each other than the bear and the prince, for no egg in itself suggests a chicken, whereas some princes do suggest bears. Granted, then, that certain transformations do happen, it is essential that we should regard them in the philosophic manner of fairy tales, not in the unphilosophic manner of science and the laws of nature. When we are asked why eggs turn to birds or fruits fall in autumn, we must answer exactly as the fairy godmother would answer if Cinderella asked her why mice turned to horses, or her clothes fell from her at 12 o'clock. We must answer that it is magic. It is not a law, for we do not understand its general formula. It is not a necessity, for though we can count on it happening practically, we have no right to say that it must always happen. It is no argument for unalterable law, as Huxley fancied, that we count on the ordinary course of things. We do not count on it, we bet on it. We risk the remote possibility of a miracle as we do that of a poisoned pancake or a world-destroying comet. We leave it out of account, not because it is a miracle and therefore an impossibility, but because it is a miracle and therefore an exception. All the terms used in the science books, law, necessity, order, tendency, and so on, are really unintellectual, because they assume an inner synthesis which we do not possess. The only words that ever satisfied me as describing nature are the terms used in the fairy books: charm, spell, enchantment. They express the arbitrariness of the fact and its mystery. A tree grows fruit because it is a magic tree. Water runs downhill because it is bewitched. The sun shines because it is bewitched. I deny altogether that this is fantastic or even mystical. We may have some mysticism later on, but this fairy tale language about things is simply rational and agnostic. It is the only way I can express in words my clear and definite perception that one thing is quite distinct from another, that there is no logical connection between flying and laying eggs. It is the man who talks about a law that he has never seen who is the mystic. Nay, the ordinary scientific man is strictly a sentimentalist. He is a sentimentalist in this essential sense, that he is soaked and swept away by mere associations. He has so often seen birds fly and lay eggs that he feels as if there must be some dreamy, tender connection between the two ideas, whereas there is none. A forlorn lover might be unable to dissociate the moon from lost love, so the materialist is unable to dissociate the moon from the tide. In both cases there is no connection, except that one has seen them together. A sentimentalist might shed tears at the smell of apple blossom, because by a dark association of his own it reminded him of his boyhood. So the materialist professor, though he conceals his tears, is yet a sentimentalist, because by a dark association of his own, apple blossoms remind him of apples. But the cool rationalist from fairyland does not see why, in the abstract, the apple tree should not grow crimson tulips. It sometimes does in his country. This elementary wonder, however, is not a mere fancy derived from the fairy tales. On the contrary, all the fire of the fairy tales is derived from this. Just as we all like love tales because there is an instinct of sex, we all like astonishing tales because they touch the nerve of the ancient instinct of astonishment. This is proved by the fact that when we are very young children, we do not need fairy tales. We only need tales. Mere life is interesting enough. A child of 7 is excited by being told that Tommy opened a door and saw a dragon, but a child of 3 is excited by being told that Tommy opened a door. Boys like romantic tales, but babies like realistic tales, because they find them romantic. In fact, a baby is about the only person, I should think, to whom a modern realistic novel could be read without boring him. This proves that even nursery tales only echo an almost prenatal leap of interest and amazement. These tales say that apples are golden, only to refresh the forgotten moment when we found that they were green. They make rivers run with wine, only to make us remember for one wild moment that they run with water. I have said that this is wholly reasonable and even agnostic, and indeed, on this point, I am all for the higher agnosticism. Its better name is ignorance. We have all read in scientific books, and indeed in all romances, the story of the man who has forgotten his name. This man walks about the streets and can see and appreciate everything, only he cannot remember who he is. Well, every man is that man in the story. Every man has forgotten who he is. One may understand the cosmos, but never the ego. The self is more distant than any star. Thou shalt love the Lord thy God, but thou shalt not know thyself. We are all under the same mental calamity. We have all forgotten our names. We have all forgotten what we really are. All that we call common sense and rationality and practicality and positivism, only means that for certain dead levels of our life, we forget that we have forgotten. All that we call spirit and art and ecstasy only means that for one awful instant we remember that we forgot. But though, like the man without memory in the novel, we walk the streets with a sort of half-witted admiration, still it is admiration. It is admiration in English, and not only admiration in Latin. The wonder has a positive element of praise. This is the next milestone to be definitely marked on our road through fairyland. I shall speak in the next chapter about optimists and pessimists in their intellectual aspect, as far as they have one. Here I am only trying to describe the enormous emotions which cannot be described. And the strongest emotion was that life was as precious as it was puzzling. It was an ecstasy because it was an adventure. It was an adventure because it was an opportunity. The goodness of the fairy tale was not affected by the fact that there might be more dragons than princesses. It was good to be in a fairy tale. The test of all happiness is gratitude. I felt gratitude, though I hardly knew to whom. Children are grateful when Santa Claus puts in their stockings gifts of toys or sweets. Could I not be grateful to Santa Claus when he put in my stockings the gift of 2 miraculous legs? We thank people for birthday presents of cigars and slippers. Can I thank no one for the birthday present of birth? There were then these 2 first feelings, indefensible and indisputable. The world was a shock, but it was not merely shocking. Existence was a surprise, but it was a pleasant surprise. In fact, all my first views were exactly uttered in a riddle that stuck in my brain from boyhood. The question was, what did the first frog say? And the answer was, Lord, how you made me jump. That says succinctly all that I am saying. God made the frog jump, but the frog prefers jumping. But when these things are settled, there enters the second great principle of the fairy philosophy. Anyone can see it who has simply read Grimm's fairy tales, or the fine collections of Mr. Andrew Lang. For the pleasure of pedantry, I will call it the doctrine of conditional joy. Touchstone talked of much virtue in an if. According to elfin ethics, all virtue is in an if. The note of the fairy utterance always is, you may live in a palace of gold and sapphire if you do not say the word cow. Or, you may live happily with the king's daughter if you do not show her an onion. The vision always hangs upon a veto. All the dizzy and colossal things conceded depend upon one small thing withheld. All the wild and whirling things that are let loose depend upon one thing that is forbidden. Mr. W. B. Yeats, in his exquisite and piercing elfin poetry, describes the elves as lawless. They plunge in innocent anarchy on the unbridled horses of the air, ride on the crest of the dishevelled tide, and dance upon the mountains like flame. It is a dreadful thing to say that Mr. W. B. Yeats does not understand fairyland, but I do say it. He is an ironical Irishman, full of intellectual reactions. He is not stupid enough to understand fairyland. Fairies prefer people of the yokel type like myself, people who gape and grin and do as they are told. Mr. Yeats reads into elfland all the righteous insurrection of his own race. But the lawlessness of Ireland is a Christian lawlessness, founded on reason and justice. The Fenian is rebelling against something he understands only too well, but the true citizen of fairyland is obeying something that he does not understand at all. In the fairy tale, an incomprehensible happiness rests upon an incomprehensible condition. A box is opened and all evils fly out. A word is forgotten and cities perish. A lamp is lit and love flies away. A flower is plucked and human lives are forfeited. An apple is eaten and the hope of God is gone. This is the tone of fairy tales, and it is certainly not lawlessness or even liberty, though men under a mean modern tyranny may think it liberty by comparison. People out of Portland jail might think Fleet Street free, but closer study will prove that both fairies and journalists are the slaves of duty. Fairy godmothers seem at least as strict as other godmothers. Cinderella received a coach out of Wonderland and a coachman out of Nowhere, but she received a command, which might have come out of Brixton, that she should be back by 12. Also, she had a glass slipper, and it cannot be coincidence that glass is so common a substance in folklore. This princess lives in a glass castle, that princess on a glass hill. This one sees all things in a mirror. They may all live in glass houses if they will not throw stones. For this thin glitter of glass everywhere is the expression of the fact that the happiness is bright but brittle, like the substance most easily smashed by a housemaid or a cat. And this fairy tale sentiment also sank into me and became my sentiment toward the whole world. I felt and feel that life itself is as bright as the diamond, but as brittle as the window pane. And when the heavens were compared to the terrible crystal, I can remember a shudder. I was afraid that God would drop the cosmos with a crash. Remember, however, that to be breakable is not the same as to be perishable. Strike a glass and it will not endure an instant. Simply do not strike it, and it will endure 1,000 years. Such, it seemed, was the joy of man, either in Elfland or on earth. The happiness depended on not doing something, which you could at any moment do, and which very often it was not obvious why you should not do it. Now the point here is that to me this did not seem unjust. If the miller's third son said to the fairy, "Explain why I must not stand on my head in the fairy palace," the other might fairly reply, "Well, if it comes to that, explain the fairy palace." If Cinderella says, "How is it that I must leave the ball at 12?" her godmother might answer, "How is it that you are going there till 12?" If I leave a man in my will 10 talking elephants and 100 winged horses, he cannot complain if the conditions partake of the slight eccentricity of the gift. He must not look a winged horse in the mouth. And it seemed to me that existence was itself so very eccentric a legacy that I could not complain of not understanding the limitations of the vision when I did not understand the vision they limited. The frame was no stranger than the picture. The veto might well be as wild as the vision. It might be as startling as the sun, as elusive as the waters, as fantastic and terrible as the towering trees. For this reason, we may call it the fairy godmother philosophy, I never could join the young men of my time in feeling what they call the general sentiment of revolt. I should have resisted, let us hope, any rules that were evil, and with these and their definition I shall deal in another chapter. But I did not feel disposed to resist any rule merely because it was mysterious. Estates are sometimes held by foolish forms, the breaking of a stick or the payment of a peppercorn. I was willing to hold the huge estate of earth and heaven by any such futile fantasy. It could not well be wilder than the fact that I was allowed to hold it at all. At this stage I give only one ethical instance to show my meaning. I could never mix in the common murmur of that rising generation against monogamy, because no restriction on sex seemed so odd and unexpected as sex itself. To be allowed, like Endymion, to make love to the moon, and then to complain that Jupiter held his moons in a harem, seemed to me, bred on fairy tales like Endymion's, a vulgar anticlimax. Keeping to one woman is a small price for so much as seeing one woman. To complain that I could only be married once was like complaining that I had only been born once. It was incommensurate with the terrible excitement of which one was talking. It showed not an exaggerated sensibility to sex, but a curious insensibility to it. A man is a fool who complains that he cannot enter Eden by 5 gates at once. Polygamy is a lack of the realization of sex. It is like a man plucking 5 pears in mere absence of mind. The aesthetes touched the last insane limits of language in their eulogy on lovely things. The thistledown made them weep. A burnished beetle brought them to their knees. Yet their emotion never impressed me for an instant, for this reason, that it never occurred to them to pay for their pleasure in any sort of symbolic sacrifice. Men, I felt, might fast 40 days for the sake of hearing a blackbird sing. Men might go through fire to find a cowslip. Yet these lovers of beauty could not even keep sober for the blackbird. They would not go through common Christian marriage by way of recompense to the cowslip. Surely one might pay for extraordinary joy in ordinary mortals. Oscar Wilde said that sunsets were not valued because we could not pay for sunsets. Oscar Wilde was wrong. We can pay for sunsets. We can pay for them by not being Oscar Wilde. Well, I left the fairy tales lying on the floor of the nursery, and I have not found any books so sensible since. I left the nurse guardian of tradition and democracy, and I have not found any modern type so sanely radical or so sanely conservative. But the matter for important comment was here, that when I first went out into the mental atmosphere of the modern world, I found that the modern world was positively opposed on 2 points to my nurse and to the nursery tales. It has taken me a long time to find out that the modern world is wrong and my nurse was right. The really curious thing was this, that modern thought contradicted this basic creed of my boyhood on its 2 most essential doctrines. I have explained that the fairy tales founded in me 2 convictions. First, that this world is a wild and startling place, which might have been quite different, but which is quite delightful. Second, that before this wildness and delight, one may well be modest and submit to the queerest limitations of so queer a kindness. But I found the whole modern world running like a high tide against both my tendernesses, and the shock of that collision created 2 sudden and spontaneous sentiments, which I have had ever since, and which, crude as they were, have since hardened into convictions. First, I found the whole modern world talking scientific fatalism, saying that everything is as it must always have been, being unfolded without fault from the beginning. The leaf of the tree is green because it could never have been anything else. Now, the fairy tale philosopher is glad that the leaf is green precisely because it might have been scarlet. He feels as if it had turned green an instant before he looked at it. He is pleased that snow is white on the strictly reasonable ground that it might have been black. Every color has in it a bold quality as of choice. The red of garden roses is not only decisive, but dramatic, like suddenly spilt blood. He feels that something has been done. But the great determinists of the 19th century were strongly against this native feeling that something had happened an instant before. In fact, according to them, nothing ever really had happened since the beginning of the world. Nothing ever had happened since existence had happened, and even about the date of that they were not very sure. The modern world, as I found it, was solid for modern Calvinism, for the necessity of things being as they are. But when I came to ask them, I found they had really no proof of this unavoidable repetition in things, except for the fact that the things were repeated. Now, the mere repetition made the things to me rather more weird than more rational. It was as if, having seen a curiously shaped nose in the street and dismissed it as an accident, I had then seen 6 other noses of the same astonishing shape. I should have fancied for a moment that it must be some local secret society. So one elephant having a trunk was odd, but all elephants having trunks looked like a plot. I speak here only of an emotion, and of an emotion at once stubborn and subtle. But the repetition in nature seemed sometimes to be an exciting repetition, like that of an angry schoolmaster saying the same thing over and over again. The grass seemed signaling to me with all its fingers at once. The crowded stars seemed bent upon being understood. The sun would make me see him if he rose 1,000 times. The recurrences of the universe rose to the maddening rhythm of an incantation, and I began to see an idea. All the towering materialism which dominates the modern mind rests ultimately upon one assumption, a false assumption. It is supposed that if a thing goes on repeating itself, it is probably dead, a piece of clockwork. People feel that if the universe was personal, it would vary. If the sun were alive, it would dance. This is a fallacy even in relation to known fact, for the variation in human affairs is generally brought into them not by life, but by death, by the dying down or breaking off of their strength or desire. A man varies his movements because of some slight element of failure or fatigue. He gets into an omnibus because he is tired of walking, or he walks because he is tired of sitting still. But if his life and joy were so gigantic that he never tired of going to Islington, he might go to Islington as regularly as the Thames goes to Sheerness. The very speed and ecstasy of his life would have the stillness of death. The sun rises every morning. I do not rise every morning, but the variation is not due to my activity, but to my inaction. Now, to put the matter in a popular phrase, it might be true that the sun rises regularly because he never gets tired of rising. His routine might be due not to lifelessness, but to a rush of life. The thing I mean can be seen, for instance, in children when they find some game or joke that they especially enjoy. A child kicks his legs rhythmically through excess, not absence of life. Because children have abounding vitality, because they are in spirit fierce and free, therefore they want things repeated and unchanged. They always say, "Do it again," and the grown-up person does it again, because he is nearly dead. For grown-up people are not strong enough to exult in monotony, but perhaps God is strong enough to exult in monotony. It is possible that God says every morning, "Do it again," to the sun, and every evening, "Do it again," to the moon. It may not be automatic necessity that makes all daisies alike. It may be that God makes every daisy separately, but has never got tired of making them. It may be that he has the eternal appetite of infancy, for we have sinned and grown old, and our Father is younger than we. The repetition in nature may not be a mere recurrence. It may be a theatrical encore. Heaven may encore the bird who laid an egg. If the human being conceives and brings forth a human child instead of bringing forth a fish or a bat or a griffin, the lesson may not be that we are fixed in an animal fate without life or purpose. It may be that our little tragedy has touched the gods, that they admire it from their starry galleries, and that at the end of every human drama man is called again and again before the curtain. Repetition may go on for millions of years by mere choice, and at any instant it may stop. Man may stand on the earth generation after generation, and yet each birth be his positively last appearance. This was my first conviction, made by the shock of my childish emotions meeting the modern creed in mid-career. I had always vaguely felt facts to be miracles in the sense that they are wonderful. Now I began to think them miracles in the stricter sense that they were willful. I mean that they were, or might be, repeated exercises of some will. In short, I had always believed that the world involved magic. Now I thought that perhaps it involved a magician. And this pointed a profound emotion always present and subconscious, that this world of ours has some purpose, and if there is a purpose, there is a person. I had always felt life first as a story, and if there is a story, there is a storyteller. But modern thought also hit my second human tradition. It went against the fairy feeling about strict limits and conditions. The one thing it loved to talk about was expansion and largeness. Herbert Spencer would have been greatly annoyed if anyone had called him an imperialist, and therefore it is highly regrettable that nobody did. But he was an imperialist of the lowest type. He popularized this contemptible notion that the size of the solar system ought to overawe the spiritual dogma of man. Why should a man surrender his dignity to the solar system any more than to a whale? If mere size proves that man is not the image of God, then a whale may be the image of God, a somewhat formless image, what one might call an impressionistic portrait. It is quite futile to argue that man is small compared to the cosmos, for man was always small compared to the nearest tree. But Herbert Spencer, in his headlong imperialism, would insist that we had in some way been conquered and annexed by the astronomical universe. He spoke about men and their ideals exactly as the most insolent Unionist talks about the Irish and their ideals. He turned mankind into a small nationality, and his evil influence can be seen even in the most spirited and honorable of later scientific authors, notably in the early romances of Mr. H.G. Wells. Many moralists have, in an exaggerated way, represented the earth as wicked, but Mr. Wells and his school made the heavens wicked. We should lift up our eyes to the stars from whence would come our ruin. But the expansion of which I speak was much more evil than all this. I have remarked that the materialist, like the madman, is in prison, in the prison of one thought. These people seem to think it singularly inspiring to keep on saying that the prison was very large. The size of this scientific universe gave one no novelty, no relief. The cosmos went on forever, but not in its wildest constellation could there be anything really interesting, anything, for instance, such as forgiveness or free will. The grandeur or infinity of the secret of its cosmos added nothing to it. It was like telling a prisoner in Reading jail that he would be glad to hear that the jail now covered half the county. The warder would have nothing to show the man except more and more long corridors of stone, lit by ghastly lights and empty of all that is human. So these expanders of the universe had nothing to show us except more and more infinite corridors of space, lit by ghastly suns and empty of all that is divine. In fairyland there had been a real law that could be broken. For the definition of a law is something that can be broken. But the machinery of this cosmic prison was something that could not be broken, for we ourselves were only a part of its machinery. We were either unable to do things, or we were destined to do them. The idea of the mystical condition quite disappeared. One can neither have the firmness of keeping laws nor the fun of breaking them. The largeness of this universe had nothing of that freshness and airy outbreak which we have praised in the universe of the poet. The modern universe is literally an empire. That is, it was vast, but it is not free. One went into larger and larger windowless rooms, rooms big with Babylonian perspective, but one never found the smallest window or a whisper of outer air. Their infernal parallels seem to expand with distance, but for me all good things come to a point, swords, for instance. So finding the boast of the big cosmos so unsatisfactory to my emotions, I began to argue about it a little, and I soon found that the whole attitude was even shallower than could have been expected. According to these people, the cosmos was one thing since it had one unbroken rule. Only, they would say, while it is one thing, it is also the only thing there is. Why then should one worry particularly to call it large? There is nothing to compare it with. It would be just as sensible to call it small. A man may say, I like this vast cosmos with its throng of stars and its crowd of varied creatures. But if it comes to that, why should not a man say, I like this cozy little cosmos with its decent number of stars and as neat a provision of livestock as I wish to see? One is as good as the other. They are both mere sentiments. It is mere sentiment to rejoice that the sun is larger than the earth. It is quite as sane a sentiment to rejoice that the sun is no larger than it is. A man chooses to have an emotion about the largeness of the world. Why should he not choose to have an emotion about its smallness? It happened that I had that emotion. When one is fond of anything, one addresses it by diminutives, even if it is an elephant or a life guardsman. The reason is that anything, however huge, that can be conceived of as complete, can be conceived of as small. If military mustaches did not suggest a sword or tusks a tail, then the object would be vast because it would be immeasurable. But the moment you can imagine a guardsman, you can imagine a small guardsman. The moment you really see an elephant, you can call it tiny. If you can make a statue of a living thing, you can make a statuette of it. These people professed that the universe was one coherent thing, but they are not fond of the universe. But I was frightfully fond of the universe and wanted to address it by a diminutive. I often did, and it never seemed to mind. Actually and in truth, I did feel that these dim dogmas of vitality were better expressed by calling the world small than by calling it large. For about infinity there was a sort of carelessness, which was the reverse of the fierce and pious care which I felt touching the pricelessness and the peril of life. They showed only a dreary waste, but I felt a sort of sacred thrift, for economy is far more romantic than extravagance. To them the stars were an unending income of ha'pence, but I felt about the golden sun and the silver moon as a schoolboy feels if he has 1 sovereign and a shilling. These subconscious convictions are best hit off by the color and tone of certain tales. Thus I have said that stories of magic alone can express my sense that life is not only a pleasure, but a kind of eccentric privilege. I may express this other feeling of cosmic coziness by allusion to another book always read in boyhood, Robinson Crusoe, which I read about this time, and which owes its eternal vivacity to the fact that it celebrates the poetry of limits, nay, even the wild romance of prudence. Crusoe is a man on a small rock, with a few comforts just snatched from the sea. The best thing in the book is simply the list of things saved from the wreck. The greatest of poems is an inventory. Every kitchen stool becomes ideal because Crusoe might have dropped it in the sea. It is a good exercise in empty or ugly hours of the day to look at anything, the coal scuttle or the bookcase, and think how happy one could be to have brought it out of the sinking ship on the solitary island. But it is a better exercise still to remember how all things have had this hair-breadth escape. Everything has been saved from a wreck. Every man has had one horrible adventure, as a hidden, untimely birth he had not been, as infants that never see the light. Men spoke much in my boyhood of restricted or ruined men of genius, and it was common to say that many a man was a great might-have-been. To me it is a more solid and startling fact that any man in the street is a great might-not-have-been. But I really felt, the fancy may seem foolish, as if all the order and number of things were the romantic remnant of Crusoe's ship. That there were 2 sexes and 1 sun was like the fact that there were 2 guns and 1 axe. It was poignantly urgent that none should be lost, but somehow it was rather fun that none could be added. The trees and the planets seemed like things saved from the wreck, and when I saw the Matterhorn I was glad that it had not been overlooked in the confusion. I felt economical about the stars as if they were sapphires. They are called so in Milton's Eden. I hoarded the hills. For the universe is a single jewel, and while it is a natural cant to talk of a jewel as peerless or priceless, of this jewel it is literally true. The cosmos is indeed without peer and without price, for there cannot be another one. Thus ends in unavoidable inadequacy the attempt to utter the unutterable things. These are my ultimate attitudes towards life, the soils for the seeds of doctrine. These in some dark way I thought before I could write, and felt before I could think. That we may proceed more easily afterwards, I will roughly recapitulate them now. I felt in my bones, first, that this world does not explain itself. It may be a miracle with a supernatural explanation. It may be a conjuring trick with a natural explanation. But the explanation of the conjuring trick, if it is to satisfy me, will have to be better than the natural explanations I have heard. The thing is magic, true or false. Second, I came to feel as if magic must have a meaning, and meaning must have some one to mean it. There was something personal in the world, as in a work of art. Whatever it meant violently. Third, I thought this purpose beautiful in its old design, in spite of its defects, such as dragons. Fourth, that the proper form of thanks to it is some form of humility and restraint. We should thank God for beer and Burgundy by not drinking too much of them. We owed also an obedience to whatever made us. And last and strangest, there has come to my mind a vague and vast impression that in some way all good was a remnant to be stored and held sacred out of some primordial ruin. Man had saved his good as Crusoe saved his goods. He had saved them from a wreck. All this I felt, and the age gave me no encouragement to feel it. And all this time I had not even thought of Christian theology. End of chapter 4.
This is Chesterton Radio, the true, good, and beautiful at chestertonradio.com.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we bring you The Mailing Affair by R.F. Delverfield, based on a true life romance whose mysterious ending has intrigued the world ever since. Set in 1889, this is the story of Prince Rudolph of Austria-Hungary, an unhappy man pulled in many different directions by love and duty. Heir to the Habsburg throne, but beset by political intrigues. Married to a jealous, nagging wife, but in love with a beautiful young girl, Mary Vetsera. Forced by the emperor to return to his wife, Rudolph meets Mary for the last time at his hunting lodge at Mailing. What happened there became front-page news and a sensational climax to the story of a great love. Listen in a few moments to the story of The Mailing Affair by R.F. Delverfield, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe. And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, The Mailing Affair.
Coffee, Herr Schetz. Thank you, Loschek. Tell me, is the Crown Prince usually as late as this? When he spends the night in the lower town, yes, sir. Won't he wish to go straight to bed and sleep it off when he returns?
No, sir, I think not. His Imperial Highness is not sleeping well at present.
Has he seen a doctor? Loshek, you can speak to me about it, you know. You do trust me, don't you?
I know that you enjoy His Imperial Highness's complete confidence, Herr Sheps.
Otherwise, I wouldn't be here at 7 on a chilly morning in his private apartments behind locked doors. Is that it?
His Imperial Highness sees his doctor at least once a week, sir.
You still don't believe I have the best of reasons for wishing him well, do you? Loshek, you owe it to all of us to use your influence to dissuade the prince from completely wrecking his health.
I am a valet, Herr Sheps.
But you are also a friend to the Crown Prince. Listen to me, Loshek. We need your help desperately.
What is it you require of me, sir?
I'm right in assuming you are with us, in spirit.
No, you are quite wrong, sir. I have no interest in politics, and I do not believe that the Crown Prince, heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary, should involve himself in the schemes of newspaper editors like yourself and your associates.
Don't you want to see a better future for this empire of ours?
No, sir. My concern is for His Imperial Highness. You are encouraging him to attack the very institutions that maintain him. There are other ways of destroying a man than by permitting him to wreck his health, Herr Sheps.
Good heavens, man. Do you imagine I will destroy him?
What else can happen to a man pulled in a dozen different directions by the self-appointed keepers of his conscience, Herr Sheps?
But, Loshek, suppose that Someone's trying the door. I can't be found here at this hour. Where shall I go?
There is no occasion to go anywhere, sir. The lady outside is not here to probe His Imperial Highness's political background.
Lady?
His wife, sir. The Crown Princess Stephanie. I must admit her.
I issued orders that this door was not to be locked.
With great respect, Your Highness, the order was countermanded by His Imperial Highness.
He instructed you to lock the door against me?
Not against you, Your Imperial Highness. Many of his private papers have been recently transferred here from the master safe in the great study.
Where is the Crown Prince?
He is out, Your Highness.
Your Imperial Highness.
Your Imperial Highness.
And who is this man, and what is he doing here at this hour?
May it please,
Do not address a member of the ruling house unless directly addressed.
His name is Maurice Sheps. He is an editor, Your Imperial Highness. I understand he has professional business with His Imperial Highness.
What are those papers in his hand? Give them to me.
Le Chef. Those papers are mine.
May I have them, please?
Thank you. You may leave us, Le Chef. Oh, no, not you, Maurice.
I wish to see Your Imperial Highness alone. And at once.
Conduct Herr Sheps to the great study, Le Chef. He is to return when I ring. Yes, Your Highness. This way, Herr Sheps.
Loshek should bring you something to eat.
I breakfasted well, madame, at least an hour before you forced your way into my room.
I haven't seen you for 3 days.
That would appear to be of your choosing. When I'm here, my door is open all day. Yours is locked against me all night.
Rudolph, we can't go on like this. Your health, it cannot support such a strain. The whole family is concerned, and that's why I went to see Papa yesterday.
Papa? You had no appointment to see the Emperor yesterday?
I was sufficiently anxious to go to him without an appointment.
Oh, madame, I salute you. The Order of the Golden Fleece has been awarded for far lesser hazard. Will you learn nothing? 7 years married to a Habsburg, yet you commit a breach that will make us both subject to subdued guffaws from here to Budapest.
Rudolph, I feel...
My health has nothing whatever to do with the matter. Your visit to the Emperor was prompted by the same prying spite that accounts for your presence in this room at this moment.
That woman has been here. I know it. I have accurate information.
We have arrived at it at last. Thank you, my dear. We can now dispose with the critical state of my health and proceed straight to the point. Oh, by the way, did you look under the bed and in the closet? The numerous uniforms in the closet might conceal an entire harem.
Why do you humiliate me like this, Rudy?
You humiliate yourself, Stephanie. Do you imagine that your hysterical appeals for sympathy from everyone to the Emperor down to your hairdresser provoke anything but contempt?
You hate me. You all hate me. If our child had been a son, if I'd been able to bear more children. Oh, I wish I were dead.
Nobody hates you, Stephanie. Nobody. You understand? Not even me. Oh, Stephanie, why do you act like this? What good can it do either of us?
How is a wife supposed to behave when the entire city is sniggering over her husband's entanglement with a parvenu adventuress?
Adventuress?
Well, what else is she? Baroness Mary Vitsera. It's not just another affair. It's common talk that the Crown Prince is madly in love.
You must excuse me, Stephanie. I have work to do.
It's true, isn't it? Why else should you avoid me day after day? Do you find me repulsive? It's strange if you do. Thousands of men admire me. My hair.
It's true that you have a luxuriant head of hair, and equally true that you delight in creating hysterical scenes at every opportunity. It is also true that you can never produce an heir to the throne of Austria-Hungary.
Reproach me with that? Is it my fault that I can never have another child?
No, madame, neither is it my fault that I was obliged by a pyramid of archaic family laws to marry you in the first place.
It's the same every time I try to talk to you.
Of course it's the same. How can it be otherwise? Ours is not a case of a man and a woman being mutually attracted to one another. I was led into the matrimonial ring like a prize bull, and a pitifully small ring it was. A fat Matilda of Saxony, a yellow-faced Infanta of Spain, and you. What have we in common, now that the sole purpose of our association can never be achieved?
Oh, you're intolerable! Intolerable! Intolerable!
You rang for Herr Schetz, Your Highness. He is here.
Come in, Maurice. Those papers you brought, they are not in my handwriting.
I had them transcribed, Your Highness. I felt it would be unwise to enter the Hofburg carrying an article of that sort in Your Highness's writing.
Are you being watched?
No more than usual, Your Highness.
Well, it's of no consequence. We shall not use this article after all.
Not use it?
It is too trivial. When the heart of an empire beats as turgidly as ours, it requires an explosion, not a pinprick. I have the explosives to hand.
To what does Your Highness refer?
The Hungarian opposition. We must support them openly, Maurice.
Support them? You mean openly advocate Hungarian independence? In your name?
Yes. Oh, come, Maurice. It's time I made my position clear. Time to throw off the old regime and march forward into a new age, a new conception of monarchy.
No. Rudy, this is not you talking.
But this is what you wanted and dreamed of.
I want a free empire, Rudy. But I'm concerned with progress, not revolution.
Maurice, listen to me. I'm 30 now. And what is my life? His Imperial Highness will represent the Emperor at a German embassy dinner. His Imperial Highness will take exercise in the Prater at noon. Oh, it's time I shook off the shackles. Others have, why not I?
Because you're the heir to the throne. Rudy, I'm your friend. We've done good work in the past, and we can continue to do better in the future. But not this way. For heaven's sake, don't pay attention to the disgruntled hotheads. Have patience. Rudy, you're tired. You're ill. I'll come back when you're rested.
Of course I'm ill, Maurice. I'm passed from cage to cage on the tide of neat brandy. But you are privileged, Maurice. You know that brandy is no longer sufficient to maintain the requisite imperial composure. You know that I now need more...
Stop it, Rudy. We've talked enough for today. I will leave you now.
Very well. But go by the emergency stairs, Maurice, and out through the iron door. You won't be searched if you go that way.
Goodbye, Rudy. Take some rest. Do nothing until we speak again.
Rest and obey court protocol. Is there nothing more in life than that?
The Countess Marie Lariche, Your Highness.
Is the Baroness Vetsera with her?
No, sir. The Countess is alone.
I'll show her in.
Good morning, cousin.
Good morning, Marie. Where is Mary?
Packing. We leave for Mentone this afternoon.
But you didn't intend leaving Vienna until tomorrow, and Mary...
My plans have changed. Carl and I leave today, and Mary has agreed to come with us.
Mary? To Mentone?
I told her you would be joining us there.
But you know that is impossible.
Of course. But it was the only way I could persuade her to come.
But why have you done this? Why are you taking Mary away from Vienna?
Rudy, this affair must stop. I've come to tell you that I cannot continue to play false chaperone to Mary any longer.
You can't do this. Mary's your friend.
Because she trusts me that you must stop. Stop before it ruins her and ruins me.
I don't understand you.
Rudy, I beg of you, be sensible. If this affair gets to Stephanie's ears, the scandal will not only compel me to leave Vienna for good, it will finish any chances Mary may have of making a good marriage.
But, Marie, I love Mary. I love her in a way you could never understand.
You may love her to distraction, Rudy, but you aren't a fool. You can see the future for Mary as well or better than I can.
I tell you, as long as I'm here...
Rudy, what security can you offer a girl deeply in love? Soon the whisper will run beyond the court circle and the Emperor will be forced to take action. If you were big enough, Rudy, if you had a real following instead of a few despised journalists and cranks, you might be able to direct the course of events. But you aren't big enough, Rudy. You'll go down under the storm. Mary will be ruined. I shall be ostracized, and you'll come to heel, Rudy. I believe you know that.
I thought with Mary I might achieve something.
No, Rudy, you must let her go. You won't regret it, I promise you that. Would you like to write to her?
No. That would be too conventional, and Mary doesn't appreciate the conventions. You can say goodbye on my behalf. And you can say
Rudy,
that
I've come.
Mary! Oh, Mary, my darling! Sorry.
No, Rudy. I won't have a demonstrative farewell in front of Marie. It embarrasses her.
Farewell? To the devil with farewell. Let me take your coat.
How did you get here, Mary?
By using my wits, Marie, darling. I guessed where you'd gone. I knew I couldn't get in by the main gate. I had no pass. So I went round to the little iron door. It was locked, of course, but I knew that sooner or later one of Rudy's mysterious strangers would come out. Oh, now tell me, how long will it be before you join us, Rudy? What's the matter? Why are you both looking at me like that?
It might be some time, Mary. It's possible that...
You aren't coming. I see it now. Marie lied to me. It was a trick to get me away.
Mary, please try to control
You wouldn't
yourself.
let her do that, Rudy. You wouldn't voluntarily let us be separated.
It's only for a time, Mary. It's better that way.
You coward. You weak, terrible coward. You let her persuade you after she tried to persuade me. I held out against all of them. But you didn't. We are so weak, Rudy. How could anyone do anything but decide?
Mary, dear, listen.
Do you think I shall consent to go with Marie to the Riviera if you break your promise about coming?
We gave no such promise, Mary.
You mean you made it up? You persuaded me to go, and all the time...
You can't know what is involved, or if you do, you're just blinding yourself to it.
I'm not blinding myself to anything, Marie. Not unless I'm imagining Rudy's love isn't as strong and real and all-important as mine. How could you behave in such a deceitful way?
Because I'm afraid. For both of us.
You needn't be for me. But for you, it's different. I do see that, Marie. I didn't mean to make use of you. We wouldn't like you to be punished because of us, would we, Rudy?
I think you have some difficulty in convincing Rudolph of that.
I must speak to him alone, Marie.
The train goes at 2:20, Mary. Carl and I will lunch at the Grand Hotel.
I'll meet you there in half an hour.
You mean you'll join us after all?
We shall see. First, I must talk to Rudy. He needs my help, Marie.
Very well. But if your love is as strong as you say, there is only one way that you can help him. I hope to see you later, Mary. Goodbye, Rudolph.
Goodbye, Marie.
Now, Rudy, first I must be absolutely certain of something. Did you suggest to Marie she persuade me to go away? Did it come from you?
No, Mary. It was her idea.
Oh, I'm glad of that. Kiss me, Rudy.
Oh, Mary, darling.
Oh, it's all right, Rudy. I won't leave you. I'll never leave you. As long as I'm sure you need me, I'm not afraid, Rudy. Just proud and happy.
when you're with me, Mary, when I can touch you and hear your voice like this, and everything's changed. All the things I run away from, small and pitiful.
I want it to be like that. Forever and ever.
Oh, they make so many demands on me, Mary.
A man must be left something of himself to bestow freely and gladly. It's that part, however small, Rudy, that you must fight for. How did Marie persuade you to surrender so easily?
Oh, she convinced me I should ruin you, and I shall, Mary.
Ruin me? What a bourgeois expression. Do you think I care what terms I have you on? Do you imagine I give a shrug of the shoulders for boulevard gossip, for social position, for anything at all that stands between us? Do you think I'd be here like this if I did?
Oh, Mary, if I had your courage, there's nothing we couldn't do. Nothing.
I've enough for both of us, Rudy. I'll prove that to you, if you let me.
Will Your Highness be requiring the carriage again today?
Yes. Notify Prince Philip of Coburg that I shall not require his attendance at Meiring tomorrow as arranged. I'm driving up there today. The Baroness will leave by the iron door as soon as it is dark. You will escort her to the usual place, and you will accompany us to the hunting lodge, Lashek.
Very good, Your Highness.
And the coachman will whistle again tonight, won't he, Rudy? He always whistles on the way to Meiring.
Oh, always, my darling, when you're in the carriage with me. What time is it, Mary?
7:30. Alice brought the coffee 5 minutes ago.
Alice? How does she get on with Lochek?
Oh, they bicker, I think. Who shall bring our coffee? Who shall bring our breakfast tray? Alice doesn't like me staying here in the palace in your apartments. She's afraid the Crown Princess will find out.
Well, the Crown Princess is not in Vienna.
Oh, I know, Rudy. But Lochek has told Alice that we're being watched. Apparently there's an old man in the courtyard pretending to sweep snow.
Poor Kaltenbrunner. It must be wretched merely to pretend to work in a temperature well below zero.
Oh, you know him?
Oh, why, bless you, of course I do. He's one of Uncle Albrecht's permanent staff. It was time he was pensioned off. I'd recognize the old fellow under an orange beard and imperial side whiskers.
Oh, Rudy, it's wonderful to hear you laugh and see you looking so well and happy. Have I had anything to do with it?
Oh, my darling, I don't think you need any reassurance on that score.
Oh.
Come, I need coffee. Plenty of good, strong coffee to fortify me for the wretched review.
Well, here you are. And there are rolls on the tray and apricot jam.
Oh, what a blissfully successful wife you'd make, Mary.
I'm perfectly content with things as they are, Rudy.
Yes, you are, aren't you? Perhaps you wouldn't remember things like a husband's passion for apricot jam if we were married. But, well, we shall see.
Don't be silly, Rudy.
I wasn't being silly, Mary. You still prefer not to discuss it?
There's nothing whatever to discuss, Rudy. We decided that more than 2 months ago.
Yes, we did, didn't we? Then go and dress, Mary. Hurry now. You must be out of here before the guard change. The carriage will call for you tomorrow evening as arranged.
Why are you so anxious to be rid of me?
I've had a surfeit of you. You begin to cloy. A hard, predatory glint is beginning to show in the eyes that I once found soft, limp, and blue as the Aegean.
Oh, Rudy, you terrify me.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, I love my prince dearly, dearly.
Come in.
The Archduke is here now, Your Highness.
Oh, have him come in and see that we're not disturbed, not on any account.
Yes, Your Highness.
You must go now, Mary. I must see my cousin.
Until tomorrow night, my darling.
His Excellency, the Archduke Johann Salvator.
Johann! Oh, it's good to see you. You look splendid.
The air of Budapest seems to agree with me. Now listen, I did rather more investigating than you demanded. There is a statute which lays down that the heir to the imperial throne can be king of Hungary during his father's lifetime.
Suppose that can be achieved without bloodshed. What of the other matter?
The pretty baroness? That's even simpler. Divorce in Budapest is permissible. So is a morganatic wife for the wearer of the crown. It's all very constitutional, Rudy. You have only to make the decision.
Ultimately, Johann, but first you must perform another service for me. On your return to Hungary, post this letter.
Am I to be told what it contains?
It is a direct appeal to His Holiness.
You would ask the Pope for a divorce from the Crown Prince?
It is by no means as hopeless as you might suppose, Johann. His Holiness is as eager as my father that I should have a male heir. Stephanie can never have another child.
But this isn't necessary to your plans. I tell you, there'll be no obstacle placed in your way once you're in Hungary.
I have a conscience, Johann. If it can be legal, then let it be legal. A freely given divorce here, then the bid for Hungary.
Very well.
Why are you smiling?
Because of the change in you. It's unbelievable, Rudy. Quite unbelievable. It's astonishing what a pretty girl can do for a man. Or an empire. Am I to be permitted to kiss her hand?
Not yet, Johann. I told her nothing.
Is that wise? She'll have to know how to play her part.
When the time comes, she'll be word perfect. We shall be man and wife.
I suppose the secret police get at her first.
That is why she must be kept in ignorance. If she's interviewed, she'll have nothing to say and nothing to hold back. Come in.
Your Highness, the Chamberlain is here. His Imperial Majesty is calling.
My father? Calling here?
I must go. It will be embarrassing for us to meet.
And Mary, she mustn't be found here. Leszek, as soon as you have received the Emperor, warn the Baroness and see her through the iron door.
Yes, Your Highness. I'd better go the same way. Is this the door?
Yes. There's a small staircase to the left and a door at the bottom.
Goodbye, Rudy. And pull yourself together. You'll have to face bigger risks than this.
Bigger risks? Yes. I must keep my nerve. Mary will be all right. Everything will be all right if only His Holiness will grant my appeal.
His Imperial Majesty, Franz Joseph, Emperor of Austria, King of Hungary.
Rudy.
My duty to you, sir.
You have my permission to be seated. This is an unofficial visit, my boy. It's your mother's idea. She's worried about your health again.
My health?
Stephanie returned to Vienna last night, earlier than expected, and was informed on endeavoring to gain access to your suite that you were indisposed.
I must accept responsibility for that misunderstanding, sir. I have an arduous day ahead of me and desired to retire early. I gave Leszek instructions to that effect.
Quite right, quite right. Strictly speaking, as man to man, I have a certain sympathy with you. Your wife is hysterical, tactless, and deliberately obstructive. She has had the temerity to pay me 2 uninvited calls within the last 3 months.
Nobody will ever teach Stephanie the obligations of her position at court, sir.
She will have to learn, but that is neither here nor there. She is complaining of neglect, and that is the purpose of my visit. Is it true that you have not seen one another in private for a period of 8 weeks?
That is quite true, Papa.
Confound it, Rudy. It's not for me to point out your obligations to the woman you married. But I won't be pestered like this. I won't have my work constantly interrupted by a sordid domestic dispute inside my own family. You must patch it up, you understand?
With deep respect, sir, that is no longer possible, sir.
Not possible? Why not?
I am in love with the Baroness Vetsera, Your Majesty.
Good heavens! You dare to be defiant about that?
I hope I'm not defiant, sir. I respect you more than you imagined. I am deeply in love, sir. It does happen, even to a crown prince.
Oh, yes, it has happened before and it will happen again. But it is not as important as you imagine it to be. The only important things are work, responsibility, and dignity. You must send her away.
I am sure she would steadfastly refuse to go, sir.
Nonsense. I don't expect her to sacrifice you without adequate compensation.
What compensation would there be in this case, Papa?
Oh, listen, my boy. I've occupied a throne since I was 18, and my eyes haven't always been glued to dispatch boxes. There's an international heart balm available in these cases. We call it social elevation. We'll make her a countess. And later on, when she's enjoying it, we'll arrange a highly advantageous marriage.
Papa...
Not another word, my boy. It's as good as done. Not before time, either. Touch the bell, Rudy. Thank you. And now to work of genuine importance. You have a review, and I have an audience with the German ambassador. It's done us both good to have this talk, Rudy. I shall be watching you at the saluting base, my boy. Keep a good, even pace from first to last. And remember my eagle eye for dressing. Dressing and general importance.
Marie, how good of you to come.
The police demanded to know the purpose of my visit. Are you under some sort of arrest?
No. Certain unauthorized persons have been found in the corridors. More fussiness on the part of the security police. What did you tell them?
I had your letter. It's as well that you worded it discreetly.
Well, now, tell me, what has happened to Mary? Why is she unable to keep her appointments? What has happened?
Mary is not allowed out, with or without a chaperone, and her home is under day and night observation.
But you are a close friend of the family. No one would deny you the right of entry.
I haven't put that to the test, Rudy. I dare not. I've sought advice.
From your husband?
No. I went to a friend of yours, the editor of the Wiener Tageblatt.
Maurice Sheps?
Yes. And he expressed an earnest wish to accompany me here.
You brought Maurice Sheps here, openly here to the palace?
He had no trouble in getting in. He produced proofs of a consultation with you on the compilation of the National Encyclopedia.
Well, excuse me, I must ring for Le Chec.
You haven't asked me why I sought his advice.
I hope that will emerge, Marie.
I told you weeks ago, in this very room, that my part in this mad obsession of yours must end, Rudy. Yet in spite of that, you write begging me to embroil myself anew in your affairs.
I wrote to a friend asking for news of a mutual friend. It would appear I overestimated the strength of your regard for Mary as well as for myself.
You rang, Your Highness?
Herr Sheps is here. Please ask him to join us at once.
Yes, Your Highness.
It's because I'm your friend and Mary's that I'm here now. It is because of that I went to Sheps' office in the first place. One can excuse Mary. She believes herself to be deeply in love. But I cannot believe you will continue to blind yourself to the dangers this open association is leading you into. Isn't it enough that it has already come to a police watch on her home?
Herr Sheps, Your Highness.
Well, Maurice, it is some time since you called on me via the front door.
Well, sometimes it is safer to do so, Your Highness.
Oh, you may dispense with the formal address, Maurice. My cousin, the Countess here, can no longer be described as a third person. I suppose it is inevitable that she has infected you with her disapproval of my private life.
It's not your private life that concerns me just now, Rudy.
No? What do you mean?
He has something rather more important to discuss with you.
There's a telegram.
When did you receive this?
Less than an hour ago.
Who did it come from?
My Rome correspondent. It came in code.
Disclosing my appeal to His Holiness. Who else knows?
I cannot tell. It may still be unknown outside the Vatican, but the Archbishop had an audience with the Emperor late last night.
How could you commit such a fantastic folly, Rudy? What hope is there now for any of us?
There is always hope, Countess. How much depends on His Holiness.
You think the answer might be favorable?
Don't go on deceiving yourself, believing only what you wish to believe. You must know by now that there is not the slightest chance of having your marriage annulled.
But you spoke of hope. If there is none for me, for whom do you harbor any?
For the millions who are looking to you, Rudy.
Oh, nothing can save this hotchpotch empire from slowly choking to death. If I am to be denied all the opportunities of personal happiness, the empire's millions can go hang.
How adult are you? Does self-pity carry you to the length of demanding a revolution in order that you may marry a mistress? Is that the man we have risked our lives for?
You ask too much, Maurice. More than my father.
Must make a voluntary retraction, Rudy. Then there will be no whisper of this in public. The Emperor himself will suppress it.
That would be tantamount to never seeing Mary again.
Yes, it would mean that.
By what right do you demand this?
Because of all that we had planned, Rudy. Does falling in love do that to a man? Heaven help your mediocrity, Rudy. Peasants have turned their backs on their personal happiness for the chance of benefiting a small community. Yet you shrink from a sacrifice that could save Europe. You are all we Austrians have left to unshackle us from the Prussian juggernaut. Without you, Bismarck will move from conquest to conquest, dragging our country behind him like a lead, toothless bear. But you have betrayed us because of the smile on a woman's lips.
God, you filthy tongue, you swine! Another word and I'll kill you!
The Emperor!
Father, I have issued instructions that we are not to be disturbed. Your visitors have permission to leave us.
Please, go now, Countess. Herr Sheps.
Come, Herr Sheps.
I see from this telegram that you are well served by your private news service, Rudolph. But perhaps you are not quite abreast of developments. I have come here to remedy any deficiency. I, too, carry written information. Strangely enough, mine is also from Rome. Come over here, you bungling, moonstruck fool. Read it. A reply from His Holiness. It was handed to me last night by the Archbishop.
Yes, Your Majesty.
So you could break faith with wife, family, church, emperor, and empire at a single stroke of the pen. And yet you gave me your pledge to finish with this woman.
I gave no such pledge.
It would be profitless to argue that. You refuse even now?
I know that I should never have the strength to honor such a pledge, Your Majesty.
I think we shall find you the necessary strength, Rudolph. It is here, in these papers. A speech in the Hungarian Parliament, claiming a crown prince as the champion of Hungarian autonomy.
Your Majesty, you cannot blackmail me with the utterances of an irresponsible politician.
Look closely, Rudy. Letters with your signature. Enough to convict even a crown prince of high treason. You think I would hesitate to bring my own son to trial? Well, you're right, Rudy. I couldn't, much as you deserve it. But the others...
Others?
Sheps and all your other fine, studious friends.
Oh, no. They had no hand in this, not one.
My agents have proof, Rudy. They could be punished severely. And so, of course, could the lady who seems to have driven you to madness.
It would be more just to accept my renunciation of the succession here and now. If I abdicate...
Abdicate? You cannot abdicate, Rudy. You are a Habsburg and an only son of a reigning monarch. The throne will be waiting for you when this baroness is a memory. Come, come, my boy. Own yourself beaten.
What will happen to Mary?
Oh, what becomes of all young women when they descend from their turret in the clouds? A suitable husband will be found for her.
And all the men who trusted me?
I admire loyalty, Rudy. Nothing shall be said or done about any of them. Is it agreed, then?
Perhaps. But if there is to be the long night ahead, is it not possible that you could give me something to occupy my mind? Could I not begin to train as your successor?
Oh, what am I but a high-grade civil servant? For you there is always more important work, Rudy. For you there is the reorganization of the army. Just ring for Loshek, please, my boy. Thank you. We have no need of these papers now. There. They can be burnt later. Loshek, inform Her Imperial Highness the Crown Princess that His Imperial Highness is at liberty to receive her now.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Stephanie's here?
Yes.
Haven't you demanded enough for one day?
I gave her my promise that I would witness the reconciliation, Rudy. There is your sister's engagement party tomorrow and the official birthday party in honor of the German Emperor on the 29th. You will, of course, attend both. But it would avert the spread of scandal if you and your wife could exchange a few polite remarks over the table. I will endeavor to give you suitable openings.
I hardly think the Crown Princess will require them, Your Majesty.
You're probably right. And perhaps I can rely on you to assist in steering her away from unsuitable topics. At the last family dinner, she regaled us all with unsolicited observations on the inherited taint of insanity amongst the Habsburgs.
Your Imperial Majesty.
The Crown Prince and I have lately come to a certain understanding concerning the matter on which you sought my advice, Your Highness. It is my desire that you will do your utmost in the future to reconcile the Crown Prince to the decision mutually arrived at.
Your Majesty will not forget that I am the injured party in this dispute.
There is no question of a dispute, Your Highness. All that is needed is a mature sense of values on his part and a modicum of tact and sympathy on yours.
But, Your Majesty...
That is all, Stephanie. The matter is now closed.
I will ring for Loshek to conduct Your Majesty to the anteroom.
Don't trouble yourself, Rudy. I arrived unannounced, and I intend to leave unannounced. This is the first time in my reign that I have made an informal call on a member of the Imperial House. It makes me very happy to reflect. That is also the last.
Just as I supposed. They addressed me as though our relationship had foundered through fault of mine. It's clear to me that I'm the victim of a family conspiracy. A conspiracy aimed at humiliating me, because the House of Coburg cannot boast the quarterings of the House of Habsburg. Well, and suppose that is true. Is it not equally true that our blood is healthier and more virile, free from the taint of... Rudolph, put that drink down and listen to me. Not even a bourgeois has such a lack of consideration for the rules of common politeness. Rudolph? Don't you dare touch me.
No, madame. Have no fear on that score. We are reconciled by imperial decree, and you may unlock that bedroom door, madame. We shall smile and nod and perhaps even talk, but we will not touch one another. The Crown Princess does not like to be touched, not even by the Crown Prince.
How dare you? How dare you?
That is your cue, madame. After the torrent of words, the cataract of tears. Well, Loschek, I expected you back from Vienna an hour ago.
I had great difficulty in getting here from the station, Your Highness. The road surface up here to Meierling is very treacherous.
Oh, come by the fire and warm yourself. You look half frozen. Did you deliver the letter to the Baroness personally?
It was impossible, Your Highness. The Baroness is not in Vienna.
What nonsense is this?
It's quite true. She has been missing since early this afternoon. It would appear that she left her home with the Countess Marie Leriche to go shopping about midday. The ladies left their carriage outside Rudex in the Kohlmarkt, and whilst they were making purchases, the Baroness made an excuse to return to the carriage.
Go on.
When the Countess Leriche went out, the Baroness was not there. The coachman stated that he'd not seen her.
This is fantastic. What do they imagine happened to her? Oh, come now, Loschek. You must tell me everything, you know, everything. You understand?
The Baroness's mother and uncles suspect Your Highness of abduction.
Are they mad enough to suppose I'd kidnap her against her will?
They have reported the circumstances to the police. I understand they actually named Your Highness as a possible abductor.
Loschek, I may have to go on a journey alone. In the event of my not returning, there are certain services I wish you to perform for me. Now listen to me carefully. As soon as it is light, I want you to return to Vienna and find my coachman. He is to go...
He is already here, Your Highness.
Here? At Meierling?
I saw him rubbing the horses down outside the stables. He was whistling.
Whistling? No, Loschek, no. Was he alone?
His carriage was empty, Your Highness. Possibly a guest... Your Highness doesn't imagine that the Baroness...
Well, who knows? I'm surrounded by enemies on every side. If it can be demonstrated to the Emperor that I've broken my word within 24 hours of giving it, they would exterminate the whole family.
But, Your Highness...
The coachman could have been bribed to kidnap the Baroness and drive her here to discredit my pledge. Send him to me at once.
Wait, see. The coachman brought me here because I asked him to.
You may go, Loschek.
Yes, Your Highness.
I wasn't expecting you, Mary.
That much is very apparent, Rudy.
You better take off your cape and boots and warm your feet by the fire. Later you must go back to Vienna.
No, I will not go back.
Mary, it is more than a week since we met, and so much has happened that you do not know about.
I think I know all that is necessary for me to know, Rudy.
That is not possible, Mary. I wrote you a long letter. I sent Loschek with it, but he wasn't able to find you.
My mother and I received a personal visit from the secretary of the Archbishop. He gave us certain advice. He told us that as a family, we would find the climate of the Riviera milder than Vienna. For me, there were more immediate proposals.
A marriage?
To be made public within 24 hours.
I have given the Emperor my word, Mary, never to see you again. I surrendered only because there was no possible alternative. I want you to understand that quite clearly. No possible alternative. There were too many people involved, quite innocent people. Did you come here because you could not believe that I had made the renunciation voluntary?
No, Rudy. I came because, in spite of everything, I think you need me.
I need nobody now, Mary. I'm sorry, but you must leave Meiling in the morning and return to Vienna. I made certain plans following my decision.
What was your plan, Rudy?
It is in the letter I wrote to you. Loschek will bring it to you later.
And then I will understand everything.
I pray heaven you will, Mary.
I think I understand now, Rudy, without reading the letter. This is your plan, isn't it?
Put that pistol down, Mary. Put it down. I thought I'd left it in my desk.
So I guessed correctly. Oh, Rudy, it would have been a cruel and cowardly thing to do this alone. We exchanged so many pledges, all the customary pacts of lovers, the small change of romance, and then for us the additional promises necessary, because the road we had to travel was steeper than most. All this. Yet you could escape alone and write me a letter, like a merchant sending in an account.
I tell you there was no other way, Mary. There was already a pistol pointing at you. It's still pointing, Mary.
Do you suppose I am much afraid of pistols? Where there is no hope, there is no fear.
There is hope for you. You are young and you are free, as I have never been free, never for a single moment.
I surrendered that freedom when I began to love you, Rudy.
Oh, do you want to make me a murderer as well as a self-destroyer?
It would have been more chivalrous than escaping alone. What did you think would become of me?
I have arranged for you to go to England. I have good friends there. They will look after you.
So you have everything neatly arranged. But there's one thing you've not allowed for. I'm going to have your child, Rudy.
Child?
Well, is it as surprising as all that?
Oh, but how long? When?
It was to have been in May.
Oh, my darling. Mary, my darling. Was to have been? Was, you said?
You have impressed upon me that there is now no hope.
Oh, there is more than hope, Mary. There is certainty. You have always said I'm a slave to my heritage. My true heritage is with you now. And our son.
Son. But of course, for a Habsburg, it must always be male.
I know it is a son.
Well, son or daughter, what difference can it make now? We will stay together, Rudy, until they come for me. I am grateful that I've had the chance to tell you.
Stay here. Oh, no. No, we shall start immediately for Hungary. That shall be our goal. And the coachman is here. We can leave at once.
Rudy.
Well, we could be stopped at the external frontier, and there would be questions, telegraph wires buzzing, but in Hungary it will be simple. Oh, I assure you, Mary, it is possible. We have a good chance.
But, well, not tonight, Rudy. It will only weaken our chances to travel in this weather and on these roads by night. Perhaps tomorrow.
Oh, you're right, Mary. Yes, you're tired and not fit to undertake a long journey without rest. We will leave early tomorrow morning. I will make the arrangements. Come in. Yes, Loschek?
Some strangers called, Your Highness, and asked for accommodation soon after the Baroness's arrival. A stranded hunting party, I believe.
What did you tell them?
That this isn't an hotel, Your Highness.
Quite right, Loschek. Tell the coachman to be ready to leave at 6 in the morning. We're going to Budapest. You will accompany us, Loschek. Pack lightly for us both.
Yes, Your Highness.
And ask the coachman to whistle, Loschek.
Certainly, madam.
You shouldn't have asked him for a concert, Mary. We have less than 6 hours, and you must sleep. What will you call our son, Mary?
What would I call him but Rudy?
Rudolph is an unlucky name. All Rudolphs have been unlucky.
Not all Rudolphs.
No. No. Now that I have you, I am lucky. You can lay a hand on a man's cheek and at a single touch light up the dark corners of his life and make each of them a place of joy and repose. You can join your soft mouth to his and transmit to him the power to challenge a universe in arms against him. You can make a life denied you black beyond the blackness of despair. Oh, this boy of ours, with you, his mother, he will not have to discover these things for himself, Mary. He will walk in sunshine from the beginning.
Loshek will be bringing coffee shortly, Mary. I'll take the luggage down. I'm going to see the coachman now. Wrap up warmly.
Oh, I beg pardon, madame. I thought the room was empty. I brought your coffee.
Oh, thank you. Don't go, Loshek. I want to talk to you. The Crown Prince has gone down to the stables.
His Highness would appear to be in excellent spirits this morning.
Yes. Tell me, Loshek, is it me or this syringe I've just found on His Highness's desk? I'm sorry, Loshek, but today there are things you must tell me. How important has it become to him? Please tell me for all our sakes.
It had become not to be important, madame. As long as you were with His Highness, he had no need of it. When you ceased to come, he returned to it, Baroness.
This flight, this escape to Hungary that he's planning, is it really possible? Is it? Isn't it just a product of this syringe?
Perhaps not entirely, madame. Perhaps some of it is the confidence he derives from your presence.
And that party of strangers who called for accommodation last night, they weren't really stranded hunters, were they, Loshek?
No, madame.
Secret police?
The building is now under observation from all sides.
You've not mentioned this to the Crown Prince?
He wouldn't believe it if I did, madame. We should have to wait until the gentlemen of Vienna actually presented themselves.
One more thing, Loshek. If you were in my position, would you drive out and wait for them to stop our carriage and separate us by force? Or would you remain here and let them move in their own good time?
One has to decide which course is the more dignified, madame.
Thank you, Loshek. There is something I must do in the bedroom.
Shall I take the coffee there for you, madame?
No, thank you. Leave it on the table for the Crown Prince. And thank you again, Loshek. You have been kind and understanding from the beginning.
Thank you, madame. I'll take this luggage and come back later for your valise.
Now, where did Rudy leave it? Ah, yes. Yes, here it is.
It's very cold outside, Mary. I've given the coachman some brandy so he'll whistle well for you. I told him it was a wedding journey. Mary! Hey, come, your coffee's getting cold. Mary. Mary, do you know... Mary.
Oh, no. The coachman has reported that everything is now ready for departure, Your Highness. There is one more bag to go down, sir. May I go through to the bedroom and collect Madame's valise, Your Highness?
No. Go to your quarters, Loshek. I'll ring if I need you.
Yes, Your Highness.
The coachman is whistling. You cannot hear him, Mary. But he is whistling for us as we go together on our last journey.
In tonight's presentation of The Mailing Affair, you heard the parts of Prince Rudolph and Mary, played by Dennis Folbig and Valerie Miller. As the Emperor Franz Joseph, you heard Harold Freed, and Stephanie was played by Maureen Adair. Others in the cast were John Templar, Shirley Malem, Roger Service, and Beverly Gower. The Mailing Affair was produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed and directed by Henry Diffenthorpe. Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Take Care on Wednesday by David Lawton and Caroline Ross. Wednesday the 19th was the day that Mary Elwood was to meet her doom, if Madame Marinka was to be believed. Take Care on Wednesday is a strange and dramatic story in which a fortune teller prophesies a series of unexpected events which were to culminate in Mary Elwood's accidental death. Everything the fortune teller predicted came true. That is, nearly everything. What happens on Wednesday the 19th is an occurrence which proves as exciting as it is surprising. Take Care on Wednesday has been adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
Senorita, you give me the signal, see?
Fresh?
And now Act 1 of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Take Care on Wednesday.
She's absolutely marvelous.
I'm sorry, Diana, but I simply can't swallow all this reading of palms and crystal ball business. She's probably an out-and-out swindler. I know I'm silly and you're clever, but at least I haven't got a closed mind. That's funny. Dennis was saying something like that just the other evening. Oh? He said I was incapable of seeing the other person's point of view. Well, you are a bit inflexible, Mary, if you know what I mean. Had rather a strict upbringing, quite so. I don't wish to be unkind, darling, but your father... Well, talk about the barracks of Wimpole Street. One thing I'll say for the old tyrant, he left you a tidy sum. Though I still feel a pauper compared to you. Oh, dear Robert, he was a sweeter. He certainly left you a very wealthy widow. I thought you were going to say married, darling. Do you think I'd take after him? My father, I mean? Oh, no, not really. Well, I expect being religious makes you seem a bit what? For heaven's sake, Mary, how ever did we get so serious? Oh, look, do come with me, darling. You needn't even see Madame Marinka. You can wait in the next room, just as long as I know someone's there. All right, Diana, I'll come. Oh, you're an angel. But no nonsense about having my fortune told. I'll just wait for you. Oh, suits me. And you must promise me something. What? Not a word about this to Dennis. Oh, I promise. Have you thought about marrying again? Oh, I'm quite happy as I am, thank you. Who knows? Perhaps Madame Marinka may see someone entering your life. A dark, handsome stranger. How delicious. I can't wait till Friday.
Mary, it's a wonderful opportunity. The sort of thing that only comes once.
But it seems such a risky business, Dennis.
But it stands to make a fortune.
I'd really like to know more about it before putting all that money in.
What, for instance?
Well, why are these people offering to let you buy a partnership if it's such a marvelous thing?
I told you. They need more capital to get the thing moving.
Oh, Dennis, if it's really such a good chance, plenty of people would be only too glad to get in on it.
In other words, you don't trust my judgment.
Oh, it isn't that at all, dear.
But you won't put up the money.
I think it wants looking at a little more closely.
Oh, I know what that means. Oh, well, serves me right. I shouldn't have told those fellows it was all set. They thought I had the money to buy a partnership. They didn't know it was my wife's money.
Oh, darling, have we always shared everything?
I'm sorry, Mary, but I've got a great chance here to pull off something really big. And I've got to call it off because my wife hasn't got any confidence in me.
Oh, that's not fair. It isn't true either.
Isn't it? Haven't we been through all this before?
Oh, Dennis. When you look like that, you make me feel a hard-hearted monster.
Look like what?
Like a little lost boy.
Don't talk rot.
I do love you, Dennis. Very much. Oh, look. There's a card here. Madame Marinka, advice on health and business. Oh, Diana, really? They might hear you. I can't imagine what I'm doing here. No, you for that matter. Mary, you promised. Yes? Good afternoon. I have an appointment with Madame Marinka. What name, please? Mrs. Brewster. Mrs. Brewster? My friend will wait for me if that's all right.
Come in, please. If you'll wait here, I'll get ready for you.
Oh, thank you.
Excuse me, I shan't be long.
Do you mean to say she's Madame Marinka? And Brenda said she was marvellous. Goodness, I've just remembered. It wasn't Brenda at all. It was some woman I met at a party. Oh, Diana, let's go. No, I can't. Not now. And what's this Mrs. Brewster business? Well, I didn't want to give my real name. You know.
Oh, she's younger than I expected, this Marinka woman.
Something strange about her. That soft voice with a Cockney accent. Oh, here she comes.
I'm sorry to keep you. It's my husband. He has this asthma. You see, I have to make sure he takes his medicine.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, if you're ready, Mrs. Brewster.
Yes.
If you'll just step this way through this curtain.
Wait here, Mary.
All right. Just here, please, Mrs. Brewster.
I'm coming, Madame Marinka. Thank you very much, Madame Marinka.
Thank you, Mrs. Brewster.
Oh, Mary. Hope I didn't keep you too long. That's all right. Ready now? Oh, Mary, she's absolutely fabulous. For goodness sake, Diana. It's frightening what she knows about me. Is that why she's still behind the curtain? Oh, don't joke about her. She said something about you. About me? Yes. She said, your friend doesn't trust me, does she? And then suddenly, she looked as if she was going into a trance. And she said there was something you should know for your own good. Oh, please. Yes? Well, I do wish you'd see her. Well, what can you lose? 5 guineas, I imagine. That's the odd thing. She says she won't charge you a penny. But she won't let you go away knowing what she does about you. Knowing what she does? Mary, she says you're in terrible danger. She says it's a matter of life and death. Diana, really? Can't you see what she's up to? Oh, please see her for my sake. Please.
Will you come this way, please, madam?
Me?
Yes, if you will.
Go on, Mary, please. Very well, then. But I really haven't much time.
Had a happy life. Plenty of this world's goods, too. Yes, you've always had it easy. But I see someone very near to you. Your husband? Yes, I think it's your husband. He hasn't had it so easy. He's had to make his own way. But you've been able to help him, haven't you, dear?
I'm not quite sure what you...
I'm afraid there's something bad coming to you. I could see it as soon as you came in. Like a big, dark cloud all around you. I said to myself, I must tell the lady, even if she doesn't believe.
How much do you charge for a consultation?
I told your friend I don't want your money. I must warn you.
Warn me?
Give me a hand, please. There
what is it? Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right. There's an accident coming to you. A bad accident. Don't be frightened, dear. I'm warning you for your own good.
If it's going to happen, whatever it is, what good can it do for me to know?
It needn't happen. Not if you get a message from one who knows. We can do a great deal in life to help ourselves. You know that, don't you, dear?
When exactly is the accident due?
It's very near you. A matter of weeks. I get the number 19 very strongly. If I was you, I'd take great care. Stay at home on the 19th of this month.
Well, that sounds easy enough, unless I forget all about it.
You don't believe me, even now, do you? Well, I'll tell you 2 things that will come true. And when they do, you'll think of me and remember my advice. You're going to get a letter from a relative who lives over the water.
Oh, no.
A relative you never knew you had.
Well, at least that's a bit of...
Very soon it'll come. I think I see a Monday as the day. You'll see, dear. I'm very seldom wrong. And I'll tell you another thing. You'll lose something very precious to you, and it will come back to you through tea leaves.
Tea leaves?
Yes.
Oh, thank you so much. I really must go. What do I owe you?
I told you, nothing. You didn't come here meaning to consult me, did you?
No, but I did have a consultation.
I don't want anything from you, except remember what I said. Goodbye.
Very well, Diana. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Good afternoon, Madam Marinka.
Goodbye to you, ladies.
You're very quiet, Diana.
Mary, I heard every word she said, except that awful part when she was gasping for breath. Was that stiff?
Oh, that was when she went into her trance.
Well, how can you joke about that?
Diana, dear, I expect she's a fake medium as well as a fake fortune teller.
She's not a fake. She has powers. I've been to too many of them to be mistaken. Thank goodness you came with me today.
Oh, you're hopeless.
Mary, darling, promise me you'll stay at home all day on the 19th.
I shall not promise anything of the sort. I'll probably have forgotten all about it by then anyway. Now, let's go somewhere for tea, and you can tell me everything she said to you.
I'm off. Oh, come on, give us a kiss. Sure, and you're a gorgeous Colleen, Mary, me darling.
Oh, and you've got all the blarney. Bye-bye, dear.
Cheerio.
Oh, Dennis, just a moment.
What is it?
Dennis, you're not still upset about that partnership business? Because I didn't let you have the money, I mean?
Oh, forget it, old girl. That's all over.
Oh.
Oh, hello, the postman's been. Gets earlier every day. This looks like another bill. Oh, here's a card from John and Nancy. And, this one's for you.
From Southampton? Who do we know there?
Haven't a clue. Oh, heavens, look at the time. I must fly. Cheerio.
Bye. Oh, Southampton. Who knows? Oh, dear Cousin Mary, you probably won't be aware of my existence, but Mother has often talked of her English cousins. And I guess my sister and I knew all about your men.
Morning, Mr. Elwood.
Anything in the post? Anything good, I mean?
There's a reply from Corelli and Co. of Genoa.
Oh, it's over Deco. Dear Mr. Elwood, I'm now in a position to give you full details. Marvellous. He's invited me to his villa at Reparo to sort out the final details of the contract. How about that?
Oh, lucky you.
Seize notebook and pencil. Say, I'd be molto contento to join him at Reparo on, when does he say? Here it is, on the 17th instant.
Oh.
What
You have
is
an
it?
appointment in Bristol on the 18th.
Oh, so I have. It's an important one, too. All right, I'll see Corelli on the following day. Cable the signor, tell him I can come to Reparo on the 19th, if that's all right with him.
Will do. Elwood and Company?
Put me through to Mr. Elwood, Ducky. It's very Tate here.
Just a moment, please. It's Mr. Tate. He called me Ducky.
He's after you. Hello, Freddie, old boy. How's tricks?
Hello, Dennis. Listen, chum, my associates won't wait much longer. They've been pressing me for a definite answer about that proposition.
Well, they won't have to wait much longer.
You mean you're coming in? You'll buy a partnership?
That's it, old boy. Just hold things over until after the 19th. That's not asking too much, is it? I'll be able to guarantee my share then.
Well, if you're sure you'll have the money.
100%. Count me in. I'll be in touch.
All right, then, Dennis. But this is definitely the last chance.
You worry too much. That's your trouble. I've told you, I'm in. What more do you want?
Fair enough, then. Let me have something in writing to show the others, will you?
What a mob. You want the time of day in writing. Leave it to me, Shylock. Cheerio.
Bye, Dennis.
You're looking very pleased with yourself.
Hey, my wife said a funny thing this morning.
Oh, really?
I said something about her being jealous of you.
Of me?
And she said she wasn't afraid of you. You haven't got what I want.
Oh.
Don't look at me in that sexy tone of voice. I'm just telling you what my wife said.
I think I know what she means.
You do? Beats me. Women. Oh, well, I've had a hard morning. I could do with a cup of coffee, Janie.
Dear Cousin Mary, you probably won't be aware of my existence, but Mother often talked to her English cousins. Fantastic. Oh, let me finish, Diana. This is my first visit to Britain. I docked here at Southampton today. I hope you will allow me to call on you and meet yourself and husband. Sincerely yours, Alvin J. Turner. Well, you've gone quite pale. Diana. But, Mary, this is... You say this letter came this morning? Yeah. And you've never even heard of this man, Alvin J. Turner? Never. A letter from a relative who lives over the water. Yes. A relative you never knew you had. Oh, for goodness sake, Diana, you sound like a Greek chorus. But Mary, darling, she was right, wasn't she? I mean, she said this would happen. Coincidence. Oh, a remarkable one, I grant you. But these fortune tellers tell everyone they're going to hear from distant relatives. They must hit the jackpot sometime. I don't know how you can treat it like this. Does Dennis know? No. And remember, you promised not to say a word. Well, that's what you want. Anyway, I'm so glad we're near each other. I'm just down the hall whenever you want me. Very useful when I run out of sugar. Oh, you're hopeless. Come to think of it, Diana, you're not often in this flat nowadays. I'm nearly always at your place. Well, what does that matter? True. It's just that you used to be here quite often, until a few months ago. Well, perhaps Dennis was a bit offhand once or twice. Oh, no. You do seem rather to avoid each other's company. Nonsense. Look, never mind about me. What about you? If I were you, I'd go and see Madame Marinka, tell her what's happened, and ask her to help. Oh, Diana, you're ridiculous. I'd soon ask for your help. Come shopping with me tomorrow and help me choose a new hat for Carol's wedding. Oh, I'd love to. I could just do with a shopping spree.
Hey, lady. Mary? Mary, where are you?
In the sitting room.
Well, stay where you are and close your eyes. Right. Now, open those big brown orbs.
What are you up to now? Oh, Dennis, what is this?
Airline tickets to romantic places. We're going to Italy, my darling.
Italy? What are you
A few carefree days, living it up in a style to which I should like to become accustomed. Viva la dolce vita.
I'll wait. You're bound to explain soon.
Wise girl. Your husband, whom I know you think is a bit dim, has landed a big contract with a company in Genoa.
Oh, Dennis, how wonderful.
Wait for it. The Italian boss man has invited me and my signorita, of course, to his villa at Rapallo.
Rapallo?
There to pass a merry hour swilling Chianti while we sign contracts in 2 languages.
Oh, Dennis.
Right. Bring out the swimsuits and the calamine lotion.
When do we go?
On the 19th. Well, what's the matter?
Nothing. The 19th, you say?
Yes. Well, here it is on the tickets. Flight GR542 on the 19th at 1100 hours. 11 a.m. to you.
Oh.
Well, is something wrong?
No.
Don't exactly seem overjoyed. You do want to come, don't you?
Yes. Yes, of course I do.
Bravissimo. Now, what are you giving me for dinner? Spaghetti? Hey, something is wrong. What's up, Mary?
Nothing, really. It's quite stupid. I seem to have mislaid my engagement ring.
Oh, no. Well, any idea where?
No.
What do you mean, mislaid? You think it may be around somewhere?
I don't know.
Well, when did you last see it?
I could swear I left it on the dressing table last night.
Wasn't it there this morning?
No.
Then you couldn't have left it there.
I always do.
Perhaps you took it off for some job around the flat.
No.
Sure?
I can't recall having done so.
Oh. Has anyone been here today?
Well, only Mrs. Hopcroft this morning, and she wouldn't touch anything.
Oh, well, expect it'll turn up. Don't worry about it. Right, Signora, to the kitchen. I fancy your ravioli.
Now you'll have a go at tidying the cupboards in your bedroom, shall I?
If you would, Mrs. Hopcroft. But perhaps you'd iron these cushion covers first?
Certainly, ma'am.
After we've had a cup of tea, that is.
Oh, kettle's on already, ma'am.
I knew I could rely on you. Oh, by the way, how's your daughter-in-law, Mrs. Hopcroft? Any better?
About the same, thank you, ma'am. She's at home now, you know.
Oh, yes?
Yes, down in Portsmouth. She come out of hospital last week. Couldn't do nothing for her there, so my Ron said she might as well be at home.
Oh, yes, indeed. I shan't be seeing you until next Monday.
Oh, yes, you told me. You're off to Italy tomorrow. How lovely.
Just for a few days. Anyway, you have your key, so you can let yourself in and carry on as usual.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Oh, kettle's boiling.
All right, I'm coming. These cushion covers came up beautifully, didn't they? I was so afraid the colours might run. What is it, Mrs. Hopcroft? Well, would you believe it? Believe what?
Look.
My engagement ring. Oh, Mrs. Hopcroft, where did you find it?
In the tea caddy.
The tea caddy?
Mrs. Elwell, what is it? Madam. Yes, sit down, dear. Are you all right? You don't look it, dear. You sure?
All right. Silly of me. I felt giddy for a moment.
Oh, you just give me a turn. Why should the sheet you in? I thought you were going to pass out. Honest, I did. Well, would you like me to call the doctor?
No. Thank you. Just get me a glass of water, please.
Whatever you say, ma'am. Are you sure?
And then go across to Mrs. Barclay. Tell her I'd like to see her as soon as possible.
Mary, how frightful. How absolutely ghastly for you.
Wait till Mrs. Hopcroft's gone. She's gone.
You will lose something very precious to you. That's what Madame Marinka said.
And it will come back to you through the tea leaves.
And it has.
She's been right twice, Mary, as she said she would.
You must believe in her now.
I don't know.
You still can't think she's a fraud.
Perhaps not.
Anyway, you daren't take a chance. The 19th, she said.
Well, that's tomorrow, and actually... Diana.
What?
We're flying to Italy tomorrow, Dennis and I.
What?
Yes.
Mary, you couldn't possibly dream of going. This is it. This is your chance to save yourself. What did Madame Marinka say? It needn't happen. We can help ourselves. Suppose I could call the trip off. Mary, you must.
Dennis could still go and attend to his business. It wouldn't interfere with that.
As long as you don't go. You're the one who's fated to... Well, you know...
Yes. All right, Diana. You win.
Just as long as you stay put tomorrow.
Well, really, Mary, I must say it's a bit thick. Wanting to call the whole thing off at the last moment, without any reason.
Oh, Dennis, I'm not calling it off. Not as far as you're concerned, anyway. You can still go. It doesn't affect your plans at all.
Of course it does. Senior Corelli's expecting both of us. Probably got his wife organised to take you shopping and natter about clothes and all that stuff.
I don't like having to back out now, but please believe me, I just can't go.
You won't even tell me why.
Oh, not now, Dennis. I will tell you later. But please just believe me and trust me.
Righto, then. As long as you're not ill or anything like that.
Oh, no. I'm perfectly all right. I promise.
Oh, well, I wish you'd told me sooner. I'd have arranged to take some blonde in your place.
Oh, I'd tear her hair out.
Oh, no, you're not the type. Well, I suppose I better get packed this evening. I'm off at dawn.
Dawn? Your flight's at 11.
I must leave about 9:30. Traffic may be heavy.
Are you driving to the airport?
Yes. What do you do with yourself while I'm away? If it isn't a rude answer.
Oh, nothing special. I expect that's Diana. Hello?
Oh, hello. Is that you, Mrs. Elwood?
Yes. It's Mrs. Hopcroft, isn't it?
That's right, ma'am. I'm sorry to trouble you at this time of night.
Oh, that's all right, Mrs. Hopcroft. What can I do for you?
I'm afraid I shan't be able to come tomorrow, ma'am.
Oh?
No, you see, I've had a telegram to say my daughter-in-law's been taken real bad. You know, Ron's wife down at Portsmouth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I thought I'd better get down there first thing in the morning and see what I could do.
Have you phoned them to find out how she is?
They're not on the phone.
Oh. Well, anyway, I hope she isn't too bad.
Oh, thank you very much, ma'am.
Not at all. Goodbye. Mrs. Hopcroft.
Oh, what did she want?
Her daughter-in-law's had a relapse. She's off to see her in the morning.
Is that the one at Bournemouth or somewhere?
In Portsmouth.
Oh, poor old girl. Pity. She's a good sort.
Yes. Oh, well. Give me a cigarette, will you, dear?
Oh, sure. Don't seem to have any.
Aren't there any in the box?
Oh, let's have a look. No, not one. Would you believe it?
What a nuisance.
Oh, I'll pop out and get some from the machine at the station.
No, don't you bother, dear. I'll go. I could do with a breath of fresh air.
Yeah, good idea.
Come on, let's have some half-crowns.
Huh? Oh, might have known as a catch. Here you are. Now get me a packet as well.
Right. Shambhala.
Take a key.
Oh, don't be so lazy. You can get out of the chair to let me in.
Going like clockwork. Now, remember what I told you to do, and don't worry about a thing.
Depressing. Nothing in the paper but war, murder, and balance of payments. Oh, goodness, it's 1:45. Oh, now who on earth... Today. 19. Behaving like a nervous skulker. All right, I'm coming.
Oh, Mrs. Elwood, I'm so glad to see you.
What? Madame Marinka? What is all this?
I must talk to you, madam. It's urgent, truly. Oh, this is my husband.
I'm sorry to intrude on you like this, but when you've heard what we've got to say...
I really don't know what... You'd better come in.
Oh, thank you.
Come into the sitting room.
Seems we got you out of bed, but I'm sure you'll forgive us when you know.
That doesn't matter. Now, please sit down and tell me what this is all about.
Thank you, madam. Oh, sit down, Doris.
Doris?
That's my name, Doris Wilkinson. This is Tom.
Oh. You called me Mrs. Elwood. How is it that you know my name and where I live?
That's what I've come to tell you about.
I see. Very well, then.
I'm afraid I've been very foolish.
Well, wicked is more like it.
Please, Tom, let me tell it. You see, madam, these predictions I made when I told your fortune, I knew they was going to happen. It was all arranged.
Arranged?
Yes, a few days before your visit.
But I didn't know myself that I was coming to see you. It was sheer chance that I ever did.
No, it wasn't. Someone came to see me and said they wanted to play a joke on somebody, on a woman who didn't believe in fortune-telling and the like. That this person, the one who came to see me, said there was a friendly bet on that they could frighten this woman into believing what I had to say.
Go on.
Well, this person offered me £200 if I'd do what was wanted.
£200? That's a lot of money.
Yes. I was tempted, you see. My husband suffers with asthma. He hasn't not really worked for years, and we've got 2 children to bring up, and what with the cost...
I understand. So you were paid £200?
Yes. This person said they'd arranged to get you along to see me, and I was to tell you what I did about the letter from a relative and finding something valuable in the tea leaves, and about today, the 19th.
Today? Oh, yes. The accident.
Yes, I was to warn you, and I was given instructions about a letter. The day after you came to see me, I went down to Southampton and posted a letter to you. That's how I know who you are.
So it was all planned, but why? Why? Seems a lot of trouble and a lot of money to spend on a joke.
Well, that's what I thought. And last night I found the answer.
What do you mean?
You may not believe this, madam, and after what I've told you, I wouldn't blame you, but I really do have powers. Sometimes. Sort of seeing Ed.
Indeed.
You must believe me, but for your own sake.
I remember you used those words when I came to see you. By arrangement.
Madam, this time, please, Cleaver. It's true, I know it is.
You are in danger, terrible danger. That's why I've come.
Is all this part of the joke, or do you get an extra fee for this?
You can think what you like and say what you like about me, but I'm going to tell you what I know, and then it's up to you.
Please listen to her.
Very well.
I wondered about this business for some time. Like you, I thought £200 was a lot of money to spend on a joke, but I couldn't see no harm in it, so I didn't worry too much. And until last night, I had this vision, you see.
Vision?
Please, I do have them sometimes. Ask Tom. I've foreseen many a thing that's happened later.
It's true, madam, yes.
Go on.
I saw you in danger. Deadly danger. I couldn't see what it was, but it was there. Then I realised why I'd been brought into this. When my first 2 predictions came true, you'd be bound to believe in the third one. At least that it was possible. So, you'd stay at home on Wednesday the 19th. Today, just like I'd warned you to do.
Why? Why take such trouble to make me stay at home today?
Because somebody means you to have an accident.
Mrs. Wilkinson, are you telling me the truth? The whole truth?
I swear it on my life.
I believe you.
Madam, you see, after I had this vision, I told Tom all about it. He didn't know nothing about this business. I told him the money was from a rich client who was grateful because I'd helped her so much. Tom said there was something wrong, very wrong, and he made me come here today.
I didn't like it, madam. Not a bit. When Doris told me she could see your life in danger, I knew she'd have to come and warn you. She'd never forgive herself. And that £200, just to frighten you. That made me sure there was something wrong, madam.
Yes, I'm sure of it, too. But what danger am I in?
That I don't know. I wish I did.
And who planned it? Who gave you the money, Mrs. Wilkinson? Or perhaps you haven't been paid yet, and won't be, if you tell.
I've been paid, madam, but I'm going to give it back.
Every penny of it, yes.
Who was it?
It was your friend, madam. The woman who came with you.
Diana? Mrs. Barclay?
No, Mrs. Brewster.
Brewster? Oh, yes, that's the name she gave you. Diana, I think I'm going mad. But of course, she enticed me into going with her to see you. Diana.
Now, Tom and I are going to call on her and give back the money if you'll tell us her address.
It couldn't be simpler. She lives in this block, flat 14, just down the hall.
Oh, well, we may as well get that over with right away. I don't know what you might want to do about Doris, ma'am. About what she did. But she's really not to blame. She's had a hard time with my illness. She's had to support all of us. She's a good wife and wonderful with the kids. If you could forgive her, ma'am, I'd be...
It isn't your fault, Mrs. Wilkinson.
I'm sorry, madam. If you can ever forgive
Don't
me...
say any more. Perhaps we'd better go.
Thank you, madam. Come on, Doris.
Oh, just a moment. Come back.
Oh, what is it?
I've thought of a way out. I don't want you to call on Mrs. Barclay. I'll deal with her. But I do want you to promise me something.
Anything?
If anything should happen to me, any accident, will you go to the police and tell them everything?
Oh, yes, madam, we promise.
Oh, well, we'll do whatever you say.
Good. Now, I want you to wait here. Go into the kitchen, along the hall and to the left, and stay there until I call you.
Yes, madam.
Diana.
Hello?
Hello, Diana. This is Mary.
Mary? Oh, you're an early caller.
Did I drag you out of bed?
Of course not, darling. How are you?
Oh, I'm well, thank you, dear. And you?
Mary, you haven't forgotten about today, have you? I mean, you're not going out or anything?
No, I haven't forgotten. But I shall be rather miserable cooped up here all alone.
Well, better that.
Diana, I want you to call in here right away.
What? Now?
Yes.
But
But what?
Darling, I'm not ready or anything.
It's very important. I found out something about Dennis and his secretary.
What? What do you mean?
Not on the phone.
Oh, of course not. No. Look, I'll be right over.
What's this about Dennis and his secretary? They're having an affair. Never. I don't believe it. You sound shocked. Well, aren't you? Not really. But you're not just shocked. You're furious. I don't know how you can take it like this. You'd be what? I just don't understand you, Mary. I don't suppose you do. Are you sure about this? Have you any proof? I've known about it for months. She's not the first, nor the only one. It's not true. I don't believe it. It's not true. Do you think Dennis couldn't be unfaithful? You know he could. What do you mean by... Mary, have you any proof? All I need. If ever I've seen a jealous woman give herself away, it's you now. What are you talking about? How long, Diana? That's what I'd like to know. How long have you and Dennis been deceiving me? You must be out of your head. Please. I am not that much of a fool. You've every reason to think that I am. The game's up now.
All right, if that's the way you want it. Yes, yes. Dennis and I are lovers. Or we have been for months. We love each other and we're going to be married.
Over my dead body? Is that the idea?
What do you mean?
What do I know? For a start, I know all about your little scheme with Madame Marinka.
Who? What has she told you? Has that spiteful woman been telling lies about me? And you're fool enough to believe her?
We'll soon see who's lying. Mrs. Wilkinson, will you please come in here?
Mrs. Wilkinson? Well, who's she? What are you up to? Look, I'm not going to stay here and listen to your ravings. You're obviously...
Oh, that's who it was, Mum. Mrs. Brewster.
She's Mrs. Buckley, really. Diana, you know Madame Marinka. She's Mrs. Wilkinson, really.
What have you been saying to her about me?
The truth.
I'll see about that. I'll talk to my solicitor.
Don't be a fool, Diana. The Wilkinsons have come here to return your £200. Where would they get that money? All right, Mrs. Wilkinson, you can go now. Just remember, you promised should anything happen to me, you'll go to the police and tell them everything.
I will.
We certainly will, ma'am.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye to you, madam. And here's your money back, whatever your name is. I'm sorry I ever touched it.
Now, Diana.
Only you hadn't been so possessive, so obstinate.
Oh, I'm to blame, am I?
In a way. You would never divorce Dennis. We both knew it. That's why we were driven to this. Because you'd never understand. Oh, you've no feelings.
But I do understand. And I have feelings, I assure you.
You? You're ice. Dennis wanted a woman.
Dennis has wanted many women. Before and after he married me. And he's had them, too.
You're lying. You're saying that to get your own back.
Diana, you poor infatuated fool. Don't you think I know how you feel? Don't you think I couldn't bring myself to believe it? Not the first time, nor the second.
If that's true, why have you stayed with him? Well, why didn't you...
I loved him. In spite of all I knew about him, it made no difference. I fell for his charm, like everybody else. I loved him.
You knew he didn't love you?
Oh, yes.
Oh, Mary, please let Dennis go. Say you'll divorce him. Oh, you must.
Diana, just think a moment. Why should Dennis want to marry you?
He loves me.
He loves your money. That's all Dennis really loves. He can have your love for nothing, just like the others.
It's not true. It's not true.
If he can deceive me, why not you? If you'll do anything to get rid of me, why not you?
Perhaps you deserve each other. Dennis said you'd never let him go. There was only one way we could be free. He said it would be quick. That there'd be no pain.
How considerate of him. But Dennis is out of it. He has an alibi. This trip to Italy that came up just at the right time. What about you?
What do you mean?
Where's your alibi? Suppose Dennis fixed it so that you'd be suspected. Suppose he bluffed you. You're here on the spot.
No.
How is it going to be done?
I don't know.
What?
He said the less I knew, the better.
I thought as much. He has bluffed you. You're here, caught in a trap. And Dennis is away with his flighty piece of a secretary.
No, I couldn't bear it. I'll kill myself.
Tell me anything Dennis might have said, any hint.
He said you wouldn't suffer.
Yes.
And that it would look like an accident.
Accident? Let's work this out. The idea was to make me stay at home today. So it must happen here in the flat. And Dennis must have fixed it before he left.
What are we going to do?
We're going to keep our heads. Now, what accidents can be fixed in advance?
Mary, have you had anything to eat today or to drink?
Only a cup of tea. Dennis brought it to me.
Well, that's it. We must get a doctor quickly.
No. Sit down. He brought me the teapot, and I poured a cup for him as well.
Did he drink it?
Yes. In any case, it wouldn't be poison. It has to look like an accident.
How can you be so calm?
My life depends on it. Let's see. What do I do during the day? Routine habit that Dennis knows about. It's lying in wait, whatever it is. Yes.
I know. Leave the flat. What? If this is to happen here, get out. Come with me to my place or well, anywhere, as long as you don't stay here.
Yes, that's the answer. You dare not let anything happen to me. The Wilkinsons would go to the police.
It's you I want to save. I don't care what happens to me.
You expect me to believe that?
Oh, Mary. I didn't know what murder was like. I only thought about Dennis and me being free. Free. We could never have looked into each other's eyes after.
You're not really cut out for this sort of thing, Diana. You should never have got involved in it.
I know.
If it's any consolation, Dennis isn't having an affair with his secretary. I lied to you, but it was the only way I could get at the truth. There have been others, though. That's true enough.
It doesn't matter now.
Give me a few minutes to put some clothes on and pack a few things, and I'll be with you.
Can I do anything?
You can get my suitcase down from the bedroom cupboard, if you will. This way. You're taller than I am. I have to stand on the chair.
Where is it?
Cupboard on the left. Yes, that's it. Up on the shelf. Can you get the blue case down? The top one?
I think so.
Can you reach?
Yes, just about. Here it is. Coming down.
Got it. Oh, that was heavy. What's inside? I thought I'd emptied it. Oh, you've got your hands filthy, Diana. Better go and wash them.
The shelf's a bit dusty.
I hope this gate isn't locked. No idea where the key might be. Oh, we're all right. Looks stiff. Done it?
Mary!
It's only the phone, Diana, on the bedside table. Pull yourself together.
Oh, I shan't be able to breathe until you're out of here.
Wall-post, 5423.
Oh, is that you, Mrs. Elwood? This is Mrs. Hopcroft speaking. You haven't gone then yet?
Gone? Gone where?
To Italy. Aren't you off today?
No, there's been a change of plan.
Oh, I see. Anyway, why I'm ringing up is this. Someone's played a dirty trick on me.
Trick?
Well, you know that telegram I got last night saying that my daughter-in-law in Portsmouth was taken bad?
Yes?
Well, I just seen her. I got here just 10 minutes ago. There's nothing wrong with her. Well, not out of the ordinary, that is. They hadn't said no telegram.
I see.
Must be someone's idea of a joke. I'd like to lay my hands on him. I'd give him a joke.
Yes, it's horrible. I'm so sorry.
Anyway, if you like, I'll catch the train back this evening and call at the flat tomorrow.
No, don't bother. Stay and have a few days off while you're there. And don't worry about the money. That'll be all right.
Oh, Mrs. Elwood, I don't know how to thank you.
Mrs. Hopcroft. Well, I've got things to do now, so I'll say goodbye.
Oh, well, goodbye, madam, and thanks ever so much.
Who was it, Mary? Mrs. Hopcroft. She was kept away today by a trick. Dennis seems to have thought of everything. Now, what on earth is in this suitcase? Diana! Diana! What is it? Are you all right? Diana! Are you all right? Can you hear me? Oh, thank heaven. It's all right, Diana. It's all right. I'll run and get help.
Hall porter speaking.
Roberts, this is Mrs. Elwood, flat 17. Please come at once. There's been an accident.
Oh, right away, madam.
I'll leave the door open. Diana, are you all right? The dowel on the rail. Don't talk. Save your breath. I'm all right. Just don't touch the towel rail. What? The towel rail. The towel rail? I wonder... That thing... Yes. The towel rail's being switched on. Dennis must have put it on when he ran the bath. But why heat the towel rail? We never use it in summer. And on a hot day like this.
Mrs. Elwood, it's your porter, madam.
Here, in the bathroom.
What's the trouble, madam? Mrs. Barclay.
I think she's had an electric shock. I'm all right.
What happened?
I touched the towel rail and got a shock.
Is it switched on, madam?
Not now. I put it off.
Oh, you'll be all right, Mrs. Barclay. Can she lie down somewhere?
Oh, yes, of course. In my bedroom.
Just put your arm round my shoulders, madam, and I can lift you. That's it. Right, here we go.
This way. First door on the left.
Oh, there, madam. Have you called a doctor?
No, not yet.
Would you like me to get one?
No, I'm all right, Mary. Truly. Well, I'm sure. Quite sure.
Well, it's up to you. I should rest anyway.
Here, on the bed.
If I may suggest it, madam, perhaps a cup of tea might help.
Yes, good idea.
I'll take a look at that towel rail of yours.
Oh, would you, please?
Must be a fault somewhere. Maybe in the plug.
You know where the point is? Just opposite this door in the hallway. Here.
Ah, yes.
Will you need a screwdriver?
Oh, the pocket one, thanks. Now then, let's see if the trouble's in here. We'd have the plug out for a start. These screws aren't in very tight.
Is that bad?
They could easily fall out. Workmanship these days is disgusting. Dose of the army do them a world of good. Discipline, that's what I need. 22 years of it I had. I had my time of get up.
What is it, Robert?
Do you know who wired this plug, madam?
The electrician, I suppose. Why? Is something wrong?
I'll say. You could have been killed. You see this green lead, the earth wire?
A green one, yes.
That should be connected to this terminal. Somehow or other it got loose and it's in contact with this other terminal, the red one.
Well, what does that mean?
It means that the apparatus, the towel rail, would be live when it was switched on. And what with it being in the bathroom, it's criminal.
What difference does that make?
Look, suppose you're in a bath. The room's damp with steam and your body's all wet, a strong conductor of electricity. You reach out for a towel on the rail, and that's it.
I'd get a shock.
A shock? It'd kill you.
So that's what it was.
Yeah, you ought to get Mr. Elwood to take proceedings against that electrician, if you'll pardon the liberty, madam. Criminal, that's what it is.
Yes.
I'll put it right now anyway, so you needn't be afraid to use it.
Thank you.
Is there anything else I can do?
No, thanks, Robert. You've been wonderful.
Well, I'll be off if everything...
Many, many thanks.
Very good, madam. Good morning to you.
Good morning. Mary? Are you there? Yes, I'm here. I heard what Robert said. Yes. How are you feeling? A bit groggy. I'm surprised. Mary, what can I say? Nothing. Oh, there's no peace for me today. Be careful, Mary. Oh, there's nothing to worry about. It's all over now. It's probably the milkman or the man to read the gas meter. Oh, quite ordinary again. Oh.
Morning, madam. Sorry to disturb you.
What is it?
Are you Mrs. Mary Elwood?
Yes.
And Mr. Dennis Elwood is your husband?
Yes. What is it, Constable? What's happened?
I'm afraid Mr. Elwood's car was involved in a collision with another vehicle.
How bad is he? He's not...
I'm afraid so, madam. One of those accidents you can't guard against. Lorries skidded into him. You're all right, madam?
I would have been with him. I would have been killed too.
Pardon, madam?
If only I hadn't gone to Madame Marinka. How funny. How terribly funny.
Here, in tonight's presentation of Take Care on Wednesday by David Lawton and Caroline Ross, you heard Elaine Lee as Mary, Joanna Palmer as Diana, and Pat Saunders as Marinka. Gabriel Bayman played the part of Tom, and Stuart Brown that of Roberts. Take Care on Wednesday was adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Michael Silver.
the School Kids Questionnaire, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are in New York City, the Quiz Kids and their special guest, Fred Allen. Yes, the Quiz Kids bring their portable classroom back to New York Radio City for a special broadcast with Fred Allen as our guest. The children have no advanced knowledge of the questions which are sent in by you listeners. The makers of Alka-Seltzer give you a Zenith portable radio if your question is used on the broadcast. Just address your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. We may reword them, and we must be sole judges in case of similarity. And now, coming into the fistful of questions and a face full of grin, is our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Howard Petrie, and good evening, everybody. Well, our modern Gullivers, the Quiz Kids, are still far from home and enjoying their travels. We're going to get right down to business tonight, Quiz Kids. It's roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old and in the 8th grade at the Bradwell School in Chicago.
Joel?
I am Joel Kupperman. I am 6 years old in 2A at Volta School.
Smeela?
I'm Smeela Brin. I'm 15 years old, and I'm a sophomore in Hunter College High School.
You know,
Hello,
folks,
Father.
Smeela was on our Quiz Kids board once in Chicago and walked right out with the highest score. So we're very happy to see her again in New York. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 13 years old and in the 8th grade at Roosevelt School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 10 years old, and I'm in 6A at Bradwell School in Chicago.
And Frederick?
I'm Fred Allen. In 2 more years, I'll be getting Social Security. I couldn't make the grade at Boston subnormal. Say, Joe, before we start, tell me, what am I supposed to do? Am I here to frighten the children if they miss a question? Or did you invite me over to expose the Quiz Kids to ignorance for 30 minutes? What am I here for?
No, Fred, you're here tonight as our official judge.
Really?
You just decide whether the answers are right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
You settle any disputes, calculate the point.
Now, wait a minute, Joe, with that calculating point. I've been operating a ration book all week. I'm point happy. You know, I used up my whole 48 points the first day. I got 2 cans of porcupine meat. And you know how many points you need for porcupine. Put me out of business the first day.
Well, Fred, if you've used up all your points, how have you been eating?
Well, fortunately, my grocer is nearsighted, Joe. I've been getting a little food with postage stamps. He can't see what I've got in the book. But if you don't mind, I won't use points to total the score.
Well, all right. Do the best you can, Fred. When the bell rings, you figure out your results for the report card.
Well, it looks to me as though the judge is on trial here, Joseph.
Oh, it's nothing, Fred. You'll enjoy it.
Well, I'm enjoying it up to now, Joe, but something tells me before this half hour is over, I am going to have an awful headache.
Well, you're on the right program then, Fred. How about that, Howard?
I walked right into a commercial. Something tells me
Yes, indeed. When anyone mentions headache, I always come right back and say, well, remember Alka-Seltzer. I'll have some ready for you, too, Fred. But seriously, folks, when you or any member of your family is bothered by a headache, please remember Alka-Seltzer can bring you soothing, comforting relief. Just try Alka-Seltzer and see how soon you'll feel better. Now, Chief Quizzer, shall we get on to the questions?
Why, certainly. That is, if His Honor Judge Allen is ready.
Yes, I'm ready, Mr. Kelly. If you'll get the Quiz Kids started, I'll pull up an acoustic and learn something.
All right. Well, here we go, kids. Here are some names that have been in the news from time to time from Helen P. Murphy of New York. However, I'll give you only the first name of each. You supply the last name and identify the person. The first name is Ovita. Harvey.
Well, that's Ovita Kopabi, and she's the colonel and the commander of the WAC.
That's very good. Good for you, my boy.
I heard they have a new women's organization now, Joe. It's for women who take the place of men in lighthouses. They're called WICs. It's a new thing.
Well, that's very, very good.
Timely,
Judge, pardon me. But you must hold up your hand if you want to talk. Just watch the children there.
I'll learn something from you. All right, now.
Read the question a little bit now. The next first name is Risto. Richard.
Well, that's Risto. I guess it's Freedy. He's the president of Finland.
That's right. Good for you, Richard. All right, the next one is Jürgen. Richard?
That's von Arnim. He's the, I don't know exactly what he is, but he's a German general or field marshal in command of the northern Tunisian Axis Army.
That's very good. Good for you, Richard. All right, next question. Joseph H. Babrika of Berwyn, Illinois, gets a Zenith portable radio for this question. Can you think of 3 prominent persons, past or present, who have 2 first names and no last name? In other words, 3 men whose last names could be used as first names. For example, Henry James. You get the idea? All right, now let's have 3 men. All right, Harvey?
Well, there's Frankie Albert, football player.
Uh-huh. All right, that's one.
And I think Eddie Allen, test pilot who was killed recently.
Uh-huh, that's 2.
And Jesse James.
Jesse James, 3. Well, we're going along fine. Let's see if we can get some more. Smila?
Red Allen.
Oh, Red Allen. All right, fine. Joel?
Benjamin Franklin.
Benjamin Franklin. Very good. Can we have any more? Harvey?
Frank Buck.
Frank Buck. All right, yes, sirree. And Gerard?
Well, there's our good old friend Jack Benny.
That's right, Joel.
It might be interesting to know why neither Jack Benny or I have last names, Joe.
Well, we would like to know.
Well, it's never been divulged until tonight. You see, years ago, when Jack was born, the family wouldn't let him use the last name because they knew he'd grow up to play the violin and disgrace them. So they stopped him at the beginning. They just gave him the 2 names to go through life with. And the reason I haven't any last name is because when I was being christened, there was a fire. Just when they started to christen me, there was a fire, and they used the water to put out the fire and didn't have enough water left to finish christening me, so that's why I have to wander through life.
Well, that's very, very enlightening, Judge Allen. All right, more questions. Now, Mr. B. Simpson of New Orleans, Louisiana, wants to know when and where the most violent earthquake ever recorded in North America took place. Gerard?
I believe in San Francisco.
Oh, the most violent earthquake. The most violent. Well, perhaps I'd better tell you. No hands up.
Wasn't that earthquake up in New England some years ago, was it?
No.
That shook the potatoes out of the ground for 4 miles up there?
No.
The next day the sun came out and baked them?
No.
Wasn't that?
Wait a minute, Judge. Now, you're getting off the track here. Joel?
What I don't understand is what violent means.
Judge, would you like to explain to Joel what violent means?
Yes, well, violent is something they're using in a new machine, Violent Ray. You've passed
it. Well, Joel, violent means terrific.
Oh.
Every morning.
Harvey?
Well, do you mean in the modern times? Because I imagine that there were several tremendous earthquakes near Niagara Falls in the prehistoric days.
Well, I'll tell you, Harvey. Smila?
Well, there was one in Mexico very recently.
Yeah, that's true. But I was thinking of the one that happened around New Madrid, Missouri, back in 1811. It was the most violent in the history of America. Well, we can't get them all. That's perfectly all right. Now, James A. Howe of Des Moines, Iowa, thinks all school children should be familiar with our own great American poet. I'll give you the first line of a poem. You supply the second. All right, now the first one is, tell me not in mournful numbers. Harvey?
Life is but an empty dream.
That's right, and the name of the poem?
Oh, I know the lines. Oh, A Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
That's right, Harvey. Attaboy. Now, here's the next one. It is very nice to think. Joel?
The world is full of mean and green, with little children stand grace, in every kind of Christian place. And that's a thought by Robert Louis Stevenson.
That's just what it is. Now, the next first line is from a poem written by a contemporary American poet. Listen carefully. My little niece is saving Greece. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Harvey?
Well, I think that's Falstaff, is it? On Mr. Allen's program?
Yes, that's right. Falstaff Openshaw.
That's right.
My little niece is... the poem goes, my little niece is saving Greece to help to beat the Japs. To help defeat the Nazis, she's collecting bacon scraps. And then there are a couple more verses. And the last verse is, when the Axis time at last is come and the world's restored to peace, the day that Hitler's goose is cooked, my little niece will save the Greek.
Very good. Very good. Now, friends, a lot of you will be interested to know that Fred Allen himself writes the poems given each week by Falstaff on his own program. And now, before I read this next question, Howard Petrie is going to bring all you mothers a very important message.
Well, it's especially important, Joe, in view of the new meat rationing that begins tomorrow. You mothers have a serious responsibility to see that your family gets the proper foods that help maintain energy, healthy nerves, and normal digestion. Now, the food you can get these days may possibly be short on certain vitamins of the B complex. For instance, you'll probably be serving less meat, an important source of some of the B complex vitamins. So why don't you do this? Bolster up the meals you serve your family by giving each child and each grown-up just a single one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablet each day. You see, each one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablet is so vitamin-rich, it gives the full minimum daily requirements of vitamins B1 and B2, plus generous amounts of other B complex factors. And the big thing to remember is that a single tablet every day is all you take. That naturally keeps the cost way down. It makes them much less expensive to use than the kind you have to take 2 or 3 times a day. So, to save money and bolster up your ration foods, tell your druggist you want one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets made by Miles Laboratories. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Thank you, Howard. And now, Judge Allen, get your pencil poised. Here comes the next question session. Yes, sir. And by the way, Judge, you should feel completely at ease with this question from Helen M. Scott of Boston. It's about comedy, and the idea is to see whether you can get the point of these classic old jokes. All right, now, here is the first one. Pourquoi la poule traverse-t-elle la rue pour arriver de l'autre côté? Mila?
Why does a chicken cross the rod to get to the other side?
That's right. That's very good.
Well, chicken, I think it's a waste of time. With the meat shortage, a chicken wouldn't be safe any place today. It would be silly. I think that
right,
joke
Judge.
has seen its best day.
Yes, that's true. Quite true. What has 8 legs and sings?
I don't understand the question, but I know the answer.
With a script in front
All right,
of you.
Judge, what is the answer?
Well, it's an old joke. What has 8 legs and sings? It's 2 quartets.
I think you'll find it's only 1 quartet.
Oh, I was thinking of what has 8 legs and sings. 2 jukeboxes have 8 legs.
Oh.
I didn't know the question, so it's just...
Well, that's all right, and Smila was getting very, very warm on that. All right, now, you know, we've had so much fun with these jokes in French that now we'll play a joke on you and switch languages. Here's the next.
Was macht man, wenn man nicht will, dass ein Hund am Sonntagmorgen bellt? Man schießt ihn am Sonnabendabend tot.
Smila?
What do you do when you don't want your dog to bark on Sunday morning? You shoot it Saturday evening.
That's right. Okay.
Unless it's a hot dog, of course.
Yeah, that's right, Judge. Now, this next question is from Joel Kupperman, Judge Allen.
Oh.
He wanted me to find out whether you were any better than Jack Benny is at numbers.
Uh-huh. Well, I think I am, Joel. I think everybody's better than Mr. Benny at numbers, don't you?
Well, I don't...
You don't know everybody.
I don't think so. A baby wouldn't.
A baby wouldn't know more than Mr. I think you're overrating Mr. Benny. I think a baby would know more than...
Well, you know, Judge, when Benny was our guest, we asked a math problem, and Jack couldn't understand Joel's explanation of it.
Uh-huh.
So, you see, Joel wanted me to try the same problem on you.
Well, I hate to disappoint you, Joel, but the truth is I heard that problem on your program. Wasn't that the one where you asked how much farther a man's head would travel than his feet if he walked around the Earth at the equator?
Yeah, that's the one. The man you remember was 5.5 feet tall.
Well, I'm glad this subject came up, Joel, because there was one point in your explanation I wasn't quite sure of. You see, when you've got to find the circumference of the circle made by the man's head and subtract the circumference of the circle made by his feet, you weren't even given the circumference of the Earth. So how could you possibly get an answer?
Well, you see, mine was a shortcut. No matter how big or small the circle is, it will always be 5.5 feet tall. So if you whirl him around, the radius would be 5.5.
Well, what is the circumference of the Earth? You'd have to know that, wouldn't you?
I'm sorry, but the answer's no.
The answer... all you have to know is that the man was 5.5 feet tall, huh? Well, how much farther did his head walk?
And that he traveled around the world. Remember that, or it wouldn't be a problem.
Oh, if the man was only 5.5 feet tall and stood still, you have
5.5.
5.5 feet.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a problem, but when he walks around the world, that makes a problem, doesn't it? Well, how much farther did his head walk than his feet? His head was 5.5 feet away from his foot circumference. Much farther did his head go?
Well, I told you the radius was 5.5. The diameter would be 11, and the circumference would be 34 4/7 feet.
But what's the answer? 34?
Yeah, 34 4/7.
34 4/7. Well, he's correct, Mr. Well, I'll tell you why. I'm very happy that you're correct, Joel. And I know that's the right answer, Joe, because years ago, Joel, the same problem came up in school when I was a little boy.
Oh.
Yeah, yes, it did. You weren't there, but there was another little boy there who wasn't satisfied with the answer. And when he grew to be 5.5 feet tall, he started to walk around the world himself to prove it. And I forgot all about this fellow, never having seen him again. And 40 years later, I was sitting in a Greyhound bus in Toledo, and an old man with a long white beard and his feet all out of his shoes came up and tapped me on the shoulder and said, "It's 34 4/7. So I know.
Did you want to say something, Smila?
Well, is that fair? Mr. Benny's in the hospital now.
No, he was thrown out for not paying the doctor. You'll be glad to know he's out now.
No, I'm sure he's coming along fine now. Everybody's
he's in Phoenix.
Yes, that's right. He's recuperating very nicely out there, so I'm told. All right, next
That's
question.
Chamber of Commerce propaganda.
All right,
They starched his legs so he could walk out of Chicago.
All right, Miss Lorraine Sims of Atlantic Beach, Florida, outdoes the Reader's Digest in the art of condensing stories. She reviews a whole book or play in one sentence. What books or plays does she refer to? Now, the first one, a woman has 4 daughters, 1 dies, and 3 get married. Now, that's the whole story. What book is it? Smila?
Little Women.
By whom?
Louisa May Alcott.
That's right. Very good. Now, here's the second review. A doctor decides to doctor another doctor, but takes the whole play to make up his mind. What play? A doctor decides to doctor another doctor, but takes the whole play to make up his mind. Well, no fair whispering, Judge.
I just noticed.
Yeah, well, I just called him on that, Joe. We don't allow that on the Quiz Kids program. Gerard?
Could that be Doctor's Dilemma?
That's just what it is. Good for you. Now, Miss Sims outdid herself on this last one. She reviewed 5 books in one sentence. Here it is. Bumpo bumps off Indians rescuing pretty maidens. What 5 books? Bumpo bumps off Indians rescuing pretty maidens.
Not Dick Tracy.
No, Judge. Gerard?
Could that be one of the books by L. Frank Baum?
No, I'm sorry. No, it's the, do you give up? Oh, it's the Leather Stocking Tales by James Fenimore Cooper. The Deerslayer, The Last of the Mohicans, The Pathfinder, The Pioneers, and The Prairie. Well, now, Howard, let's give Judge Allen a few seconds to catch up on his numbers. Will you take over, please?
Fine. You know, folks, so much has been said about the children's health and the A&D vitamins, or as you probably know them better, the cod liver oil vitamins, that sometimes we grown-ups forget that these vitamins are absolutely necessary for our well-being, too, especially now when colds are so frequent. Naturally, I don't expect you, Mother, to make the rounds of the breakfast table with a sticky spoon every morning and force Dad, high school Johnny, Sister Susie, and the baby to open wide for a teaspoon and a half of cod liver oil. But here is the easy way. Just put a single little one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablet beside each plate at the breakfast table. A tablet a day is enough. That'll give everybody even more than the normal daily supply of A and D vitamins without any fishy, oily taste or any aftertaste. One-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets give you the A and D vitamins the pleasant, modern way. And they're so economical. Buy the large family-size package from your druggist, and they'll cost hardly more than a penny a day. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles Laboratories.
Well, we're in the finals now, Quiz Kids. Your next question. This question on classical music comes from Mrs. Clara M. Graham of Brooklyn, New York. See whether you can give the operas or operettas from which these numbers are taken. Unfortunately, our singer didn't show up this evening, so I'll have to call on our guest judge, Fred Allen, to do the vocals.
Well, oh, no.
Oh, now, Fred, come on now. Just do the best that you can. Now, here's the first one. Now, listen, children.
I hate to start singing, Joe, because people will know that the best tunes of all don't come from here if I start singing. Well, the first one... The first one seems to be an opera here, Joe. It goes... See how little I sing and they get it right away.
Harvey?
That's Pagliacci.
That's right.
By Leon
Well, I don't know. What I was singing, Vestal la Juba with 2 pairs of trousers. I don't know what...
Oh, Harvey was right.
Well, this other one here, I don't know whether you're familiar with this song, where it comes from, its origin. I'm called Little Buttercup, dear Little Buttercup, though I could never tell why, but still I'm called Buttercup. Oh, Little Buttercup, sweet Little Buttercup,
You sound much better than the Lord.
Better than FPA. I'm better than FPA.
All right,
Not
Gerard.
much.
Well, that's from Gilbert and Sullivan's famous opera, HMS Pinafore.
That's right, Gerard. You bet. Now,
was a ribbon seller on the boat, and she married the captain.
That's right, yeah. Very, very good. Now, this last one, we've left entirely to Judge Allen.
I heard that's been all changed. The woman is only called Cup now. They've taken the butter out of the name when it plays here.
Well, I wouldn't know. By the way, Judge, would you like to sing your own favorite?
Well, my favorite is an old gay 90s song, Joe, and it's really a duet. It's called By the Light of the Silvery Moon. I'll sing it. I mean, if you insist, if one of the children... Do any of the children know By the Light of the Silvery Moon? Would you like to sing, make it a quartet? Richard and Harvey and Gerard. Do you know the words of the chorus? Do you know the key? You take it in my key.
All right.
By the light. Ready? By the light of the silvery moon, I want to spoon to my honey I'll croon. Love's tune, honeymoon, keep a shining in June. Your silvery beams will bring love's dreams.
We'll be cuddling soon.
By the silvery moon. Oh, that was fine.
Well, the bell says it's all over, quiz kids. Take it easy while His Honor Judge Allen goes into a tussle with the scorers to see which quiz kids come back next week. Have you arrived at a verdict, Judge Allen?
No, frankly, no, Mr. Kelly. I'm just about to compute the winner the hard way, algebraically, if you'll bear with me. Let me see now. Let X equal Joel, multiplied by Smeela, which comes out 6 times Gerard over Harvey, subtracting the square root of Richard. The winner is the little boy Sam, who isn't even with the quiz kid. Hey, I'm afraid I'll have to work this out again, Joe. I missed up here, some 5.5 feet or something. I'm out here.
Fred, I just happened to remember.
What, Joseph?
Fred, I'm terribly sorry, but we didn't need a scorekeeper tonight. We didn't need a judge.
This is a swell time to
pound shows. Now, next week, we'll be back home in Chicago, and naturally, scores are no scores. We go back to the winning quiz kids from 3 weeks ago.
You mean that I did all that computing for nothing, Joe?
Well,
why, in the time I wasted, I could have figured out something to replace the Rummel plan here. I've been slipping little Joel Tupperman bubble gum all week to teach me calculus, just to be ready to compute this thing. And
well, I'm terribly sorry that you went to all that trouble.
Well, you should be sorry, Joe.
I am.
Well, I know. Well, Joe. Oh, but I was only kidding, Joe. I always get a kick out of working with the quiz kids. They're really amazing youngsters. And this might be a good time to answer a question I've been asked many times, Joe. Do the quiz kids know what questions will be asked on the broadcast? And the answer is no. The kids never hear or see the questions you folks send in until they're confronted with them on the program. Now, I've been with the quiz kids a lot, and believe me, they answer many more difficult questions away from the microphone. They're swell kids, just as natural and as unspoiled as any children you may know in your own neighborhood. And their parents and teachers can really be proud of their work, Joe.
Well, thank you. That's the way we feel about the kids, too, Fred. You were swell tonight, and thanks a lot for being on our show. And by the way, Fred, we'll all be listening to your own show later on tonight.
Thank
you.
Next
week, our Quiz Kids class will be back home, and at their desks will be our 3 weeks ago winners, Richard, Joel, and Ruth, plus a newcomer, Paul Huber, 13 years of old age, from Hammond, Indiana, and Gerard Darrow, 10, of Chicago. And our Quiz Kids, the makers of Alka-Seltzer, give each of you a $100 denomination war bond for your work tonight.
What about me, Joe? What do I get out of this? I promised you at the beginning of the program that I'd have an awful headache, and believe me, I've made good. I have the worst headache I've ever had in my life, Joe.
Well, we'll make good, too, Fred. You asked for it, and here it is. A glass of good old Alka-Seltzer. Listen to it fizz. It really does the biz.
We wish to thank the sponsors of the Technical Star Theater for the privilege of having Fred Allen on our Quiz Kids program.
A happy time. A week after Germany had surrendered and a wonderful actress named Ingrid Bergman stood wide-eyed in front of a microphone and spoke of that strangest of wonderful mornings, that strange morning when mankind had hope once more.
From Hollywood, California, the Mutual Broadcasting System, in cooperation with the United States Treasury and the Hollywood Victory Committee, brings you a special broadcast starring Miss Ingrid Bergman and written and directed by Arch Obler. The special musical score is by Gordon Jenkins.
This program is dedicated to you who know that any future sacrifice you make for the rest of your life, be it every worldly possession you own, can never equal the price paid by the man who died to bring you victory in Europe, who will die to bring you victory in Japan.
This is a story of victory. It was born in the air battle of Britain. It grew through Stalingrad, Tunisia, Cassino, the beachheads of Normandy, up the Rhone Valley across France, through the Siegfried Line. This is the story of victory.
After all, this is a hospital, and all this excitement, you know.
Well, Doc, how soon can I get out of here? My squadron will be moving to the Pacific. How about me?
Oh, no, wait a minute. Man. Now, supposing you have one more song, and then all of you back to your own wards.
Oh, but Doc, Germany out of the war, and you expect us to...
He's the doctor. One more song, he says. How about...
Happy days
are here again.
Oh, it's very exciting, isn't it, Doctor?
Yes, Miss Stewart.
I'd hate to take their temperatures now. They waited a long time for this. Oh, Doctor, did I say something wrong?
No. I was just thinking that no one has told them.
Them?
I don't know how. To go into their rooms and announce that it's over. I don't know how.
Should I?
These men, they know that soon they'll be with their own outfits or going home. Those others.
Doctor, I said, may I tell them?
You?
Yes, please.
All right. All right. Thank you, Miss Stewart.
Who is it? It's Miss Stewart, Freddie. How are you?
I'm all right.
May I sit and talk to you?
I'd like that.
Thank you. Sleep well last night?
Yes. I was hoping you'd come in.
I'm sorry I couldn't come in sooner. There's been all sorts of excitement.
Excitement?
Mm-hmm. You see, Freddie, it's finally happened. Germany's out of the war. Freddie, did you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I thought you'd like to know.
Yes, thank you. Did it rain last night?
Yes. Yes, it did.
I thought I heard rain. I guess they're underwater.
What?
40 acres down by the creek. My father tried to drain that land ever since I was a pup. It's full of cattails and frogs. One bullfrog, he must have been a foot across. I called him Sitting Bull. We could hear him all the way up to the house. Mother said he was better than the church organ. You know something? We drained a swamp at Saipan. In 3 days, the forts were landing there. 3 days. And my dad's been trying for 20 years. So I was good on Saipan. You planted a seed, and overnight it was up. We had almost 5 acres. Even tomatoes and corn. I was in charge. It's so funny.
What, Freddie?
Lying here. All I think about are things like that. Green things and black dirt. That's very funny. Back home, I never paid much attention to it. I did my chores. That's all. But now I only seem to want to remember what was growing. I don't know why I think about it. I just do. Maybe it's because now that it's so dark all the time, I've got to think about things growing in the sun. Maybe it's because that was the most wonderful thing I ever saw. That the earth was good even on an island in the middle of the ocean. Did you say it was victory?
Yes.
If I get home, I can help my father. I can show him how to drain the land. I know how to do it now. 40 acres. There'll be so many more to feed now.
Yes, ma'am.
I've something to tell you.
I know.
You do?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, but how?
Through the window, I can hear him singing. It can only mean one thing, or am I wrong again?
No, the word just came.
That's great.
Yes.
The doctor told me not to turn my head. Are you sitting down?
You want me to?
If you have time.
Of course.
Because it's today, will you tell me something?
Whatever you want to know.
How long will I be here?
I don't know.
Honestly?
Yes, Sam, honestly.
I didn't ask for the reason the others do. I asked because I want to know how much longer I can stay here.
Stay? Here?
Yes, ma'am.
You want to go home?
No, ma'am.
Oh, but why? By the time you're released, you'll be all right. New healthy tissue, heart, hardly a scar.
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me, Sam.
What good would that be?
Do me some good, perhaps. Of all the boys on this floor, I've known you the least. Is it your family?
No. I'd like to be with them.
Oh, Sam. Because it's today. Please tell me.
When I was born, I had all the world. Yeah. Little black baby only in the world. I lost it fast. Get out of the way, nigga. No black boys wanted. You know the story. Soon I wasn't even in the world. Then they armed me. Well, maybe a crazy hour. I thought I was part of things again, but oh, do I have to tell you? And then that Nazi floating around up there saw me in my oil truck riding the Red Ball Express. He went into a dive and got me in the sights and pressed the trigger, and then there was nothing. But all at once there was. I was in a bed. Others all around me. And nobody said, get out, black boy, one-side nigger. Somebody said, nice going, fella. And the guy next to me stuck a cigarette in my lips, and somebody else lit it. And I was back in the world again. I've been there ever since, on the hospital ship, and the train, and here. They talked to me. Sam, what's your opinion of this? Sam, how about that? Sam, talk to us. Sam, tell us. Me, Sam. So hooray for the day, but I want to stay here. I want to stay here.
Tom? Do you mind if I sit here and talk to you?
Huh? Who?
Miss Stewart.
Dorothy?
No. No, it's Miss Stewart, Tom.
Where have you been?
Tom, I have some wonderful news for you.
I'll tell you something. I was going to be angry with you. I'm not at all.
Angry?
Dorothy, don't ever keep me waiting again. Please.
Oh.
Did you get all the stuff?
Why, yes.
It's going to be a wonderful day. I've looked forward to it.
Have you?
I'll stop worrying about Mary Ann. She'll be all right.
Of course.
After all, my mother knows how to take care of babies. Look at me. Well, let's look at the timetable. There it is. 11:10, about 3 or 4 minutes, and we're off. Dad, why don't you say something?
I'm glad we're going.
No. You didn't say that. You didn't say that. You said something else. Dad, say what you said then. Say it.
I don't remember.
I see you. I know you're here. Your voice is so far away.
I'm here.
Is the train coming?
Not yet.
Oh, Dot, I love you so much. All right, let him put a bronze tablet here on this spot on June 6, 1940. A man made love to his wife, end quote. Why do I have to make a joke about it? Is there something wrong with my loving you more than 2 years ago? Stand close to me, Don. No, there's no one around. Oh, darling, every day is better for us, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yes, Tom.
Lift your face.
Yes.
If you weren't here, I couldn't stand it. It's been terrible, Dot. My face, I keep thinking... Aren't we a handsome couple? Aren't we a handsome couple? Why do I keep thinking that? What's wrong with my face?
Now, try to sleep, Tom.
I can hardly hear you, but you're here. Your face so close, I can feel you warm.
Sleep, Tom.
Such a handsome couple, such a handsome couple, such a... Dot, don't come too close to my face. Not too close, Dot.
It's all right.
Is it? Is it?
Yes.
The handsomest couple?
Yes.
Your lips. Kiss?
Yes, Tom.
Scotty, come on in.
Good morning, Larry.
Larry Darling, Scotty. Always Larry Darling.
Oh, you need an ice pack.
No, I need to talk to you. Please, will you?
That's why I came here.
I knew it was my lucky day the minute I opened my eyes. Why, I bet even the custard will taste good today.
Yes, Larry, yes. Something has happened today.
Happened? What?
Germany's out of the war.
Absolutely?
Absolutely.
Well, what do you know?
It's wonderful, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. Hey, are the fellas tearing up the place?
Yes, just about.
Oh, boy. I can just see them back home. What a time they must be having. Running around. Tonight they'll be dancing.
Larry, don't.
Oh, no, you don't understand. I'm okay. Fact of the matter is, I'm better than that. I got it all laid out like a blueprint. A right arm. That's all I got, and that's all I'll need. Sure. A right arm to hold a girl, to write a check. Oh, no, Scotty. No, don't look like that. I tell you, I'm fine. With the money that's coming to me when I get out of here, all those GI checks I never got a chance to spend, I'm going in business. For myself.
Oh, no, you didn't tell me. That's wonderful.
Yeah, I'm wonderful. Have a card. Larry Edmonds. General Sherman's and Jeeps repaired while you wait. Amphibious tanks especially.
Oh, auto repairs?
And filling stations.
Oh.
Notice I said stations. Mm-hmm. Look, the way I got it doped out, the minute they take gasoline off ration, and the whole United States is going to get into the automobile and start going. And they're going to keep going until they wear out all the ants in their pants. I mean...
Well, I understand.
well, what I mean is, everybody's built up a want to go places. Well, like me, every day lying here. I've been walking every street I ever walked and visiting every place I've ever gone to. You know.
Yes, I know.
So I've located just the corner where I'm going to put that first super service station. And I know just the guys that used to be in my outfit to turn the pumps and pull the wrenches. One station, and if it goes okay, as it will, I'll start another one. Then another one. Then, well, gosh, the fact of the matter is, I'm going to be one of them tycoons.
Well, of course you will. And I'd like to get in on the ground floor.
No kidding.
No kidding.
I have got a chance, haven't I? To get places? Oh, sure I have. I'll sit behind a desk and use the brains I got instead of worrying about the legs I haven't got. And I'll figure out new ways and shortcuts to keep automobiles going the way I used to do with the tanks. And I'll build up a big business and keep spreading out. And I can't, miss. I can't. Can I, Miss Stewart?
Hello, Captain?
Go away.
Oh, but I want...
I told him no one was to come in here but the doctor.
Yes,
I told him.
Please, Captain.
For God's sake, can't I be left alone? Haven't I earned that at least? Haven't I?
Well,
Haven't I? Why don't you leave me alone?
No, please.
What's the matter?
Sorry.
Tell me. I want to know.
It's been a strange morning.
Why?
The reason I came here. I have news for you.
News?
From Germany. It's over.
When?
We got word just a little while ago.
You've been going around on this floor? Telling us?
Yes.
I'm sorry for what I...
Oh, it's all right.
Are they tearing up telephone books and parading up and down the streets?
I haven't been out.
So it's really here?
Yes.
Doug. This would have been a day for Doug. He'd have buzzed under Den Linden itself. Doug's day. Not mine.
Oh, of course it
No,
is.
to Doug it was a game that ended at the goalposts of Berlin. Maybe if I got my throat cut outside Aachen the way he did, it would have been my day, too.
Oh.
But I lasted a little longer than that. Long enough to see a mountain of shoes, hundreds of thousands. Every pair meant a human being that had been shoved into an incinerator for the crime of daring to live. I lived long enough to see row and row of quiet children with the flamethrowers that left them. I lived long enough to see Doug with his hands tied behind his back and his throat cut. I hate this day. Because now we'll stop killing them. The sentimentalists will begin. They'll stand on righteousness and wave the words of charity, pity, and compassion. And the grass will grow over the murdered, and the cities will be rebuilt. And the torn throats, and the whipped backs, and the screams, and the bloody marks on the walls will be forgotten. Yes, forgotten, because only a few of us saw those things with our own eyes. Forgotten because our people never had hatred poured into their veins with the death of their wives and their children. I hate this day. For now the forgetting begins.
Miss Stewart, I've been looking for you. I wanted to...
Yes.
You've seen them.
Yes.
I should have gone myself.
Oh, I wanted to go. I wanted to go. When the news came, it was hard to believe what we had waited for. But it was true. And suddenly everything became wonderful in a way it hadn't been for a very long time. We'd beaten the Huns. We'd finally beaten the Huns. The rest was up to the peace commissions and the governmental experts and the statesmen. Freddie, Sam Jones, Tom, Larry Edmonds, the captain. I wanted to bring them the news because they'd paid with their bodies for this day in terrible ways. And so the happiness belonged to them. I thought that. But, Doctor, they don't need today. We need it. This day is for us. Those of us in America who lived through a war and knew no pain. I was crying before, yes. Yes. For that soldier lying up there in the dark and telling me that he hated today. Hated it. Because now we would listen again to the self-seekers and the sentimentalists and begin to forget. Doctor, that can't be true. We've got to start remembering. First, the enemy to the east. The enemy that dreams that in this day of happiness we here will forget them and their tortures and murders. Yes, we've got to remember them. The enemy in the east yet to be beaten. The one in the west that twice in our lifetime tried to destroy our civilization. We've got to remember them, every face, every name, so that there will be no place on earth left for them to hide, to cry out for a mercy that would make the dead rise up in protest. We've got to remember our responsibilities in a world that has grown as small as the house we live in. And the people in that house. We've got to remember we can only live together with them in fairness and mutual decency. I think we've got enough remembering to do for the rest of our lives and the lives of our children. Yes, this day is for us.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are in a farmhouse on the southern coast of England, the autumn countryside around you desolate and bleak. And you know that in the dusk outside, waiting patiently for you, silently watching for you, is an enemy from whom there may be no escape.
Listen now as Escape brings you Daphne du Maurier's story, The Birds.
On December the 3rd, the wind changed overnight, and it was winter. Until then, the autumn had been mellow, soft. The earth was rich where the plow had turned it. I didn't do the plowing, no. My wartime disability had seen to that. They gave me mostly the lighter repair jobs to do in the 3 days a week that I worked at the farm. A bank to build up or a gate to mend at the far end of the peninsula where the sea surrounded the farmland on either side. Deborah and I had taken a cottage up here to try again, for the sake of the children. And it seemed to be working fairly well. I enjoyed my work on the farm. It was pleasant to pause at midday to eat the lunch that Debbie prepared and brought to me. We'd sit there on the cliff while I ate, and we'd watch the birds.
There are many of them, Nat.
Yes. Oh, the autumn's better than spring for watching them.
Oh, why?
Oh, well, in the spring they're content, they're full of purpose, they know where they're going, there's no delay. But then in autumn it's different. The birds that don't migrate seem to follow a pattern of their own.
Pattern?
Great flocks of them here on the peninsula. Restless, uneasy, wheeling, circling, coming to rest, and flying again. The land birds and the gulls down there in the bay. A strange sort of rhythm in their movements.
They don't really go anywhere. Doesn't seem to be any purpose to it.
No. Or if there is, we don't see it. Restlessness. And they're more restless this year than usual, it seems to me. Do you know, this morning 2 gulls flew so close they knocked off my cap?
Jill said yesterday when the school bus let her off, there was quite a few of them overhead, as if they'd been followed.
Oh, well, I suppose it means a hard winter. They always seem to know. Perhaps a message comes to them in autumn. A warning.
About winter.
And about death.
Nat.
Many of them will die, and I think they know it. Perhaps they feel they have to spill their motion out before they die. Like people who know their time is up and run about stupidly, driving themselves.
I wish you wouldn't talk like that, Nat. That black side of you that stirred up the trouble between us before.
Oh, I'm sorry, Debbie. But it's come over me lately as I've watched them. The land birds mingling with the sea birds in a sort of strange, unnatural partnership. Land and sea. Life and death. That night it turned colder, and the wind strengthened. Around 2 a.m, the sound of it beating against the house woke me up. I lay there with this slow, even breathing of Debbie beside me, and I thought of Jill and Johnny in the room across the hall. We seemed safe, secure. And then I heard it, a tapping on the window. At first I thought it was a loose shutter, and then I realized it wasn't. I got out of bed, went to the window, opened it. Suddenly something brushed against my hand and jabbed at my knuckles, and then was gone over the roof and behind the cottage.
Nat, what's it?
It's all right, Debbie. It was a bird. I don't know what kind.
Bird?
Wind must have driven it against the windowsill. My hand's wet. It's blood. Little beggar drew blood.
Go to sleep, Nat.
Must have been frightened and stabbed at me in the dark. Well, for the...
Nat, the window seat door, it's rattling.
I've already seen to it. It's some bird trying to get in.
Send them away. I can't sleep with that noise.
All right. All right. Oh, well, up with you. Why, you little... Stay away from my face. Out! Get away!
Never in the world.
Did you see that? There were half a dozen this time. They went for me. Tried to peck my eyes.
Oh, Nat.
I'm not making it up, Dick.
Mommy! Huh? What? It's Jill. Go see what's the matter.
Right.
Mommy!
Coming, Jill.
They keep firing at me.
Where's Johnny?
Just blanket. What's the matter?
Quick, get the children out of here.
Birds. The room's full of birds. And
my face!
Get the children out of here and shut the door, quick! I pushed them out of the room, and now I was alone with the birds. I seized the blanket, and I used it as a weapon, sweeping it right and left. And I could hear the thud of bodies, but they kept coming at me. They're jabbing my hands, my head, trying for my eyes with beaks as sharp as pointed forks. And I wrapped the blanket around my head, beat about with my bare hands, blindly. I don't know how long I fought them. And finally, the beating of wings lessened, and then I was still. I unwrapped the blanket from my face. The cold gray dawn had seeped into the room. The floor was littered with the tiny corpses of the birds. Robins, finches, sparrows, larks. Some had lost feathers in the fight. The others had blood. My blood on their beaks. Sickened, I went to the window. And the fierce sea broke harshly on the bay. But there was not a bird in sight. Not a sparrow chattered in the hedge. No early thrush or blackbird pecked on the grass for worms. There was no sound at all but the east wind and the sea.
Nat?
I'm all right, Debbie.
I didn't know what... You're covered with blood.
Some of it's the birds. Look on the floor.
Oh, so many of them.
Yeah, 50. I counted them.
It's horrible.
Come on, darling. I'll clean the room later when I have more stomach for it.
It must have been ghastly for
Are
you.
the children all right?
Yes, I've put Jill to work making tea. Johnny's in our bed just now asleep. Nat, why?
The birds? Well, it must be the weather. The sudden change confused them. It has to be that.
The tea's ready, Mummy.
Oh, good.
Did you drive away the birds?
Yes, they're all gone now, Jill.
I hope they won't come again. Perhaps if we put breadcrumbs for them outside the window, they'll eat that and fly away.
Perhaps, dear.
I've already had breakfast. I'd better hurry or I'll be late for the school bus.
Bus? Yeah, I'll walk with you to the road, Jill.
Yes, I think that'd be a good idea.
I'll go get my coat and books.
I didn't want her to walk alone.
Nat, they wouldn't come back again.
Well, I'll go over to the farm and find out if they heard anything during the night. You keep all the windows and doors closed, Debbie, just to be on the safe side, hmm?
Hello? Anyone about?
Hello, Mr. Hawkins.
Was the mister around, Mrs. Trigg?
Summer's about, but can you tell me where this cold is coming from? Russia? I've never seen such a change, and it's going on, the wireless says. Something to do with the Arctic Circle.
We didn't turn on the wireless this morning. Fact is, we had trouble in the night.
Oh, Kitty's poorly.
No, not exactly, no. We had some trouble with birds. Why, it sounds absurd, but they flew in the window and attacked us.
Attacked you? No, Mr. Hawkins.
No, I'm not making it up, Mrs. Trigg. There are 50 dead birds on the floor of the children's bedroom.
Foreign birds.
No, the kind you see about here every day.
Really? Well, you ought to write up and ask the Manchester Guardian. They'd have an answer for it.
Hey, morning, Hawkins.
Mr. Trigg.
Mr. Hawkins has been telling about some birds last night.
Oh?
He says they attacked him.
Attacked? Are you sure?
Quite.
Never heard of a thing like that before. Hungry, maybe. Looking for food. You put out some crumbs.
Yes, of course. I'll be up tomorrow as usual. Good morning.
Ordinary birds, he says.
Attacked him. Now, what does he take us for, coming around with a story like that? He's a strange one, he is, with those superior airs. You see the look he gave us when we didn't swallow his story? Attacked him. I think he reads too many of those books.
Nat, did you find out anything at the farm?
No. The Triggs' brilliant advice was to put out some crumbs. Debbie, I looked all around this morning. There's not a single bird in sight outdoors.
Where's they've gone?
I don't know.
And the Triggs had no trouble last night.
Not only that, they clearly thought I was imagining it. Oh, I heard Trigg mutter something about my superior airs and reading too many books as I walked away. Nothing's real to those clods until it hits them over the head.
Well, they're nice enough people, Nat. It's just that they're isolated up here.
Well, that's certainly the polite word for it.
I haven't been able to face going into the children's room. The birds...
Oh, yes, I'll go and clean it up. I suppose the least I can do is give the little beggars a decent burial. I dropped the dead birds into a sack, went down to the beach to bury them. The wind was bitter cold. I dug a pit in the sand with my heel and started to empty the sack into it, but the wind caught the birds and whirled them along the shore. There was something ugly in the sight, that the tide would take them when it turned. I looked out at the crested breakers, and then I saw them. The gulls, out there riding the seas. Thousands, tens of thousands. They rose and fell in the trough of the sea like a mighty fleet at anchor, waiting for the turn of the tide. Waiting. They stretched as far as my eye could reach. They covered the sea. I started up the steep path home, almost running. Someone should know of this. Someone should be told. But who? And then, as I opened the front door, I saw Debbie beside the wireless listening.
Damage and even attacking individuals. It is thought that the Arctic airstream is causing the birds to migrate south in immense numbers, and that intense hunger may drive them to attack human beings. Householders are warned to see to their windows, doors, and chimneys, and to take all precautions for the safety of their children. Further bulletins will be issued later.
They've been repeating it every few minutes since you left.
Well, perhaps now those empty-headed idiots at the farm will know that I was...
You sound almost glad.
Oh, don't talk rot, Debbie. It's just that when people with half a brain try to tell me
Can't
that I...
you forget that superior attitude of yours, even now?
Don't use that word superior to me. I'm sick of it.
So am I, Nat. So am I. You... Oh, I'm sorry, dear. This thing has made me a little nervy, I guess.
Yes, I'm sorry too, Marty.
Nat, one of the bulletins said the birds seemed to be waiting. For what?
I don't know. They said the birds are hungry.
What are you doing?
No, the hammer. I'm going to get some boards and see to the doors and windows as they tell you to.
You think they could break in with the windows shut, the sparrows and robins and such? Why, how could they?
I wasn't thinking about the smaller birds. I was thinking about the gulls.
The gulls?
Debbie, have you ever been close enough to get a good look at a gull's beak? There must be 100,000 of them out there, riding the sea, waiting. The rest of the morning, I worked upstairs, boarding the bedroom windows. And I wondered whether they'd take these precautions up at the farm. I doubted it. It'd probably be a big joke to the Triggs. But according to the wireless, it was no joke. At first, some of the bulletins had been light in tone, but as the morning wore on, the concern in the announcer's voice became more and more apparent. Well, after I'd finished upstairs, I took the rest of the lumber down, boarded up the lower floor windows.
What they ought to do is call the army out and shoot the birds. That would soon scare them off.
Debbie, how are we off for food?
Now, Nat, whatever next.
Now, never mind. What have you got in the larder?
Shopping day tomorrow, you know that. I don't keep uncooked food hanging about. It goes off. But I can put some things in tomorrow.
Tomorrow? It's only 3 p.m, and it's almost dark.
What? Why, yes. The sky. It looks so heavy. Nat, what's the matter? You've gone quite white.
Look. The tide's turned. The gulls.
They've risen.
circling over the sea. Not a sound from them.
Nat.
I'm going for Jill. I'll wait for her at the bus stop. You keep Johnny inside and keep the door shut. Outside, I looked for a weapon, but a hoe was all I could find. Then I went to the top of the hill and waited. The surf was booming below, and a smudge rose behind the clay hills in the distance. It widened, divided, and spread north, east, south, west. It was a vast cloud of birds. It passed close by, heading inland, up country. They had no business with the people here on the peninsula. Rooks, crows, jackdaws, magpies, birds that usually preyed upon the smaller species. But this afternoon they were bound on some other mission. They've been given the towns, I thought. They know what they have to do. We don't matter so much here. The gulls will serve for us. The others go to the towns. And finally the bus came. When Jill got out, I took her by the hand.
What's the horse for, Daddy?
Oh, I just brought it along. Come along now, darling. Let's go home. It's cold. No hanging about.
I want to play a bit in the rain.
Not tonight. Now, come on. No dawdling.
Look, Daddy. Look over there. Look at the gulls. They're flying in from the sea. They're so quiet.
Yes, do hurry, darling.
Where are they flying to?
Oh, up country, I dare say, where it's warmer.
Don't go so fast. I can't keep up.
Hurry.
The gulls, they're circling. It looks like they're waiting for something.
Yeah, for a signal, an order.
What?
Nothing. Come on, dear, faster.
But I can't go faster.
Wait. There's Trigg in his two-seater.
Looks as though we're in for some fun, Hawking. Have you heard the news? Everyone's gone bird crazy, talking of nothing else. I'm going to take a crack at them with my gun.
Could you run Jill home first?
Oh, yes, of course. Not room for you two, I'm afraid.
Oh, that's all right. Just get Jill home. Get in, Jill, dear.
You like to come shooting with me?
No, thanks. Have you boarded your windows?
No. A lot of nonsense. They like to scare you on the wireless.
I'd board them if I were you.
Oh, go on. You're windy. Well, see you in the morning. I'll give you a gull breakfast.
I watched Trigg drive Jill toward the cottage, and then I followed on foot. The sound made me look up. The gulls were approaching. The order had been given, and the farm was their target. The black-backed gulls were leading, and there were bigger birds. Gannets, terns. And suddenly one of them dove at me, missed, rose to dive again, and then came the others, 6, 7, a dozen. I dropped the hoe, covered my head with my arms, and ran towards the cottage. They kept coming at me from the air with beating wings. Each stab of a swooping beak tore my flesh. I had to keep them from my eyes. And with each dive, they became bolder. And they had no thought for themselves. When they missed, they crashed, bruised and broken on the ground. And as I ran, I stumbled, kicking their spent bodies in front of me. Another aim got better, closer to my eyes, closer. And then I reached the door of the cottage. Let me in! It's Nat! Let me in! And then, above me, I saw the gannet, poised against the sky for his dive. The gulls drew back, only the huge gannet. The wings folded suddenly to its body, and it dropped like a stone at me. The door opened, and I flung myself in.
Good Lord! What was that?
A gannet. He'd have split my skull.
Better now?
Yes, thanks. You're quite the wound dresser. Are the children?
In the other room. I didn't want them to see you that way.
No.
Your hands are the worst.
I'll be all right. We'd better all sleep here in the kitchen tonight. I'll bring down the mattresses.
All right. I'll fix something tasty for supper and we can prepare.
Wait.
That sound. What is it?
The birds crowding against the outside of the house. They're trying to find a way in.
Nat.
Don't. They can't get in. I tell you, they cannot get in. The boards will hold.
For how long? How long?
Stop it! Here. I'll turn on the wireless. That'll drown them out. Yeah. That's better.
Yes. Anything so I can't hear that horrible rustle.
It's only the food that worries me, Debbie. Now, I've noticed that the birds come in with the tide, but the tide will go out about 9 tonight, and we should have a lull of about 6 hours. I could slip out during that time and go to the farm, see if they can give us something.
Here's London. A national emergency was proclaimed at 4 o'clock this afternoon.
Nat.
Measures are being taken to safeguard the lives and property of the population, but it must be understood that these are not easy to effect immediately, due to the unforeseen and unparalleled nature of the present crisis. It is absolutely imperative that everyone remain indoors until further notice. The birds, in vast numbers, are attacking everything in sight. The population is asked to remain calm and not to panic. There will be no further transmission from any broadcasting station until 7 a.m. tomorrow.
It's like this all over, then. All over.
Debbie, about supper, let's forget it. Let's all just try to get some sleep.
Nat, wake up. Nat, they're back again.
But what time is it?
A little after 3.
The tide's come in again.
There's been a queer smell the last few minutes. Rather like burned feathers.
What? Burned feathers? The chimney. I forgot to keep the fire up. They're coming down the chimney.
No.
Where's the oil?
On the shelf.
Debbie, I'll look squeezing through the chimney. Stand back. I'm going to throw the oil on the coals. That'll get them.
Nat, I can't stand it.
Get me paper, wood, anything that'll burn. Hurry. Their charred bodies kept dropping down the chimney. I raked them to one side, but more came. I threw on the rest of the oil. We piled papers on it, kindling, anything. The flames roared higher. More bodies. The stench was unbearable. I kept at it. Finally, they gave up. And I went over to the basin. I was sick. Around 9 in the morning, the rustling ceased. I opened the door a crack. Crushed birds were deep about the house, but there was not a living bird in sight. The tide had gone out. Now was my chance to get food and fuel. I ran all the way to the farm. There was no smoke from the chimney. I came round the corner of the house and stopped. In the doorway, almost covered with dead birds, were Mr. and Mrs. Trigg. What was left of them. Beside him was his gun. Beside her, a broken umbrella. I loaded the 2-seater with all the food I could find, enough for perhaps 3 days, and drove back to the cottage. I told Debbie that Triggs didn't need their car for a while and had told me to take it. She said nothing. And towards nightfall, the birds came back again. We sat by the fire and listened to the rustle as they crowded against the house. But this time there was a new sound. They'd brought up their heavier forces against us, the birds with larger beaks. I could hear the sound of tiny bits of wood being torn away.
They'll stay till the tide turns. Then they'll leave. Then they'll come back again. And they'll keep coming back. Nat.
Yes?
The Triggs. They're dead, aren't they?
Yes.
We're all alone. Strange. I feel closer to you than I've ever.
That it should take something like this to bring us. Debbie, you may be interested to know that right now, I do not feel very superior.
Don't, Nat. Oh, Nat. Nat, what do we do?
I don't know, Debbie. I do not know. I listened to the sound of the splintering wood, and I wondered how many million years of memory were stored in those little brains, behind the stabbing beaks, the piercing eyes, now giving them this instinct to destroy mankind with all the deft precision of machines. I switched on the wireless. It was dead. I reached for the cigarettes. There was only one left in the packet. I lit it. I threw the empty packet on the fire and watched it burn.
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you The Birds by Daphne du Maurier, specially adapted for radio by Robert Wright, starring Ben Wright with Virginia Gregg. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Ann Morrison, Ann Whitfield, and John Dodsworth. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. If you like your thrills to be real, your adventure to be true to life, Gangbusters is the show for you. Now, every Monday night, most of these same CBS radio stations bring you the drama that names names, places, and dates in the nation's battle against crime. Stay tuned now for Night Watch, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. Where there's Gunsmoke, there's Western Adventure, Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Stay tuned for Night Watch. Herman Hickman isn't the only exciting personality you'll want to hear. Right here at the Star's Address. Of course, where sports are concerned, the famous former football coach at Yale and one-time All-American player is a natural. And he's well worth listening for any Monday through Friday evening at 6:30. But when you're in the mood for musical entertainment, as you're likely to be any Monday through Friday morning at 9:30, Joan Edwards is the person to hear. The melodies she sings or plays each weekday morning are as sunny as her disposition. And her friendly personality only adds to the pleasure of listening to the Joan Edwards Show. Monday morning at 9:30 and every Monday through Friday morning at that time. Remember to tune in on Happiness on our lighthearted...
Potawatomi brave, hunting among the dunes. He saw the fire streak fall into the lake and was afraid, because it was an omen of ill favor when the stars left the heavens and drowned themselves in the great waters. The other was a sturgeon, who snapped eagerly at a fragment of the meteor as it fell. The big fish took it into his mouth and then spat it out again in disdain. The meteor drifted down through the cold black water and disappeared. The sturgeon swam away, and presently he died.
Eighth of the 5th, 58, 3 p.m. Air temp 32, water temp, let's see, 28. Wind light variable, wave action diminishing. Absence of drifted specimens.
Hey, Ian, you nearly through?
No, I got it, Willie. Just check up on the far end of the pool.
My stomach's beginning to feel like lunchtime. And I didn't drag myself out to this godforsaken place just to sit starving on the shore of Lake Michigan watching you fool around with a few beaten-up old bugs.
Oh, just be patient for a few minutes, Willie. You'll get your lunch. Drill in the hydrophility hiding under the rubbish. Some kind of larvae by that piece of board. Could you pass the collecting bottle, Willie? You never know.
Yeah, here you are.
Thanks. Now. Good. We'll have a look at that later. Good Lord, what's that?
What's the matter? Nipped by a crab?
There's a little flash of light down there. You see? By that piece of rock.
Oh, probably a pebble or something that caught the sun for a moment.
No, it's not a pebble. Wait a minute. Got it. It's beautiful. Like a marble with a tail on it. Or a drop of amber. But there are tiny flecks and streaks running through it. And it's so smooth and clear. Well, but quite useless. So, it's worth keeping for the private museum. It can go between the rusty old yak bell and the 6-inch copper sulfate.
Pretty soon you'll be able to charge admission. Hey, looks as though we're going to have visitors. I thought you said you were supposed to be a hermit.
That's a Carlin, Max Cruiser. You remember you spoke to him last night?
Oh, the radio hand. He's got someone with him.
He'll run aground if he's not careful. Hey, Max, look out for the sandbar. The last storm brought it in. Good old Mac, he never misses a week. Comes out right on time every Monday. Brings my mail and my copy of the Biological Journal. And most important, the bottle of scotch.
Looks as though he's excelled himself this time.
Quite a sly old dog. He never told me there was anything like that in his life.
Don't just stand there gaping. Anyone would think you'd never seen a girl before. Go out and help her. She'll get her feet wet.
Here. Brought your visitor this time, here. Let me give you a hand, Mac. Thanks, here. You too, Will.
Oh, thank you.
Hey.
This gentleman in the colored shorts and baseball cap is Dr. Ian Thorne, the distinguished writer and lecturer. He's English, but he can't help that. He writes books about dune ecology, whatever that is. Ian, my niece, Miss Wright.
I'm very glad you could come over, Miss Wright.
Oh, how engaging, an ecologist with a leer.
We're not really bad fellows at heart, Miss Wright. It's the fresh air gives us the pointed ears.
Oh, I see.
Ian.
Oh, this is Willie Sepple. He's a biophysicist and works over at Ann Arbor.
Quite a scientific convention. Well, I must say you've picked a pretty desolate spot for it. How do you do, Mr. Sepple?
How do you do, and welcome ashore, Miss Wright. But I'm here strictly to relax. I just sit around the shore watching Ian work.
Were you collecting specimens here today, Dr. Thorne?
Not exactly. You see, I'm preparing a chapter on the ecology of beach pool associations, and this little pool here's my guinea pig. It'll soon be cut off by that sandbar. Then, as stagnation increases, progressive forms of animal and plant life will inhabit it. Algae, beetles...
All you have to do is charge him up and he's on the air for the rest of the day. I brought you a present, Ian, if you're interested.
What is it, mail?
Something a heck of a lot more digestible. A couple of steaks. I persuaded Jan to come along and do them up for us. I've tasted your cooking.
Well, I can burn a chop as well as the next man. Let's go down to the shack. I live just on the shore, Miss Wright, in a place perched on top of the sand dune. It's rugged, but it's home.
And rugged is the word, Mr. Wright. 130 steps to the top.
Come on, I'll lead the way.
You have no dunes in England, Dr. Thorne. It seems a long way to come to fill a few collecting bottles.
There are no dunes in England like these, Miss Wright. Have you ever watched them? They're like great creeping monsters. If it weren't for the pines, they'd sweep over farms and forests and leave nothing to show for it.
No, but how?
The winds do it. Look, you see that valley among the sand hills?
Yes, eerie. That's all so dead, those horrible little white stumps.
The dunes at the end of the valley are moving. The little white stumps are dead trees. The hills buried them there years ago and then moved on and left those skeletons. They were probably young oaks.
The poor things. It's frightening.
Hey, Drew! I want those things that you don't.
You really underestimate yourself, Dr. Thorne. This is no shack, it's a real home. Oh, the view is magnificent. You can see for miles.
When the wind blows a gale off the lake, you think the house will be carried away.
Sometimes I wish it would. At least I wouldn't have to climb those steps up here every week.
Still, it's just the place for work. Can't tell you, Ian, how I envy you this place. No neighbors, no decent roads, no telephone either.
Telephone? But Uncle says he talks to you every day.
Come through into the next room. I'll show you something.
I've never seen so many valves and wires in my life. You earned money on the side breaking up old radio sets?
Private radio used to be my hobby when I was a kid.
Now it keeps me in touch with the outside world. I met Mac over the year long before I saw him in the flesh. Well, you must have seen his station at home. He even has a low-power rig in the launch.
Yeah, I've seen it. You mean he talks to you anytime he wants to?
Well, it's not like a telephone. The other fellow has to be listening for you on your frequency. But your uncle and I keep a regular schedule every evening.
Uncle spoke of you as some sort of a scientific hermit, but I'm beginning to think he was wrong.
Maybe, maybe not. Sometimes I sit up here all day by myself with nothing but the dunes for miles around. Nothing to hear but the wind. I begin to feel I'm as out of it all as those dead trees out there. Oh, come on, let's go back before Mac finishes off the scotch.
No, if you like. Well, thank you for showing me your radio station.
Think nothing of it. This scotch tastes like iodine. It's the only alcohol in the place unless you want to try the specimen pickle. No, thanks. I might end up looking like one of those old toads over there.
What's this little golden thing in the bottle?
Something I found in the beach pool this afternoon. I don't know what it is. Probably turned out to be part of an old necklace somebody threw away 10 years ago.
Oh, it's rather pretty. It'd make a lovely pendant.
You can have it if you like. I'll fit it out for you. There you are. Look.
That's like a piece of Venetian glass. Oh, it's lovely, thank you. Well, look how it gleams in the sunlight. I've never seen anything so beautiful.
You the bug man? You the English bug man?
Well, I suppose I am. Come on in. Now then, what can I do for you?
There's this here toad I found. I think it's sick.
Well, bring it over to the table here where I can see it in the light.
Here you are. Can you fix it up, mister?
I don't know until I have a look at it. Let's see now.
It's dead, ain't it?
I'm afraid so. Must have been nearly dead when you found it.
What was the matter with it, mister?
Well, I can tell you if I dissected it. You want to wait here while I do it?
I guess so.
You get yourself something to drink. You'll find some bottles in the icebox.
Thanks. Hey, the kids say you never talk to anyone. They say you just sit out here and look at bugs all the year round.
Mm-hmm.
Gosh, whatever happened to its inside? It's gone all black and funny. Why did it die?
Its heart stopped.
Gee. Hey, what are those two little golden drops you've just taken out of him? Is that gold?
Oh, it's just something he's swallowed.
Is that what killed him?
Maybe. Or perhaps he just died of old age.
Oh.
I'll tell you what, we'll drive you home in the Jeep. Would you like that?
Guess so. Poor old toad.
I opened it up, and inside its stomach were two little golden drops, just like the ones I gave to Jean. What do you make of it, Mac?
If you don't know, I'm darn sure I don't, Liam. But John's calling. Time for supper, I think. I better be signing off now. Oh, Jean sends us in her love. She may be coming around to see you tomorrow. Bye, Ian. Bye, Willie.
Bye, Mac.
This is W8GB over to W8TVZ, and W8GB is out and clear.
Good night, Mac. W8DVZ, out and clear. Jan sends her love. Nice. Pretty good for a week and a half. Is the anchorite going to come out of his wilderness at long last? Jan's a sweet kid, Willie, but, oh, I don't know. She doesn't understand. Doesn't understand what, for God's sake? That the hermit's been in his cell too long. He doesn't want to come out. Ian, to hear you talk, anyone would think you're 95 instead of 35. 36. All right, so 36 then. Look, Willie, it's as if the sand walls had grown up around me, too. I've been living among the dead trees too long. Oh, what the hell. I'll get the scotch. Hey, by the way, what are you going to do with these drops? The ones from inside the toad? I don't know. Wait around till I get a few more and string them into a necklace for Jeanne, maybe. She's wearing the one I gave her as a pendant, huh? Here's your scotch. Thanks. Cheers. Ian, I've been thinking, why don't you let me take those drops over to the guys at Ann Arbor and let them look them over? They might find out something. Well, surely they're not worth all their trouble. Wouldn't take a day. I could take the train down there tonight. I must admit they've got me pretty interested, particularly after the way they chewed up that toad's stomach. You can't tell me that was natural. No, that's true enough. Maybe you're right. We should get them analyzed. If you like, I'll drive you down to the station right away. There's a train in about half an hour. I'll be back day after tomorrow. If they've finished their tests by then, that is. Have you got a tobacco can or something I can put them in? You'll find one on the magazine rack. We'd better get a move on. They said there'd be a storm tonight. It looks like it's on the way. I'll get the car.
Never have left the road. That was where I went wrong. There ought to be a road somewhere down by the lake. Can't seem to see it. It's gonna be a storm. Big storm. Where's the bottle?
Hey, mister!
What's that? Who is it?
You all right, mister? I saw you stumbling about. I thought maybe you was hurt or something.
Oh, I'm all right, sure enough, boy. Just lost my road, that's all.
Where you making for?
$4 grand, son. $4 grand.
What?
I want to see those fruit boats ship out of $4 grand just once more.
But $4 grand's 15 miles away. You'll never make it tonight.
I made 500 miles in 3 days, boy. Truck drivers. Lousy, stinking bunch. Okay, so he likes the Detroit Tigers. How was I to know? Did he have it written up on a neon sign or something?
But what happened?
He tipped me out. 15 miles from home. After he'd drunk half the whiskey.
You drunk, mister?
Darn no rain. How far is it to the road?
Well, not far. Just a few hundred yards down the hill. I'll show you.
What are you doing up here, anyway?
I heard you singing. I was on the road. I've been fishing. I shouldn't be out this late.
Come on, boy. Keep moving. The rain's coming down fast. Where's the road? Thought you said it was only a few hundred yards.
It's got so dark. I can't see it. Oh, all these bushes.
Quick, get a move on. There are trees over there that might... Oh, what the hell?
Hey, what happened? Where are you?
I've fallen down the slope. Now, give me a hand.
Hey, what's the matter? Why can't you get up?
Oh, my foot hurts. And I'm caught in this bush. I can't move. Give me a hand.
Here. Oh, you're so heavy.
My back hurts. I must be lying on a stone or something. Pull.
Can't you help?
I can't get free. My foot.
You're getting so wet. The road's only just down there. I can see it.
What's the matter? What is it? Somebody coming?
There's a light on the lake. A big light. It's coming towards the shore.
Sorry.
So big. It's coming onto the shore. Oh, quick, come. We must run.
Oh, here, help me up. Come on, pull.
I can't. You're too heavy.
Oh, come on, try. Damn you, pull. He's right. It's coming near.
It is. It's coming this way. It's coming after us. Look. Look.
Quick, get me loose.
I can't. Help! Help!
Come back here. Come back. Help me.
I've lived on the lake for 40 years, but never did I see a storm like today's. Are you finished, Doc?
I'm nearly through, Sheriff.
No, sir. I guess we won't forget that one in a hurry. You found anything in these clothes, Sam?
Wallet. Doesn't seem to be much in it, though. A few bucks and... Yeah, here's the Siemens International card.
Oh, let's see, Sam. George Zandbergen of $4 grand. You know Mr. Thorne? No, I suppose you wouldn't.
No, I didn't know. I know him. Yes, let me see. Zandbergen, Gimpy Zandbergen. Appendicitis in 46. Left sometime soon after then. I think he used to be an oiler in one of the boats in the fruit fleet.
Oh, thanks, Doc. You get that, Sam?
Yeah.
Mr. Thorne, we'll have to have your story for the record, of course. Hope it won't take too long.
I don't think it showed us so much to tell. I was driving back from the station along the old wagon road. I'd been to see a friend of. The storm was still pretty bad. I almost missed seeing the tramp. I thought he was a fallen branch at first. He's lying in a twisted-up sprawl position.
Was there anything around the body to give any idea of what might have killed him?
Well, not much doubt about that one, Sheriff. Third-degree burns on 50% of the body area, seared to the bone in parts of the face and about the right scapula.
Mm-hmm.
Verdict's accidental death, I'd say. Poor devil was struck by lightning. Time of death, about 9 p.m.
Yeah, seems fair enough. All right, cover him up, Sam.
Yep. This lightning's pretty odd stuff now. It can blow the soles off a man's shoes without hurting him, or generate enough heat to melt a metal. Now, take this guy here. One side of him is broiled black, and the other's not even singed. Well, never know, do you?
Oh, he won't keep you any longer tonight, Mr. Thorne. Just let me know how I can get in touch with you.
Through McInnes, he'll be glad to contact me on his home radio station.
You don't say. I used to have a ticket for that racket myself in the old days. Well, I'll be dropping in to see your rig one of these days, if you don't mind. I bet you could use a bit of company out in those dunes, huh?
Yes, I could. Drop in any time. Good night, Sheriff.
Good night, Mr. Thorne. Mind how you go. If you find any more of those guys lying around, drive right past them. I've had enough for one night.
Hello, Seppel speaking. Oh, the train was held up by the storm. Something had blocked the line, I think. I just got in. I heard the phone ringing on the way up. But where are you ringing from, anyway?
Fort Graham, just outside the sheriff's office.
You want me to come and bail you out?
Willie, I found another one.
Another what?
Another of the golden drops. Only this one wasn't just a drop. It was the size of a grapefruit, and it was underneath a dead man.
What?
I found him not far off the road on the way back from the station. He was burnt, badly burnt. The sheriff seemed to think it was lightning, but I'm convinced the gold ball had something to do with it.
You mean it killed him?
No, I don't think so. He was lying on top of it. There were a few little scorch marks where it had touched his suit, but not enough to do any harm. It was his chest and face that were burnt, as if a great flame had gone right over him.
But what about the ball? Was it hot?
No, that's the strange thing about it, Willie. It was stone cold when I found it. I put it in my pocket. I didn't think the sheriff would make anything of it, and I wanted to keep the specimen anyway. Maybe it's just a coincidence, but...
Yeah, it was exactly the same as the other ones you found. The one you gave Jean, and the ones I've got here with me now.
Except that it was so much bigger. And it was misshapen. There was a cavity in it, just about the shape of a shoulder blade, where he'd been lying on it, I suppose. It's strange, you know. You know the way those little ones are flecked inside with gold?
Yeah.
Well, on this one, you can see what the flecks really are. It's as if there was a fine network of metallic threads just beneath the surface. How long will it be before you can get a report?
A day or so. Can't tell, really. With luck, I may be back day after tomorrow. In any case, I'm anxious to see the new specimen. But look, if it's all you say it is, I should be careful what you do with it until I found out a little more about this one. There now.
Yes? You in your home?
I'm in here, Dan. Come in.
I'm sorry to drop in so early in the morning, but Mac was taking the boat over to Fort Graham and he gave me a lift.
I'm glad to see you at any time, Dan.
That sounds like it. You're about as welcoming as one of your pickled specimens. Oh, by the way, there was a telegram in your box.
What's it say?
No, 200,000 O plus what? Can't wait to see Big Daddy. Arrive noon Thursday. Love, Willie. Any idea what it all means?
Not much.
Oh, what's that you're playing with anyway? Oh, it looks like the big brother of my pendant, but it's all out of shape. It looks sinister. It's almost as though there were thin gold veins running all through it.
It's sinister, all right.
Oh, what do you mean? Where did you get it and what are you trying to do with it anyway?
Just at this very moment, my dear, I'm going to give it a crack with this car lever. I want to see if I can split it open. Maybe you'd better stand clear, just in case.
Ian, don't you think you'd better let it alone?
No, you'll be all right. Here goes. Oh, try a bit harder next time. Would you believe it? The damn thing just bounced off. Made another dent in the ball, but otherwise the thing might just as well be made of lead.
But it looks so fragile.
Now, let's see what it's done to the car lever. God, that's hot.
Ian, let me see.
Oh. Would have to grab hold of the thing.
I'm going to have a nasty burn. Have you got anything I can fix it with?
Here, look in the cupboard. Well, at least I know what Willie's telegram means now.
Oh, you would have to try your strength out on the thing.
Well, it can stay right there under the table until Willie comes back. I'm not going to tamper with it until I know for certain what it can do.
But the glowing thing that lay underneath the table among the leaves and trash was not hot. It grew momentarily more golden, and with a deliberate liquid ripple, the ugly bulges on its surface smoothed, and it assumed the perfect drop shape of its predecessor.
Well, you're very smart, don't you, Willie? If you'd only spent a little more money on your telegram, I wouldn't be walking around with my hand with a bandage.
You can't complain. The same thing happened to one of the boys over at Ann Arbor. He took one look at one of those drops and tried to knock its tail off with a chisel. Anyway, you can count yourself lucky. Think of what happened to the poor old toad.
To say nothing of the poor old tramp. Anyway, what about the toad? Did they burn him up too?
Well,
what? I've been sitting in that chair half an hour drinking my scotch, and I've been doing all the talking. What have you found out?
look, do you have a step-down transformer?
Yes.
Oh, good. Get it.
It's over here in the bookcase.
Ian, they found the drops give off long infrared, mostly stacked around 200,000 angstroms. But their energy is way out of proportion to what you'd expect.
There you are.
Oh, thanks. Now, this little gadget I've got here is something I've rigged up to measure it crudely. Now, you put the drop in here. Oh, wire this up, will you? All right, that's it. Good. Now, I'll press this little trigger. That rod gives the drop a smack, and we get some sort of measurement on this little screen. Now, watch. Mad, isn't it? You see the way the waves are dancing up and down on the screen?
Yes, but the energy output's still quite small, isn't it?
It's surprisingly big for an object this size. We think that glowing heart thing inside has something to do with it, and those little gold threads.
The ones like little veins.
Yeah, they come in there, too. You know, old Canestries was visiting the university. He says the glow is something that'll have physicists crawling up the wall.
Oh, come now, Willie.
Ah, you just wait. We haven't done the analysis, but we expect great things. Now, let's see the other specimen, the one you found last night.
Gimpy's hamburgers. It's in the drawer of the work table. Here it is.
Hey, this is wonderful. It's almost the size of my fist. Now we can
Oh, no, we can't. We're going to leave this one strictly alone. My hand still hurts like hell. But there's another thing. When I first found it, it was irregularly shaped, lumpy, ugly. It's smooth now, just like the others, but it changed right before my eyes. It just seemed to run fluid and then coalesce again into the drop shape.
I don't think we'll mention that to the boys at Ann Arbor yet. We'd be put away.
What about the heat, the tire lever, and your friend's chisel?
It's easily possible. Infrared rays aren't hot in themselves, Ian, but when they penetrate a material, their wavelength is increased. The energy given out heats the material. In the case of the tire iron, the conductivity of the metal was greater than that of your hand. You felt the warm iron before the skin itself was affected.
The iron wasn't warm, Willie. It was damn hot, and in a matter of seconds.
I don't know what to say. The funniest thing I've ever run across.
The little tramp didn't think it very funny.
You don't think this little thing killed him, do you? You said he was charred to a cinder all along one side. What kind of infrared could do a thing like that?
I didn't say this one killed him.
It's too wild for me. It's my bedtime. We can worry about this tomorrow, huh?
You win.
We'll put the big one in the drawer, get ourselves a snack, and go to bed.
Wouldn't it be better off in a pail of ice?
If it did decide to give off heat, it would probably melt the pail before it melted the ice. And besides, they never radiate unless they're disturbed. Come on. Let's go and see what you've got in the icebox.
lightning. Burnt. The little one burnt the frog, one of them burnt him. There's another one out there tonight. There's another one out there tonight. What? A nightmare. Thank God. What's that? Smell of burning wood. Something on the porch. Willie! Willie!
What's the matter? What is it? Go away, I'm asleep.
Willie, there's something out on the porch.
Well, why in hell don't you go and see what it is and let me sleep?
Oh, fine, help you. I'm going to put on the light.
No.
No, nothing. Look outside. Nothing. The window's closed and the door's shut. Good God!
What's happened now?
The outside door, there's a hole burned right through the bottom of the door. Willie, there's a hole right...
Yes, I heard you. I'm coming. Put on the porch light. Hey, you're right. Quite a neat little job. Still glowing around the edges.
The bowl. Where do we put it? Quick. It's gone.
What do you mean it's gone? Well, there's another little hole in the bottom of the drawer. Hey, you better throw that whole thing in the sink. It's still burning.
So they never radiate unless they're disturbed. It looks as though we've got a good deal more to learn.
First on the list, we'd better find out where our little friend has roamed off to.
It won't be light for another hour. Let's get dressed and have a bite to eat. With luck, it should have left a trace in the sand. It's been easy so far. As long as the ball was plugging away uphill, we made a good deep track. Might be so easier with the other side of this dune.
Oh, we're nearly at the top anyway. At least I think so. Why does it take so long to get light?
I can still just about follow it downhill. It looks as if it's going down towards the lake. Look, you can see the track by those trees.
Yes, but where after that? I can't see.
Just past the trees, there's another track.
Golly, just look at it. 3 feet wide. The big track must be 3 feet wide.
The little track we're following goes right down to meet it. It merges into it.
Look at the trees down there. They're all crushed flat like a steamroller went over them.
Let's go down and have a closer look.
Here.
I can't believe it. Look, the big track goes right on down to the lake. See how clear it is across the wet sand?
And just look at the place where the 2 tracks meet. The big one goes much deeper into the sand, as if whatever made it hung around for a while, waiting for the little one to come along. Just imagine the size of an object that could make a 3-foot track in soft sand.
I remember Mac told me there used to be an old story about a dune roller. His grandmother used to tell it. A dune roller as big as a schooner that lived in the caves in the bottom of the lake. It came out of the lake every 100 years and roamed through the dune forest looking for a man. When it found one, it would stop rolling and sink back into the lake.
Well, you'd better quit mooning over old wives' tales and get down to collecting some concrete evidence. Looks as though you're going to have to do without your door for a day or two.
Friday was a quiet day in the Dunes country, but the police did receive 3 minor complaints. A farmer charged that someone had not only made off with and eaten 3 of his best-laying hens, but had burned the feathers and bones and left them right in the chicken yard. The County Highway Commission wanted to know who was building fires in the middle of their asphalt roads and plastering their landscape with hot tar. And a maiden lady complained that the artists in the local summer colony must be holding wild orgies again from the look of the lights she had seen over there at 3 a.m.
Good evening, Miss Wright.
Hello, Joe.
It's getting pretty late, huh? Thought you said you were just in town for a shopping trip.
Oh, that was what I thought, too, but there was a movie I wanted to see, and somehow time just went by. I didn't realize how late it was. Oh, is the boat still here, Joe?
Yep, still where you left it. Well, just as well. That uncle of yours would be hopping mad. Is Mac know you've taken it?
Well, he does know. I didn't tell him I'd be on the lake at night, though. Sounds like somebody's having a good time.
No, it's just a party of crazy youngsters having a beach party out in the bay. It's just warming up to it now.
Oh, well, I'd better be off. Bye, John. Thanks for keeping an eye on the boat.
Oh, thank you, miss. Anytime.
I wish I could get Ian to see a film now and then. No, it's no use, I suppose. You'll just sit in that little house among the dunes looking over the bay's captive bug. No, I don't know. 11 o'clock. Generally the time he has his late night talk with Uncle. I wonder whether I can pick it up on the short wave on the receiver here. Oh, let's try. Try again. Oh, it's funny. The boat's casting a shadow in front. Oh, must be a boat with a searchlight somewhere about.
Remember that amber drop we found, Mac? The one I gave to Jean? Willie thinks we may be onto a big scientific discovery.
I got it at last. Oh, it took me long enough. Still that light on the lake. It seems to be getting bigger.
We found that the drops give off hot light when they're disturbed. And by hot, we mean hot. We think there may be drops big enough to give out energy 40 dB above S9. Jan said something about a big one. Big as a pineapple, she says, and you burning your hand on it.
Burnt my hand? The night before last, it got loose and burnt a hole in the door. Willie insisted on taking off the door to keep as an exhibit. It's been pretty cold at night lately.
Did you find it again? The ball, I mean.
No, but we followed its tracks over the dunes down almost to the shore. Then we found what it had gone to meet. There was a track in the sand 3 feet wide going down to the lake. 3 feet wide. Somewhere in the lake there must be a real monster. Mac, you having trouble?
All right, this end. Sounds as if someone's trying to get through, but I don't see.
Ian, can you hear me?
John, is that you? Where are you?
She must be on the boat. She took it out this afternoon.
John, what's the matter?
Ian, there's a great gold sphere. It's following the boat. I think it's after me. It's huge. Ian, it's 20 foot high and it's sending out heat.
John, listen to me. I don't know if this will do any good, but you must try. Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, Ian. Quickly, the thing's almost on top of the boat.
Listen to me, darling. Do you have the little amber drop I gave you?
Yeah, Ian. It's by my neck.
Throw it overboard. Throw it as far as you can. Do you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Golden light rode high in the lake, and then the small drop arched brightly over the water, even as the meteor had many centuries past.
The great golden sun. Willie, I'm convinced the thing that chased Jan is the one that killed the tramp. And we know now that it was the drop it was after. But how and why?
What if it gives off something as well as infrared? After all, infrared doesn't sear flesh. Some kind of energy, perhaps, that the drops can focus into a beam. If that was so, then...
You still sitting here talking like this. Willie, I'm going mad. Why do they tell us something from the hospital?
Ian, you know Mac will let us know as soon as he can. And it was no use you just hanging around the hospital waiting for news. Jan will be okay, I'm sure of it. You haven't had any sleep, and you're just worrying yourself silly. Willie, stop thinking about it. Keep talking about the dune roller, if that'll take your mind off Jean.
I'll try. You think they communicate in some way?
Oh, sympathetic vibration, call of the wild. But that thing did follow Jean because of the pendant. And it looks as though it went away when it got what it wanted.
If only we could be sure. The tramp was unlucky enough to fall on top of one of them. And the big one rolled over him trying to get it.
David?
Oh, excuse me. Is one of you gentlemen Dr. Ian Thorne?
I'm Ian Thorne. Come on in.
Thank you. I'm sorry to bother you, Dr. Thorne, but I think you may be able to help me. My name's Cunningham, commander of the Coast Guard cutter Manistee.
Won't you sit down, Commander?
Thanks. Dr. Thorne, at 11:15 last night, your amateur station contacted our base that the cruiser Carlin was in difficulty off the mainland.
It wasn't me. It was Kirk McInnes.
We found the cruiser drifting out of gas somewhere off the Port Grand Light. Miss Wright was found lying unconscious on the cockpit floor.
Yes?
I've just seen her, and the doctor says she's suffering from shock. But other than that, they can't find a thing wrong with her. Now, what I'd like to know...
Is she conscious? Has she been able to talk?
She's very weak, and what she says makes no sense. I thought perhaps you might be able to help us on that score.
We were talking with her over the radio when suddenly she seemed to become disturbed and evidently fainted.
Didn't McInnes tell you anything, Commander?
No. She seems to be trying to tell us that something was chasing her. Are you sure she said nothing over the radio that could give some hint of what happened?
I knew there was something wrong from the sound of her voice, that's all. Did you find anything on the water near the boat?
The lake was empty. Was there something you expected us to find, Dr. Thorne?
Certainly not. I was just wondering.
I see. I don't mind telling you I think there's something you're not letting me know. Something scared the hell out of that girl on the lake. If you know what it is, I wish you'd tell me.
Cigarette, sir?
Thanks.
Commander, have you ever read any science fiction?
Do you mean to say the lake's been invaded by little green men who spend all their time chasing after girls in boats?
No, not exactly.
Look, Commander, I don't like to mince words. I think I do know what was out there on the lake last night, but I'm not going to tell you. I can't prove it, and I have an intense aversion to being laughed at.
I have no intention of laughing, Dr. Thorne. But if you have information relative to marine safety, let me remind you that you have an obligation to report it to the proper authorities.
The proper authorities? They're not notorious for their sympathy. They'd laugh in my face. No, thank you, Commander. Until I have proof, I'll say nothing. Now, if you've nothing further to ask me, I'm going to take the jeep down to the hospital. Goodbye, Commander.
Well, I'll be...
Commander, Thorne's okay, even if he is a little mule-headed. At the moment, he's too worried about Miss Wright to think clearly at all. But it seems to me you ought to know a little more about this. Look, make yourself at home. Have another cigarette. Have a drink. Chew some gum. I'm going to tell you a very singular story. Yummy. Real appetizing. That should do it.
Willie, what on earth is going on in there? Look, I'm the last to criticize another man's cooking. Will you tell me what in heaven's name that is?
Oh, just some digestive juice. That's enough, I think. Well, pass me the pot holder, will you?
Anything, so long as you don't expect me to get within range of that revolting mess you've got in there. Here you are.
Oh.
I said I better not ask you where you got it from.
Don't be silly. I merely raided your enzymes and warmed up a batch. Just an idea. Where'd you put the drops?
They're in that little Bakelite box over there.
Oh. You remember the way the drops burned the toad's stomach? Well, I was wondering if I could make the same thing happen again, artificially.
So you're going to lower one of the drops into that witch's brew of yours?
That's the idea. There.
Well, take it easy. They're the only links with the big one.
Now, let's see how we're getting on. No, nothing. Give it another moment or two.
The big globe killed the tramp, if my idea is correct. He must have seen the thing coming out of the lake, turned to run, and fallen on his back.
Yeah.
I think he picked exactly the wrong place to fall.
On grapefruit. All Mama wanted to do was to pick up her offspring. She couldn't help it if there was a body in the way. No. It's no good. This idea is never going to work.
But she killed just the same. Those old dune roller stories hint that she may have done it before. And Willie,
Unless something is done soon, she'll do it again. I don't like it, Commander. Ian's got something up his sleeve. He goes off in the Jeep in the mornings and doesn't come back until noon. When I ask him where he's been, he says he just went into town to see Jan. But visiting hours are from 2 to 4. If he doesn't go to the hospital, where does he go?
Have you seen this, Willie? This might explain a few things.
Well, we pay cash for certain unusual minerals, highest prices, free pickup. Samples wanted are round, transparent, amber-colored with metallic veining. Hurry, right today, box 236, Port Grand, Michigan.
I take it you weren't acquainted with this. You know what he plans to do?
No, but I know what I'd do. There's some kind of an attraction between the big globe and the drops. A force that draws the little ones home to Mama when they hear her call. We found that out with the drop at Ian's Lodge. But that attraction is so great that it works the other way, too. You see what happened in the case of Miss Wright. If the drops can't come, if we hold them back, Mama comes after her children. And that's what Ian will probably count on.
You mean he'll use the drops from the ad for bait?
What's the man to do? He can't let it go free. Now, Ian knows nobody's going to believe his doom roller story, so he's going to do something about it himself.
I believe your damn doom roller yarn, but it doesn't do any good. I'd earn the biggest haw-haw from here to the Straits of Mackinac if I tried to initiate an official search for a round, glowing thing 20 foot high. The world won't unite simply because Michigan has itself a monster, you know. And what can I do? Even if I do take the launch out and prowl around the lake. Maybe Ian Thorne knows how to catch monsters, but I certainly don't.
You want to let him go on, I suppose. Well, personally, I'd hate to see him get his hide fried off when he's just beginning to think of settling down.
Settling down?
Well, he sends sheaves of flowers and boxes of chocolates and fruit to the hospital every day. It can't be that he's just interested in Jean's experience with a monster.
Oh, all right. I'll do anything I can. You watch him, that's all. And let me know when you think he's going to pull something. Keep your eyes open. All we can do is wait.
Nifty. Looks as though it's going to be hot when it lifts.
Passing that knapsack, will you, Willie? Oh. Hey, what's all this stuff here? Thanks. Don't wait lunch. I'll be gone for most of the day. After I've had a look around, I'm going down to the hospital to see Jean. I may be quite late.
They must be sick of the sight of you. You've been down there every day this week. And why the hell do you want to go out to the dunes on a day like this? It'll be much too hot.
All the more reason. The rock pools are drying up now. The life's beginning to look really fascinating. Have you seen the collecting bottles, Willie?
Oh, on the table over there.
Thanks. Well, so long, Willie. Keep the home fires burning.
Yeah.
Send out a search party if I'm not back after dark.
Yeah. Keep the home fires burning. What does he think he's fooling? I went down to the rock pools yesterday. They're still full of water from the last storm. He's taken the Jeep. What on earth is he up to? That box he's got in the back. Where did he leave the binoculars? No. A wooden crate of some kind. Something's written on it. If you weren't jolting about so much, I could see what it says. Vander Breeze. Something else. Looks like danger. Gone. Too late, Jean. Your favorite ecologist just drove over the desert sands and... Hey, what are you doing around, Luce?
Luce? Well, I've been out of hospital for 5 days now. I've been staying with Uncle, waiting for Ian to show up. I got tired of sitting around meekly all day, so here I am.
Did Ian know you were out?
Well, what do you mean? Of course he knew. He drove me back from the hospital.
Well, I'll be damned. He's been telling me he's been going down to the hospital every day to see you, and all the while he's... Jean... Does the name Vander Breeze mean anything to you?
Oh, sure. They're a big demolition and explosive firm. They used to have a depot next to where Uncle had his office in Port Grand. Why?
Demolition? I think Ian has gone out on the dunes today in search of the big roller, the one that chased you. He said he was going to the rock pools, but I managed to have a look into his knapsack. It was full of little metal cylinders and some kind of a gadget. It must have been the detonator.
Oh, we must stop him quickly.
Well, he took the Jeep. We'd never catch him.
You've no idea where he might be heading.
No, not one.
We could follow the tracks of the Jeep. But that would take hours, and even then he might use it for only part of the trip. Now, where would you set a trap for a monster if you wanted to blow it up without doing too much damage? Where you wouldn't be disturbed?
Mount Cook.
What?
Mount Cook. It's an outsized sand dune about 150 feet high, and there's a kind of hollow at the peak. We used to go there with Ian.
And that's where you think he'd go?
Well, there's nowhere else that I know of. It's the only place where he could be sure of no one getting hurt.
How far?
Oh, about 15 miles. Well, isn't there any way we could borrow a car or something?
Yeah.
Uncle was coming over to pick me up in an hour or so, but, well, he may take ages.
We could try some of the shacks down the road, but our best plan would be to try to contact Commander Cunningham. Do you know how the radio transmitter works?
I've not much idea, but if it's anything like
Well,
one in
let's
the
try.
loft-
Let's try. It's our best chance. We've got to get in touch with Cunningham somehow before Ian gets to Mount Cook.
From the peak of the dunes, the hills rolled away in gentle green waves towards the farmlands and orchards in the east and the brilliant blue lake in the west. The spires of Port Grand poked out of the mist a few miles down the shore, and white sails appeared off the promontory that hid the entrance to the river harbor.
You wouldn't think you could see so far from here. 12 o'clock, time to start work. We'll start with the drops first, I think. 7. Not as many as I'd hoped for, but enough, I think. Gosh, it's hot. Willie was right. It's a real scorcher. One way or another, it looks as though I'm going to end up fried. Now, arrange them in a circle on top of the monster trap. Good. Push them firmly into the sand so they won't run away without very good cause. Better give them a final tap to make sure. Cigarette lighter will do. Now for the charges. Nope, now for lunch. It's going to be a long wait before the sun goes in. Slightly soggy ham and pickle. Well, I might find a few blackberries around if I'm lucky.
It's no use, Jan. We must have contacted every radio ham enthusiast in Michigan by now, and nobody lives anywhere near Fort Grand.
But there must be something to do. Uncle used to get in touch with lots of people around here. It's the wrong time of day or something.
If only he'd get here. I thought you said he should be back by now.
No, he may be any time. He wanted to get something for the car, then let's try again.
Yeah, okay. You keep on at it until Mac gets here. I'm going down to the road to see if I can't borrow a car or something. If you contact Cunningham, tell him to get his boys off to Mount Cook right away. If you can't, well, you'll just have to wait until Mac arrives.
But what can you do even suppose you get there?
I can try and stop Ian from doing anything too stupid. And that's the most we can hope for.
I should have brought another can of beer. I've never felt so thirsty. And the blackberries are all gone. Sun's going down now. There's a bit of shade at last. What's the time? I wonder. Nearly 4. How much longer now?
A good day for catching monsters, Dr. Thorne?
Willie, what the hell?
I thought I'd come out and watch you giving your rock pulls the once over. But you're a bit out of the way, aren't you?
Look, Willie, get out of here quickly. This is my affair, and I don't want you or anybody else mixed up in it.
Yeah, don't give me that strong, silent Englishman stuff. You're not the type. And I haven't given up the best days of my vacation to your monster for nothing.
Anyway, I've just finished the last can of beer.
Well, I am not going back to fetch another. It's taken me 4 hours to find my way to this place, and I'm staying put, thank you very much. Now, how about making a fellow at home and explaining just what you're aiming to do?
All right, Willie. If you want to get your eyebrows singed off, that's your own affair. There aren't any more of you, are there?
No, just me. Well, unless Cunningham gets here, which doesn't seem very likely. I left Jan trying to contact him with your transmitter.
Jan?
Yeah. Your poor, helpless hospital patient. All right, come on, Ian. What's it all about?
Well, you see that little ring out there glinting in the sun? They're all drops like the others we found. You see,
you needn't bother tell me how you got them. I saw your ad.
Well, buried in the sand underneath them is enough neo-nitro to blow Mama sky high if she comes after a little one. And with a bait like this, I've no reason to doubt that she will.
And what are you aiming to do while all this is going on?
I'm going to sit quietly here under this juniper tree, wait for Mama to settle down on her young, or whatever she does, and then press the stud of this little transmitter.
All right. Don't play around with it like that. I understand the principle.
Shut up. Oh, what? Don't you see? One of them's moving, the big one.
Hey, it's going down the hill. Oh, it won't get far. There's a pile of sand in the way.
Don't you believe it? See, it's going right up it and over the top. Well, that's that.
But we can't just sit here and watch them all run away.
I don't think they'll all run away like that one. It was the biggest, after all. But let's go and give the others a tap to make sure.
Nearly 6 o'clock. Beginning to get dark. Your monster's pretty cagey.
It may know we're here.
Look at them. The sun's nearly gone now, but they're still glowing. A little constellation.
You may be right.
What do you mean?
About the constellation, I mean. Where else could this thing have come from, after all? It's not terrestrial, surely.
No, if there was one thing the boys over at Ann Arbor were sure of, it was that there was nothing like these things anywhere on Earth.
That's a meteor, then. It could have exploded somewhere over the lake, and something inside it, or life, if you like, made it put itself together, made it wander around the dunes, picking up fragments of itself.
Picking up?
Well, like mercury, little drops of it joining up together.
But this thing is deadly, Ian. It's malignant. Are we to suppose it has some kind of intelligence?
Right. One of them's on the move again. We can't let that happen. Got it. Not going to get away as easily as that. Watch the others, Willie. I think it must be pretty near now.
Why?
They wouldn't have moved the little one as easily as that. It all looks so forbidding here now. I used to bring Jeanne up here. She caught her sandal in a twig somewhere just round here. She had a yellow flower in her hair. It's here, Willie. I know it's here. I can almost feel it.
Look at the way the drops are glowing now. Damnation! She must have come up here with Max. Go and stop her quickly, Willie. Head her off.
I don't mind you sticking your neck out, but we must get her out.
All right, but be careful. I'll keep Jeanne out of the way somehow. Good luck, Ian.
I'm sure it's here, hiding among the trees somewhere. The drops are glowing like mad now. Why doesn't it come? Come out and chase me like you chased her. It can't be that thing. It's like a sun. Far away. 50 yards. 40 yards. It's coming so fast. Not near enough yet. The drops are moving. Stop them. Wait. Yeah, now as if it had totally hit them. A great golden heart that sent out fire all along its veins. The most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It's tearing out. It's blazing. Just press the button.
Ian?
He's opening his eyes. I think she's coming around.
Oh, I hope that's you in there.
What is it? It's like looking out through a mask. What's this thing over my face?
Bandages. You look like something they dug up in the Valley of the Kings.
How am I?
Medium rare. Oh, you crazy fool. No, don't try and raise your arm.
Oh.
Now, that'll teach you. Now, you just lie quiet.
We'd have been there with you. That is, if Willie hadn't let us off on a wild goose chase.
Is it gone?
Atomized. You should see the crater in the sand. But we'll still have some small ones to study. Your ad brought in 4 more today. Ann Arbor think they can swing a nice fat research grant so you can carry on the good work.
Oh.
He says he's sticking to ecological studies of the Michigan Dunes, Chapter 8. No more dune rollers, thank you.
You better surrender, Willie. Jen's got a mind made up, and I know what that can mean.
Oh.
But the size of that thing, Ian. I only caught a glimpse of it as Willie was dragging us away in the opposite direction, but I've never seen anything like it.
And you never will again, Mac. I think we've seen the last of the dune roller.
But the moon rode high over a blackened crater in the sand. Two of the grains of sand, which gleamed in the moonlight a bit more golden than the rest, tumbled down together into a sheltered hollow to begin again the work of 300 years.
In Dune Roller by Julian May, Patrick Barr played Ian Thorne, John King's the center, Billy Settle, Stuart Nichols coming in, and Penelope Lee, Jan.
Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William G.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. On Demand, starring Betty Davis as Joyce and Barry Sullivan as David. It's early evening. The Ramsey home in one of the more exclusive suburbs of San Francisco.
So before you get too comfortable, darling, you better run upstairs and get dressed. We're going to the Fosters for dinner.
Oh, must we, Joyce? I don't feel like going to a party tonight.
But we're expected, David.
Where are the kids?
The Dee just left and called for us. We see them at the Fosters.
And Martha?
She's not home yet. Drink your drink, dear. We can't be late.
I can.
Ah, but you won't be. The Magasons are going to be there.
I don't know the Magasons.
You should. He owns about 6 railroads.
Joyce, don't you ever stop.
Looking after you, never. David, about Martha. I'm certainly going to have to tighten the reins. She brought that boy to the house this afternoon.
What boy?
Oh, the one from college, the one she's been seeing.
Oh.
Oh, David, he's impossible. His name is Pulansky. Martha's 4 times as much trouble as Dee is. Of course, Dee has more instinct for the right thing and the right people in the first place. She's your daughter, too, David.
Dee'll do all right.
I was talking about Martha.
Oh, sorry. What's the matter with Martha?
Nothing at all.
Good.
David, you're the one I'm really worried about.
You are?
What's wrong? Is it your work?
No, it's not my work. And it's nothing to talk about anyway, not now.
Don't you think I know when something's troubling you? You can't hide anything from me.
Who said I was trying to hide anything?
You need a vacation. I think I shall insist that you go away for a while.
You'll do nothing of the sort.
Darling, what I'm suggesting is for your own good. You don't have to snap my head off, you know.
I'm sorry.
I just thought it would help. You're getting stale.
Did it ever occur to you that maybe everything else is getting stale?
You are in a bad way.
The kind of a life I'm living is stale. The parties every night, the job, the whole meaningless mess.
David, you'd better see a doctor.
The whole thing is wrong, and all your platitudes aren't going to make it right. Joyce, I'm sick and tired of it. I want a divorce.
David, are you serious?
Maybe this isn't a good way or a good time to tell you.
Is there a good time to tell a wife that you're through with her?
Yes, when a marriage has lost everything it's supposed to have. When two people get as bored with each other as you and I are.
I'm sorry. Oh, David, I thought we had a good marriage.
We did. What we had is gone. Joyce, if I thought there was any hope for us together, I wouldn't suggest a divorce. That's the truth.
You haven't held me in your arms lately, have you, David? You never will again, will you? Think I'm being distasteful, don't you? I look at you and I try to find the husband I've spent my life with. And all I see is a man trying very hard to be polite.
Joyce, we're both adults. We can be reasonable about this, I hope. I won't go on living this way, and you won't change.
Oh, what is it you want, David? What is it you want that you haven't got?
I don't know.
Well, we have position, we have a family, we have success.
Success is the answer to everything for you, isn't it?
Yes, doing what you start out to do. That's what we've done, David.
I'm leaving here tonight. I'm
Sorry, George, but I think it's best.
Can't happen like this. It can't. A man walks out of a room, a door closes, and 20 years of marriage is destroyed in 20 seconds. How can a human being dismiss 20 years by telling you he's poor? I married you, David. It didn't matter that the whole country was in the depths of a depression. If you were a small-town lawyer without a single client, it didn't matter because we loved each other, because we knew what we could do together. 20 years. 20 years.
Mr. Townsend, lawyer. My name's Swanson.
Mr. Townsend isn't in just now, Mr. Swanson. If it's important I could get him, he's over at the courthouse.
It's important.
Will you tell me what it's about? I'm his secretary, Mr. Ramsey's and Mr. Townsend.
I've got a new process for making fine steel. I want him to set up a corporation for me. I want him to get me some patents, too. I'm going to make this Townsend a lot of money.
Patents, you say? Do you know Mr. Townsend personally?
No, but they tell me he's smart, young, and honest. That's the kind of a man I want.
Well, there are patents somewhere in Mr. Ramsey's line. Mr. Ramsey, you know, is Mr. Townsend's partner. He's an expert.
Well, if he's an expert, maybe he's the man I want. Look, I've got just $20 in cash. I'm going to have to owe him the rest or give it to him in stock.
Oh, Mr. Ramsey wouldn't mind that.
Well, tell him I'm here.
If you just take a seat, Mr. Swanson, I'll have him here in 5 minutes. He's at the courthouse, too. 5 minutes, Mr. Swanson. I could have told Mr. Swanson that David Ramsey is my husband, but I didn't. I could have told him that Townsend and Ramsey were now working for the WPA. A new courthouse was being built, and they needed day laborers. Anyway, a few hours later...
George, look, $20. $20, my first fee. But you know, it just doesn't make sense. Why did Swanson come to me? How did he happen to pick me?
Because you know so much about patents.
Patents? Who told him that?
I don't know, but you can study up on them. And he said he'd heard that you were honest and brilliant and hard-working and...
I don't know whether to kiss you or this $20 bill.
Don't give it a second thought. I've never kissed a corporation lawyer before.
Swanson Steel Products Company. You like that name?
David Ramsey, Jr. Do you like that name?
Why Junior?
Because in September, that's what our son is going to be called.
George.
Dr. Nelson told me this morning.
But we can't, not the way things are.
Oh, but things are wonderful. Your first client, our first child, both on the same day.
But Joyce, we can't afford a family.
Oh, you afford a family just fine. Oh, you're going to make money, David, lots of it. Oh, darling, don't sing the blues today. It's the biggest day of our lives.
Look at you. There's nobody like you, Joyce. Here I am. I'm scared to death, and you're as happy as a jaybird.
The baby was going to be a boy. Turned out to be a girl. We named her Diana. And to help save money for all concerned, Robert Townsend had moved in with us. One night after dinner, I heard him talking to David.
No, I'm not kidding, Dave. I'm fed up. You got a client to keep you busy. You're a lawyer.
And what are you? Pick and shovel, man, as long as the WPA will have me. I'm giving up the offer.
No, Bob, you're kidding. Now, look, I can carry you over. This Swanson account is good.
You've carried me long enough. I'm quitting practice and getting a job.
Well, you don't have to make up your mind tonight.
Anybody home?
Oh, come on in, Mr. Swanson.
Hello, Dave. How are you, Townsend? Dave, take a look at these papers. 2 steel mills in Detroit using my process to make steel. You've got to stop them right away.
Send him a telegram to the assist. He'll take action.
I'll take action right now. Dave, you're leaving for Detroit tonight. Tell them we'll sue them right down to their pants.
Who's going to Detroit tonight?
He is. Oh, hi, Joyce. How's the baby?
He's wonderful.
Just understand one thing, Dave. We're a small outfit right now, but we'll fight like a giant if anybody tries to rob us of our rights.
That costs money, Mr. Swanson.
All right, we'll spend money. Here. Let me know if you need more.
I'll tell them we'll sue for everything they've got.
That's the kind of a lawyer I want. No telegrams, no letters. Just go and fight.
You've got the right man, Mr. Swanson.
You bet your life I've got the right man, and I don't mind saying she's the little lady that got him for me. She didn't say he was her husband. She just said he was an expert on corporations and patents. So I played a hunch. I said, never mind, Townsend, give me Ramsey. Well, here's all the dope you need, Dave. Go and sell those danders off. Night, Joyce. Nice seeing you, Townsend.
Oh, I'd better see if the baby...
Wait a minute.
Yes?
Joyce, can you explain what Swanson just said?
What is there to explain?
Did he ask for Bob that day he came into the office?
Yes, he did, but as neither of you knew about patents, I came over and got you. Oh, stop looking at me as if I were a thief. David, that was the day I found out I was going to have a baby.
Never mind. Forget it.
Robert, I just couldn't tell David that we were going to have a baby the way things were. I had to tell him something hopeful. I wanted him to want the baby.
Bob, look, we can work this out somehow. We can split Swanson's work between us. We can manage, Bob. We can straighten it out.
When I practice law again, I'll do it alone.
Bob, if you don't come in on this, I'll tell Swanson to get another lawyer.
You tell him anything you like.
Robert, I didn't do it to hurt
I'll come back for my clothes tomorrow.
Bob, no, you can't just walk out of here.
Can't I? I don't want to talk about it anymore.
How could you do a thing like that to Bob? I'm going to call Swanson and tell him to get another lawyer. I'll tell him to get Bob.
He won't take him, you know that.
Then he can hire someone else.
David, I meant no harm to Robert, but giving up the job won't do him any good, and it won't do you any good. It won't help anybody.
How do you think I can justify keeping it?
Because you need it? Because you get along with Swanson, Robert doesn't? Or you can make it up to Robert some way?
Joyce, you just don't do things like this to your best friend.
All right, David. All right. If you think Swanson will take Robert, give up the job. Oh, but if you don't, please keep it. Keep it so we can have hope for our future. Oh, I've never complained about washing and ironing and doing over old clothes and trying to manage and keep the baby looking nice. But one day is just like the next one to me. I'd like to look forward to something better for it. Maybe what I did was wrong, but I didn't mean it to be.
I know, honey, I know. I know things haven't always been what we'd like.
I just can't stand you thinking that
I'm sorry, Joyce. I'm sorry I got sore. Everything you say makes sense. Swanson and I do click, but... don't worry, honey. I'll square it with Bob as soon as I get back.
Okay. 20 years. 20 years of making good, decent lives for each other and our children. And now David says he doesn't want me anymore. That our marriage has lost everything it's supposed to.
Mother, is there anything the matter?
Oh, no, Diane. I didn't hear you come in, dear. I must have been dozing.
Mother, why didn't you and Dad come to the fortress?
Well, I should have phoned. I suppose if something came up at the last minute, dear. Your father couldn't go. Did you have a good time?
It was a lovely party. Everyone asked for you. You will call Mrs. Foster, won't you?
Yes, I will, dear, in the morning. Go to bed, dear.
Good night, Mother. I hope you feel better. Get a good night, please.
Yes. Maybe that's what I need. A good night.
Mother, your breakfast getting cold.
Please don't shout, Martha. I'm coming.
Isn't it a little early for the phone to be ringing?
Yes, it was a Mr. Drake from the newspaper.
You mean the man who writes the gossip column?
I don't quite know what he writes, Martha.
But what did he want?
Well, I wasn't going to tell you this, but as long as it will probably be in the newspaper, I might as well. Your father wants you to divorce him.
Mother, but why?
I don't know why.
What are you going to do?
Nothing.
Don't you have to do something? See him or...
Oh, I am not going to see him until he has time to come to his senses. The sudden impulse of your father's is not going to disturb our lives. He'll get over it, and the less we talk about it or think about it, the better it will be.
But if it's in the paper, people are going to ask questions. Jim will want to know.
Tell Jim or anybody else there's nothing to it. And now, if you'll excuse me, I think I'll go downtown and do some shopping. Oh, Martha, tell Anna I won't be back for lunch, dear.
Yes, Mother. You mean you're going to have lunch with Mrs. Brandon and Mrs. Gates?
And Mrs. Garrett, dear. No, we always have lunch on Thursday.
But, Mother...
Don't look as if the world collapsed. I told you before. It's nothing but a sudden impulse.
But why would Father want a divorce? Mother's been a perfect wife. Everybody knows that. She's never even thought of anyone but him.
I just can't believe it.
Not Dad and Mother. Mother won't divorce him. I know she won't. But she made friends of his at lunch. That's all they want to talk about. You don't have to worry about Mother. You know what you're doing.
Oh, no, dear, we're just going. Sit down. I ordered you a martini. I need one. He's gathered that after reading Mr. Drake's column.
Welcome to the sisterhood, dear. Oh, I hope you get a good marriage, dear.
We're not at that stage yet.
I'll recommend a very able man. Fantastic. I think to him. This is a David Payne and David
Would pay.
But don't get a divorce. You'll get a separation. He pays your expenses and you're still Mrs. David Ramsey and not hold for life. Look, it's better to get it over. This people won't be so sorry. David gets some money with me. He's becoming taxed around our country. And I say so. Would you and your friends maybe be very amiable outside your own circle?
Now, don't be looking for scandal, Edna. There is no other woman involved.
Really? Well, he's been seen with one quite often.
By who?
Pat for one, Elsie here for another. Well, tell her, Elsie.
Joyce, I don't know if it was anything at all. I just happened to mention it to Edna. Something happened. Yeah, we're all Joyce's friends, aren't we? Joyce. Almost all men do things like this. We tried to over last month. Then you all know them.
What's
the kind of little women like this? You got a good look at her, dear. You can pay attention. Besides, George told me it was none of my business. You know, they stick together, these men. David isn't any better than the others. But David couldn't be seriously interested in another woman. Well, why did he move into the athletic club? To build up his muscles? Don't be a fool, dear. Honey, what did she look like? I don't know. Quite nice. Well, I wouldn't say beautiful. She wasn't very young.
If you'll excuse me, I have many things to do. I really must go.
Now, George, speak to Ted Prescott about this. Tell him I sent you.
I'll come with you if you want company.
No, thank you, Edna.
So I've come to you. I just want to find out if there is another woman and who she is.
Yes, of course, Mrs. Ramsey. That's why I asked Mr. Pinkham to join us. Well, Mr. Pinkham?
What's his first name?
It's just that I want to find out if there is any truth to all
His first name, please.
Mr. Pinkham, you understand, is an investigator.
David Anderson Ramsey. Anderson is a family.
His business.
He's vice president of Quantity Steel Products Company.
His club?
We'll
check on it, Mrs. Ramsey. The bill for services will be sent to Mr. Preston. Is satisfactory?
Since I haven't had any experience.
Good day, Mrs. Ramsey. I'll send the report here.
Thank you, Pinkham. He's really very capable.
Yes, I'm sure he is.
But whatever you may find, I still believe that reconciliation is far more satisfactory than divorce.
Mr. Prescott, last evening my husband said he wanted to end our marriage. He doesn't want to be married to a man who doesn't want me. Of course, I still don't believe there's another woman.
Well, don't talk about it, then. Meantime, I'll call you as soon as I hear from Mr. Pinkham.
Thank you. Hello? Yes?
Mr. Pinkham has a report into us.
But what could he find out in 2 days' time?